Love is sacred, love is kind, but love is only a state of mind. It's in your heart and in your soul, where nothing hurts like letting go of all you had, go of all you want, and surrender to a high.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on in. We do apologise for the short break, but we're here for day number 3 in week 2 of 6 Masters. I am Manic, and today I am joined with Monkey Fist, which will be all rotating back around so you don't hear the same boring voices over and over again. How are you today, mate? We've got the matchup on hand. We've got both Oddity and Power Plays. What are we feeling?
Yeah, well, as I was talking to you earlier, Oddity on paper pretty much have this, but Power Plays, recently beat a team that Oddity really struggled with. It was one map apiece in the Pro League. So, on paper, Oddity should win. However, Power Plays, it's not like it's cut, set in stone. They can take the W if Oddity don't play to their full potential.
So, first matchup that we're going to be seeing is on Clubhouse. Now, that's Power Plays pick. There we go. How are you feeling about that one as we head into it?
Well, Club is a map that, it's been in the rotation pretty well ever, except for when it had its bit of a rework. So both teams are obviously very experienced on it. I believe it was Power Play's picks. Let me just double check on that one. Yep. It is Power Play's pick. So this is probably what we're expecting them to have the most chance on, I suppose, if they can bring it to this third map.
Yep. So, well, we're actually ready for this one. We're going to be diving straight on in, Monkey. And community vote, obviously over towards.
It was Oddity, wasn't it? 74%, I believe.
Yeah, quite a big, a hefty favour in Oddity's favour. Do you think that that's right?
Yeah. It's probably, I'd probably put it down to about 80 to 90% that Oddity are going to win this one.
Okay, so massive. Not even a...
Yeah.
We reckon just a 2-mapper?
I would assume it's going to be. The thing is, though, Oddity are playing with their coach again. Like in the summer series, one of their players works weekends, obviously. So, they've had to put Raven in. However, we saw last week, Raven was absolutely gunning for a coach. He was slaying left, right, and center.
He actually did some serious damage. I believe that was the matchup. Did we do that one last week? We did, didn't we?
I feel like it wasn't me.
Oh, maybe it was me and Cthulhu. Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, he was putting in the numbers. Sorry, we haven't even really touched on the bands so far, Monkey. Do you want to run us through it?
So Maverick, pretty common ban here on Clubhouse. Nomad's probably the most surprising one. She can shut down some flanks and runouts. So, we're seeing a lot of Capital bans in ANZ at the moment. So I'm a bit surprised that he's left up on the board. As for defense, Mirror, Echo, probably the two most banned defense operators of all time.
So just a little bit of stock standard on the defense side.
Yeah.
All right, well, we will be getting straight into the action. Power play starting on the attacking side, which means we will be headed to Church and Arsenal to begin with for Oddity. This is... I'm interested to see what power plays can actually bring to this, whether they can challenge Oddity and push it to a 3-map series.
Yeah, well, Power Plays aren't a bad team, right? Like they've done well, but sometimes it feels like when they play a match, they really do not play to their potential. I suppose they're just really inconsistent all round. So, they do have a chance, but as I said, Oddity probably all the way, and that's what the community vote showed us as well.
So we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell. But obviously, coming into this, Oddity are going to be favourites. And I guess there's a chance, there's a world in which they, they come in a little bit too confident. I don't think that's going to happen, but there's always that chance.
Yeah, these guys are all very experienced gunners. I think, they do understand power plays and where they're at. They've definitely had quite a few matchups in, recent-ish history. I think, Oddity are probably going to put up quite a few numbers on their defensive half. Obviously, it's, Clubhouse is a bit more defender-sided. So, I think, they're going to put the numbers up and then it's going to be that catch-up game from power plays if that's the case.
And we'll have to wait and see how this defense rocks and rolls for now. They will be approaching from that southern side. Slowly and surely clearing out bar. I would dare say that they won't be really allowing those roams to come into full effect, but...
Yeah, it looks like there is none, down here on Clubhouse. For teams like to try and turtle quite a lot. It's one of those, bomb sites where you just sit in and wait for the attackers to try and force you out of your positions. You're burrowing nice and deep.
Yep. So already that is going to be Memorial open up, so they can now start to make their way through. You can see a little bit of aggression from God Legion. Obviously not a lot of aggression, but just showing some presence all the way through. Might even make the way up toward Garage.
Oh, this is smart. He's going to impact this Claymore, so he's going to be able to climb up this ladder and go for the flank. They're not going to be ready for this one at all.
Oh.
There's one still out in spawn. Mangoes, he's been droning this whole time. He's going to run in completely unaware.
Damn.
God Legion. He's done some nice stuff in this garage around these stairs, hasn't he?
Oh, that to be honest, right then was really nice play. Unfortunately, Mango's not being able to hear the Claymore going off, nor that impact. So God Legion's still just being an annoyance on that flank, and it's actually a later flank than what we might have expected too.
Such a important utility of the thermite going down as well for free. So it was a bit of the timing was on God Legion's side there, but now they're gonna have to try and force this wall open with the 1x Chorus that they have left. So Ocean Man, he's trying to make his way into the site as Bundy will find Red. God Legion to trade him on back, however, and God Legion goes for his third, but no, can't quite land anything. He's going to take quite a lot of damage for his trouble, and now they know he is trapped, and they're not even watching this flank once again. He might be able to get out of there for scot-free, and he has found Bundy at the end of the hallway, leaving just Ocean Man and Casper fight back against 4. We talk about Raven being so good. He hasn't had to do anything this round at all. Leave that God Legion flank. It's going to come into full effect. What a shot there from Ocean Man. Ocean Man to find 2, putting us into a 2-on-2. He's now in a position where he can actually start this plant. Where is God Legion? He's coming back down from the hallway. Looks like we're going to see this plant almost denied here by Vast, but Vast is going to lose that. So it is all up to God Legion. He's done most of the work in this round, and he's going to have to do even more. And how do power plays win that one? I have no idea.
Definitely a nice start from Oddity. It looked like it was going all their way. God Legion on the flank, really doing some dirty work, but nicely done to flip it around, I guess. Now, hands are in towards power plays and can look to put the pressure back in toward favour of Oddity. And it looks like we are going to be re-attempting Church and Arsenal. What's going to have to change here, Monkey? Is something going to have to be fixed?
Well, it's a 4-on-2 for the defenders, and they go ahead and lose that round. It's one of those things that, they didn't do anything wrong. Just at the end of the round, they took 1v1 fights too often and ended up in a 2-on-2, which, they lost because they gave up control of the site when they were peaking. So, Oddity, great start, phenomenal start, but then they throw it all away with that one. As for, one thing I do want to highlight that it's probably not really important or anything, but I did notice that Raven was running a Deagle on his Valkyrie, and he was running Suppressor on the Deagle. It's obviously only come in this season as an attachment that you can add to the Desert Eagle. And then, of course, there's also the Muzzle Brake, which is a lot more common. It's definitely, deals that recoil, but look at that. Suppressed Desert Eagle. That's a weapon with a lot of kick, and then also being suppressed. So I wonder if that's going to come into play at all.
Have to wait and see what sort of damage he's going to be able to inflict with that, obviously.
I think he's just running it for the sake of running it, honestly. Like, we don't normally see Valkyries getting too many kills with the Desert Eagle. MPX is a very solid gun. Like, it's a pea shooter with very little recoil. So it's, the ideal headshot weapon.
Well, already finding the droning out this time. Doing a little bit more due diligence in towards Garage. The previous mistake not going to be echoed. I don't know whether...
See, I wonder if they know how they lost that Claymore there. Like, I think they're assuming that there was someone all the way upstairs if they weren't aware of the impact.
Yeah, I suppose that's one thing that could really play with you, right? Is the fact that, the Claymore's gone and God Legion's got all control of Garage. And it's like, how did we get there? And I just assumed that they'd already droned out upstairs. So, this is going to be Casper coming through with, obviously, very long angles in towards that B-bomb site.
Yeah, some very direct vertical angles, of course. Usually trying to find any of those sneaky goo mines, and that camera is going to be spotted out nice and easily.
Just a long angle from Bundy, obviously, with that Thatch. Oh, the ACOG could have been it, but that's a nice opening from Vast. As now the man advantage again being in the favour of Oddity.
Yeah, a bit of a silly peek there. Like, there's no real need to try and gather information like that. Like, just send a drone around. Obviously, it was pretty low risk, but, you know, we say low risk when he goes ahead and dies anyway. So, you know, unneeded risk that caused him to go down.
Obviously, Thermite's going to be coming in from tunnels now, so Ocean Man waiting. That's Mangos finding out red. So, and the foot's being shown. Ocean Man now getting the information, but can't find the shots to actually connect as this moment. Mangos can actually apply more pressure from tunnels as they've already found that opening kill. They know where that secondary player is. Vast goes down. This is looking good for power plays.
Yeah, it is. They are at the man advantage now, and they do have access to the bomb site. So Plant's going to go down, and they've got no real denial. So they're going to have to 2-on-4 retake this one.
Oh, it's going from bad to worse here. Slowly but surely they're taking them off the board, my word. Power plays. They've come in with a bit of a statement, Monkey.
Yeah, you know, we say, you know, obviously Oddity are probably going to win here. Maybe they'll listen and they're like, hold on, guys. We've got something to say first.
Well, the way that they've started out, there's no fear. There's been no fear from power plays whatsoever. They're looking to really apply that pressure back onto the side. And this time, and only this time, Oddity decide to change it up. They won't be going back to church. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So, now with gym and bedroom under lock.
Pretty much right, Manic. If you try a bomb strike twice and lose it twice, like the philosophy is try it twice. You know, the 2-and-move is the colloquial term for it. You've lost it twice, try somewhere else. Like, you know, there's no point banging your head against the wall.
Alright. Don't need to overthink it just as of yet. So, God Legion now swapping out onto the Valkyrie after not having as much success as maybe they were hoping for. They will go and bolster down Cash, and I dare say, I think we saw Oddity fight, put a fair amount of pressure in Cash on their defense last week, so much of the same, do you think, Monkey?
Yeah, definitely, and you know, that Kaid pick only compounds that. You know, they're going to say, you know, you want to access into this cash room, you're going to have to break through, you know, all this, you know, utility we've got set up on this side of the map, and then, of course, people will be shooting back at them when they try and open up and deny it. So it's one of those places that is very difficult to flush the defenders out of.
And they may as well, you know, keep the pressure applying at this point. Red now coming over to join, and there we go. So that's going to be 3 players across toward the side. Oh, actually 4. I don't know whether they're all going to be remaining there, but obviously still got the rotates that they need through toward the A site. Really uncontested for now. Casper starting to make his way back across toward the roof side. Just checking to make sure that there's no free entries, and ooh, okay, fair enough.
That was kind of close, wasn't it? From what we could see from the silhouette, at least. You know, it's just one of those game sense things of that's a very common spot to play. Let's try to go for the wallbang, but nothing to come off of that one. Yeah, we saw him check if the wall into construction was soft and no reinforced. So he's going to have to get either one of his teammates to open it, or they're going to leave it soft. Well, sorry, leave it unbreached.
Now you're going to see Casper apply pressure with the frag grenade to come on through. There's the EMP grenade from Thatcher to start to chip away at the defense of Oddity, and that's a lot of pressure being applied to Vinny. He is getting stuck between a rock and a hard place at this point. Casper is really unrelenting in allowing them to have any sort of access. Are they going to push in off the Fash? No, not just yet. However, a lot of pressure being applied on that A site to begin with.
Yeah, power plays are looking really well prepared here on Clubhouse. They know exactly what they want to do, and, you know, they're doing it like a well-oiled machine. There's Muesli to find the first one, of course, as Mangos is going to take this fight into Vinny, but oh, how does he lose that with Vinny's low HP? He's going to remain on 1 after the shotgun will shut him down, putting us in a 4-on-4.
Bundy looking to come back through, opening it up, so that's going to be one of the claws gone, but it doesn't matter because Casper's been able to delete Vinny. Finally, persistence is key, but look at the line from Red. Will he be able to hit the shot? Ooh. Actually, really nicely done. Ocean Man will fall in that situation. A 2 versus 3 What can they get done at this point?
Oh, looks like they started that plant, but I think they're aware of Raven on the flank, and, well, no, he's going to find one. Ping's coming on out, but he can't land it. So 1v2 Raven, but look how lit Muesli is. This is almost a 1v1.
Definitely not ideal for that attacking side, but Raven, can he just apply the right amount of pressure to get the bomb off? He'll take down Muesli, but now it's the full HP player in a 1v1. Raven with only realistically one hit away. How does Bundy play this? Actually falls away toward North Stairs, holds the line, but doesn't see the cross. I don't know whether he's seen the cross. Will this be stuck right now? Raven making his way back around to try and find the headshot angle. Can't find it. Will try to stick this defuse. DePro's not fake. It doesn't know. Does Bundy have enough time to get there? Surely just. No, it's actually off the defuse for a second. Raven not sticking to his guns in that case, but Bundy applying the right amount of pressure.
Well, Manic, that was pretty close. I think, like, once again, it was well-oiled machine execute there from power plays that got into the side. It was only thanks to Vast stepping up on the Maestro, getting a few kills to even the numbers back a bit, and then Raven not able to close out the clutch.
This is looking really good so far from power plays. Obviously, a lot of rehearsal. A lot of prac going into this one. Like you're saying, the executes are looking pretty damn flawless, and how they're going to be able to realistically push this one back. They are going to go and persist with the gym and bedroom. So,
you know, I was talking about how I think the defenders are going to put up quite a few numbers here on defense, but, you know, look at me being made to eat my words here. 3-0 to the attackers so far.
It's been an explosive start, to say the very least. And I think not really going towards cash almost nullified, you know, so much of the utility that the defenders had used there.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's, you know, I can see you've set up on this side of the map to, you know, avoid this kind of push. We're just going to kind of avoid it, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think they just jumped in through the window into construction and just had someone watching that flank there.
Yeah. Once you do that, of course, then a type of a long flank you're going to go for, or the raw fight. So, nicely done from power plays to, again, just touching on nullifying the defender's utility over in cash. There was so much really thrown across there. At the start, there was 3 players. I didn't really keep track whether they stayed there or not. But this will be a telling tale for Oddity, whether they decide to stay or whether they decide to actually hold on side. It looks like they are still going to put a little bit of pressure in cash with maybe God Legion and Vast, but this time a little bit more of a heavier spread toward the site.
Yeah, and, you know, same stuff pretty much over and over again. Open the hatch, open the wall. Ocean Man trying to work the angle this time from the gym. Just outside gym, I should say. Just quickly burn these ADSs before the frag grenade's going to be tossed on in. Vinny, once again, he's in this hard place, an explosive place. And he's going to take another angle, which Ocean Man is ready for. And, you know, he's gone down for free there, thanks to great utility usage from power plays.
Definitely not really throwing too much at the side of, rather at the side of power plays. Oddity have seemed like they've really struggled with this right now. They've already got a lot of control in toward that gym position. Angos now slowly starting to clear out even more. Got the site for free at this point, and there goes the ADS systems and a lot of utility. Mangos is just deleting. He finds the kill on the God Legion, pulling on through. This is looking so damn good from power plays, Monkey.
Yeah, I am, you know, pretty gobsmacked, actually. This is a team that, you know, would rate so much higher. Raven's trying to deny through the floor thanks to the pings, but that's not enough damage so far. And, you know, they've got pretty much no way to make up these stairs without having to contest with multiple crossfires.
Yeah, Red's really in a bit of trouble here. Obviously, being the slower play style, won't be able to find the angle onto Bundy quick enough, which will allow the free kill to come through. Raven, coach, god of Oddity, what can you really do here? Surely you cannot pull this back from the 1 versus 5. I mean, a valiant effort will be required to even make it contested. But Casper's already out the window, just watching directly into construction. That should pretty much be the crossfire spread from Muesli as well. Not even going to make it past the first hurdle, and damn, a flawless round from power plays.
Damn indeed, Manic. I've no words for what we're seeing here so far. Like last week we saw Oddity, I believe they took Clubhouse. It was a very close game. They played Acme last week, but it was definitely very close. And this is not what we're seeing so far. Power plays 4-0, absolutely bossing it.
Do you think that Ravens, maybe the factor here that's allowing power plays to have so much room?
No, I think that the way power plays are playing right now, they're just much better than Oddity. Even if Todd was in this squad, I still reckon power plays would be maybe 3-1, but definitely they are the much better team right now.
So, for the first time, we will see Cash CCTV in this matchup. Maybe a little bit more luck this time. Well, it's gone past the point of luck. Oddity need to step up. As power plays have got off to an absolute explosive start, 4-0. And it hasn't really looked in contention, has it?
No, not really at all. It's, just been power plays one-way traffic the whole way.
I mean, the only thing you could say is maybe that first round it looked like Oddity were in control for a small portion of it, but even then...
Yeah, I'd have to 100% agree with you. Oddity, 2v4, they throw the round away, and ever since then they haven't been able to, right the ship. They've been sailing through some pretty tumultuous waters.
So Red just opening up straight into Ward Lounge there. Maybe looking for that downward play to deny the default bomb plant. And again, nothing's really changed from power plays. They haven't needed to adapt to anything.
Yeah, well, the onus here is on Oddity. They have, they've been taking the fight to Oddity. So, if you want to beat us, you're going to have to change something, Oddity. And, they've tried it. They've changed up, twice, different bomb sites and such. But no matter what they've done so far, it's been power plays setting the pace.
Doesn't look like that's going to really change either. As they will be taking the early control out towards that subroof. Obviously, looking for the bandit trick from Vinny. Maybe this time. So they come through the flashes. Do they find the timing on this? Maybe. Looks like Vinny's going to have to concede it. And, well, again, well played from power plays.
Yeah, great usage of the Zofia charges there. Completely denies Vinny being able to put down those batteries to get the bandit trick off. And, step one of this attack done by power plays.
Feels like every step they've kind of taken, it's been the right way. So now, with control of construction, they will start to apply a little bit more pressure on the porch. Casper making renovations of his own as he makes his way through. Does have the shoulders of the remaining players, so Thermite still with that one charge left. Where are they going to play this one?
Yeah, he's probably going to place it on construction wall. Here we go. But have we got a impact trick or anything to deny it? No. In fact, Vinny's going to try and get aggressive, and Bundy's just going to shut him on down. Once again, Oddity have no answer for what we're seeing power plays do here.
Oh, is this the play though? Raven with the sight through the hatch. Might just be able to find that player pushing forward. Might be able to start to see the feet. And it's all about that trigger discipline. Does he just take the early shot? He does. Now his position's been alerted to. Bundy not really happy to fight it. But God Legion and Vast both finding one apiece. Ocean Man, he will trade back eventually. Back into the 2v3 with power plays again in firm control of this position.
Yeah, 20 seconds. They're going to try and get the plant down, but Raven will find Ocean Man entering into the garage, spray through the walls, not landing anything. And it's Raven in a 1v2 once again. He's been in this situation so many times in the clutch. Is this the time it finally works out for him? No, Muesli to shut him down, and we have 5 in a row for power plays.
Whoa, what is going on here, Monkey? They are looking so damn strong and dominant. There's really been no answer from Oddity. That was even a 2v1 in the end as well.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Oddity, they're playing very static, I suppose. But then again, power plays are doing all their due diligence. They are not getting flanked. They're watching all their flanks. They're waiting for the peaks and getting those kills onto the peakers. And, you know, Manic, we're going to go back to where it all started, Church and Arsenal room.
Do they learn from their previous mistakes? Or is it fool me 3 times and the shame on who? Who are you calling out there? But I guess it's better than Barb. They need to make something work. They need a round on the board on this defensive side here, Monkey.
They do, and look at all the kills here, right? Like, no one on Oddity is, like, stepping up. Like, normally in a situation where one team's getting bodied, there'll be at least one player who's, you know, leading the charge in terms of frags. But the highest for Oddity was 3.
Yep.
So, you know, this is definitely dire straits for Oddity right now. I think, if this goes to 6-0, I don't know. Maybe we've got Oddity trying to put in a speed run for the Games Done Quick event going on. I don't know.
Yeah, it's...
That's a stolen joke, by the way. ESL tweeted that out today.
You cheeky boy.
Yeah.
Take the content. Just take it while it's there.
To be fair, all right, I'm going to say this and people aren't going to believe me, but I did think about that earlier and then they tweeted it, so like...
They beat you to it.
Yeah, they're on the same wavelength as me.
You gotta love it. So, top down clear coming through. As, I mean, pretty much you'd expect to see every time we head toward Church. And like you're saying, do we really see any flankers? It doesn't look like there's too much interest in Rome, sorry. And we're not going to see it either. That turtle that you like to talk about, Monkey, it's in full effect.
Yeah, it is. Claymore in a very similar spot, so God Legion could do his impact trick once again to get on up that oil pit ladder, but I don't know if, like, you know, the mental game's getting to them right now and they're going to be playing very conservative, these defenders. They don't want to be the one to throw their life away and put their team at a disadvantage.
Oh, again. Jeez. That would be an exact case scenario of going for that secondary peak that we've already seen Bundy lose his life to. This time thinks better of it. I won't go for the repeat, but Ocean Man making quick work. Is that going to be enough?
Yes. No.
Maybe?
Looks like this hatch will be opened up. They tried to impact trick it from below, of course, but not successfully at all. And this is power plays once again just being given all this room to work with. Looks like Raven's taken some damage. That would have been down through the hatch, I'm assuming, seeing as was Ocean Man's gun I heard going off. It's pretty well textbook Rainbow Six, isn't it? They're locking down these positions and eliminating them one by one.
And it's looking really nice. It's, you know, like you're saying, hard clearing everything. And look at this, they're doing everything they need to right now. Power plays with a reach on toward God Legion, but that's nicely done from Vinny to shut down Bundy. However, we've already seen this exact play pan out, and oh, Mangos with the quick little wide peek onto Vinny will delete him completely as the control again has flipped into the hand of power plays with 30 seconds left.
Yes, 4 on 3. They are sending out their utility, full send, about to hit the bomb site. No, Muesli's actually backed off of that one as Red's going to find one fast. Will be traded back, however, so 3 on 2. Raven and Redolent. Why is Raven always alive in these late round situations, Manic?
I don't know, but they're going to have to look to him this time. Red's still there, obviously, but Ocean Man and Muesli to close it on out. That is a flawless attacking side to start out from Powers in this best of 3. Did you see that coming?
No, especially because we see Oddity start on defense. Defense is normally very heavily favored here on Clubhouse. Like, you know, a few months ago we saw, I think it was 6-0 one way, then a 6-0 the other way, but it's a very heavily defensive side. I don't think I've ever seen that big of an attacking half here on Clubhouse ever.
That's pure dominance to start. And maybe they might just be able to shut it out right here, right now. Church and Arsenal, the last stand for Oddity, as map number 1 looks to go into the favour of power players. Obviously, this is power players' pick, so something kept up the sleeve, the ace of cards. So who knows? Who knows what Oddity have to bring on this attacking side, but it's going to have to be better than what we saw in that first half, because that is a pure shutout.
Yeah, looking at these operator lineups, we do see a Capitao being brought here by Oddity. Great pick, of course. Muesli has just been going off, hasn't he? 10 kills we saw after 6 rounds. Beautiful stuff from him.
Just can't hit it. Just. That's okay.
Well, he's using the SMG-11, you know, that recoil.
Pretty intense, Monkey. Pretty damn intense. So, oh well, there we go. Eventually, comes around full circle and we do find the drone in the end of it. This is really crucial for Oddity. They, like, I don't know, at this point the mental game is obviously going to be hugely affected as you've just been clean swept on that defensive side, but surely even just one round would be enough to kind of get something moving here.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't want to say it's all over Red Rover, but I think it might be like 1, 2 maybe for Oddity, but the fact that it's so defensive-sided, I think this might be over here, Manic. But, as you said, the fat lady has to sing before we can call it. I think I can hear her warming up our back, though, so...
Yeah, it's starting to come to full effect. Casper's going to get that early info, obviously. Subroof being opened up in towards CCTV, but Bundy, with that pulse, going to be roaming around.
Look at all the roamers there are for the defenders. Complete stark contrast to how we saw Oddity trying to defend this bomb site. I think they have 4 off-site, just the one trying to lock it down.
Let's see whether this is the... whether this is it, because I feel maybe Oddity could take a chapter out of the book of power plays in this particular matchup if they make this work. There's the drone clear, so now needing to be careful. That's going to be a little bit of a whiffed C4, and it will be destroyed, so all things are the way they are. Casper doesn't get the early damage, so it's just going to have to be this raw fight. 2 players to come in from Oddity. They go one by one. The clear's there, but Casper can't find the second. At least shutting down that thermite. Mangos is there as well. They're not expecting this such heavy presence on that top floor. Mute with the shotgun.
Why are they sending their thermite in first is what I want to know, but Vast will find Muesli to bring us back to a 3-on-3. Oh, but then there's Bundy to peek. He's running pulse with the shotgun. This is just going from bad to worse here for Oddity.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it, Monkey. And look at the information that Bungie's getting. There's so much that can be translated across towards Mangos. And he's going to wait for that pick to come on through. The C4's perfectly timed, just going to miss. I don't even know how that missed, but it did only by the whisker. And now in a 2v3, you can see Mangos on that roam, that first floor clear. He's going, oh, what a call from Vinny. Back to the 2v2, Monkey. This is where it begins for Oddity.
2v2, they're trying to save the embarrassment of a flawless win here. Oh, but we might see the drop. No! Bundy's able to find one, but Raven to trade him on back. But Ocean Man to finish off. That is a big F, guys. 7-0. That was nice and easy for power plays, and this is the complete opposite to what we expected.
Yeah, and that's it, right? A flawless victory, not even really any hesitance being able to be pushed forth from Oddity. Absolutely massive, and, you know, that's just, I mean, absolutely ridiculous. 10 kills on Ocean Man, 10 kills on Muesli. Oh, Monkey. Baby. That is a statement and a half to come through.
I'm lost for words. You know, Oddity, of course, playing with their coach. Okay, not in air quotes, but Raven slotted in so well for them last week, and now we see this, a 7-0.
And just so convincing. Like, it wasn't... I mean, there were 2 rounds that might have been a little bit closer. Let's say 3 rounds, because there were 3 1v1s. But at the end of the day, you know, half the time the bomb was down and they were playing for that post plan in the in that first half. I mean, power plays out of left field coming in.
Yeah, well, I wonder if people are thinking about that 76% vote now and thinking, oh, we might need to revisit that. But I think to put it into like maybe some kind of excuse or perspective here for Oddity is it was power plays' pick, and we could really tell it by the way they were playing. They were a well-oiled machine the whole way. Every movement was calculated, and maybe the first round is the only one that I can think where Oddity looked like they were going to win it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. There was that. It was the 4v2, wasn't it? Where
Yes.
they were firmly in control. God Legion had been on the flank, so they'd already cleared most of the areas down toward blue. And oh baby, that was pretty nasty to bring that back from a 2 versus 4 to kickstart. Had that have gone the other way, had that have gone in Oddity's favor, and they'd close that with like a 4-0. The 4v2, if they'd just close it out, not dropping a single player, I think we'd be seeing a completely different storyline. I mean, I don't know. That might just be me.
Yeah, maybe Oddity are a team that do have a pretty good mental state, I feel. And so, I don't want to say, they just got tilted and lost from there, because I think it was more than that. Especially having their coach in.
Yeah.
We spoke with Raven midweek during the Pro League interviews, and he was saying they lost the first map, but they were able to bring back the second map.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking to the boys, and he's like, just calm down. It's a new map, and that's probably what he's saying right now. Don't worry, guys. It's a new map. It's our pick. Consulate. We've scrimmed it, dry ran it so many times. We know exactly what we're doing.
Yep.
So yeah, I fully expect Oddity to fight back on this one. But if we see that power plays on Consulate, I think this might be game over.
You reckon that's it? If power players turn up in concert, if they come in with the same mentality they just had, which just seemed dominant. I don't even necessarily know whether Oddity had the answers at all for power plays in that first half, and come second half, I mean, the Roam, 2 polar opposite different play styles, Monkey.
Yeah, it was definitely very interesting to see. But looking forward to this one.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to talk about the bans for the previous map and whether, that really affected things. But, it was default bans on defense. And that's where Oddity lost most of their, rounds. And also the operators that we saw power plays bringing, there was nothing there that you'd normally ban out anyway. It was pretty default stock standard operators.
Yep.
Like we saw the Maverick and the Nomad bans. If they were on the table, they might have played it a bit differently. But, power plays just played their own game.
Yeah, just kept it simple. They didn't look to overcomplicate anything, did they? Like you were saying, I think it was like the 4th round we were watching them, and it was just this really, just a slow clear from start to finish, and it honestly never looked like power plays were, fussed. They were never trying to outplay. But ladies and gentlemen, we are heading on into Consulate. Monkey. Banning phase, is this going to be somewhat important moving forward?
Well, as I said, last map didn't really have an effect at all. But that being said, a lot of this stuff can be very map dependent. So let's see what they bring out. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another Nomad ban. Something that teams, definitely struggle with here on a map where there's so many runouts. But Jackal will be the first one. Kind of surprising, but kind of not. Jackal is one of those operators that not only his gadget is mostly useful, but he brings, the smoke grenades and, of course, the pocket shotgun. And then, yes, it is that Nomad ban once again from power plays.
That was pretty much the exact same ban. Will we see a similar storyline of the one? No, so Volk's going to be taken out. Obviously,
very common ban here on Consulate.
Denying a lot of that information coming through from the defensive side, and Mirror as well. So a lot of intel gathering gone from the side of the defense, but that's probably what we expected to see.
So yeah, pretty similar ban phase, and then in the fact that we have the Nomad and the Mirror off the table, but then the map dependent operators have really changed over. So Maverick, he's so powerful in Clubhouse, not banned out this time. It's going to be the Jackal instead, and the Valkyrie, so powerful on this map, seeing as it's so square, and when you run out, you can get a lot of people that are repelling in one angle rather than having to find several angles. So Valkyrie taken off the board instead of the Echo, which, I think, you got to decide between Valkyrie, Mirror, and Echo, which one you don't want to deal with, and it's going to be Valkyrie, Mirror.
Do you think that that's going to affect the defense side? Do you think we'll see Echo really play too much?
It really depends on the bomb site once again. So I believe top floor is the first. Yeah, you hardly ever see an Echo round on this bomb site. However, down in Garage, it's quite a lot of Echo presence.
Okay. And we'll have to wait and see what the full effect of this will be as we do head upstairs first. Now, on the back of that first matchup, Oddity really looking to get these rounds on the board early. They can't afford to have a slow start, I feel. Even if, you know, the first couple of rounds go the way of power plays, they have to find a way to almost instantly respond. And I'm sure they will. Like you were saying before, very headstrong coming through from Oddity. And Raven, obviously, being in the game, might actually offer a lot of the in-game calls, possibly.
Yeah. The thing is, of course, is that Todd plays a very different role to what Raven does. So, he's on the operators. Like Todd plays the Jaeger here.
Yep.
But Todd's just a lot more aggressive, and I think he just reads the game very well. But speaking of aggression, there's something early. Vinny to find Ocean Man.
So, we did see this before in map 1 where they lost a lot of the early players, but power plays continuously brought it back. Now, whether we're actually able to see the feels bad. Oh, what?
Bit of drone parkour.
Why not?
Yeah, when you mix your drone with some Spider-Man. Wall climbing drone. Oh! Muesli down below. And he's going to find the wall bang there onto Raven. Beautiful stuff there from Muesli. Great information. Surely they knew someone was downstairs. This staircase is going to be set completely on fire here, Manic. No one's playing around it, however. But I think Vinny took a lot of punishment.
But again, this is what we saw from power plays in map number 1, which is not being afraid to completely open up those areas. Yeah, sure, we're using a utility, but I tell you what, we're taking a lot of space, a lot of room to move now.
They've got the information as well to, I think it is Vinny in that back closet there. They had the drone, they could see his feet. Yes, there we go. So they know exactly where he is, but finding the angle onto him is a different story here.
Yeah, that's a really tough ask, but they actually managed to flush him out. Unfortunately, Muesli not going to be able to capitalize on that area. It's going to be Red to take Casper down, who might not have expected. Actually, no, that was going to be opened up by him, so sweet revenge.
Yeah, that's normally not a fight you'd consider winning, but this is where it gets scary for Oddity. They're in a 2-on-4, we saw what happened last time.
Oh, God.
There's Mangoes to compound that, 2v3. Manic, I'm starting to feel rather worried.
Yeah, the small glimmer of belief creeps back in at this point. Bundy just taking a sweet time to clear on through. The problem is going to be its pulse. The information's going to be ridiculous, but the pre-fire was there. The information, does he find the kill? Bundy, no, not just yet. Still being able to down him. Monkey, it's coming back, and I'm starting to believe.
This is some deja vu. I feel like we've been here before, Manic. Vinny is very lit. The health advantage does lay on the side of Oddity, but there we go. No Oddity throw once again. They're going to close it out this time.
The thing was, Bandit was actually, there was a chance. There's a chance, but that's okay. We won't, rather Bundy, sorry. Almost that chance to open that first kill coming through. Now we will head to Cafeteria Garage and maybe the Echo pick that we were very softly talking about before.
So, are we going to see an Echo? I wouldn't be surprised if it was 6th picked, but normally, because he's so banned, sometimes teams don't really have him as an operator that they would want to have in their strats. So the Maestro looks like he's going to be the one to stay in as that denial, because Echo and Maestro feel very similar roles.
Have to wait and see, truly, for Oddity, whether this is the start that they were looking for, whether they're going to be able to work off the back. We had mentioned before, obviously, such a dominant start from that attacking side, and actually do pick up Gridlock. I don't think we really touched on that just then, but they are going to be picking up Gridlock. Might assist in that roam, well, rather flank clear.
Yeah, well, that's something we saw, who was it? It was Fury attempt, trying to force out a Gridlock here on this map, and Dev and I were very critical of it because nothing they were doing was working at all, and you know, the track stingers were easily countered by the defenders, but it could be a different story here.
Gotta hope now for their sake that it is. Raven on that very high roam game. And again, it looks like they're going to be pretty comfortable to do this. Actually, this is not what we saw Oddity do in the previous. It was more so power plays being comfortable too. But two players, oh my word. Bundy with the angle. Pre-fire, why not?
That's a clincher, isn't it? When you see the bullets fired through at you outside, and you're like, oh no.
Not again. Don't do this.
Well, it's going to be, of course, a top-down clear here as Muesli. He just dry peeks that and wins the fight onto God Legion. Absolutely shut down. Vinny, of course, is up here still. I think they did have the info on him. You can hear that drone. Are we going to see maybe some grenades? Raven's come up to assist, in fact, and, you know, Raven thinking is about to win this gunfight, especially with the amount of HP.
Ooh. Very dangerous, as Muesli already had the line. Doesn't hit the shot now, just needs to be careful. It's going to be Mangos finding both players heading down the exit stairs. And maybe some goo mines to be deployed, but that's not the start Oddity were hoping for. You'd have to feel not, but that's fast trade from Vast, and quite an explosive one at that, stomping around. Brought back to the 2 versus 3.
That was very beautifully done there from power plays. They flushed him down the exit stairs and right into Mangoes. But Vast, he's managed to put himself in a bit of a sneaky position on the roam. They just cannot lock down his position, and it looks like they're not even trying to use their utility for it. We are going to see the Maestro on site go down, so it is just Vast to try and retake in the 1-on-2 here.
I believe. Already got the right start. Takes down Bundy. Control now being given. Does clear out that other side of the truck. But Ocean Man just saving it at the last grasp. And wow, what a round from Vast to bring that back.
That would have been the ace if he got the last one. Quad kill with that C4 at the end, but just not enough in the end there. Good attempt though, but I don't know. Really, this is a completely different Oddity to what we normally see, or a completely different power plays. They're just playing out of their minds right now.
What do you think it's more the case of? Do you think it's more the case that Oddity are just not as set, or do you think it actually is this maybe new brand that Power are bringing in?
I definitely think power plays are looking a lot better. But then again, like, I find it really hard to put my finger on it. Like, are they looking good because Oddity are playing bad, or are they looking good because they've actually really improved? I suppose this is one of those situations where we have to see how they're looking in a few weeks against other teams as well. So either way, they are, you know, playing above and beyond my expectations right now.
Whether they're going to be able to continue to do so is obviously going to be vitally crucial to their progress. Now, I believe we're back in the garage. We are. Garage cafeteria as they reattempt the site. And maybe this time we don't see as heavy of a roam to come through, but I would dare say that they're still going to be taking it into this. And whether power plays can execute in the same fashion. I think there were some close 1v1s. Obviously, God Legion with the Mozzie up against Muesli to start that engagement out. It was a pure raw peak, and it was, you know, 2 foot away from each other.
Yeah, well, you can see definitely what Oddity's plan is, but I think on this top floor, they really need to set themselves a different escape route rather than trying to run down exit stairs. Because we saw Mangoes just sitting at the bottom of the stairs. He lined them both up as they ran right into his crosshair. Like, you know, easy kills that he's just getting fed to him. So maybe some hatches might be opened up from Oddity, might be a better move rather than trying to just sprint down the stairs.
Yeah. And this is the exact same clear, the exact same position in which Muesli was able to find that first kill. It's history repeating itself, and I believe it was God Legion as well who fell early, so...
Yeah. You can see the plan there, right? Because they're running the Mozzie up there. They're waiting for the drones to try and drone him out first, but it's just a dry peak, no information, but they're ready for it. But Raven, he might be behind enemy lines here after we see that drone go past him.
Yeah, this is really dangerous. It's going to be as well, but at least Casper gets the early info. The trade comes straight through from Mangos again. Monkey, is this just history repeating itself right now? It's Vast again to clutch it out.
Well, he's going to have to try at least 4v1. He is at least on the bomb site. He's seen one. That's some damage down. I think he might have actually downed him. But Ocean Man to finish things off. Manic, I've got no words right now. Well, no, I've got words, but you know.
Yeah, we've got words, but they probably shouldn't really be touched on just at this point, because it is only round 4 that we're heading into. But, you know, that's 2 of the very same style of play that we saw come through from Oddity, with no real adaptation in terms of their roam up top, and power plays literally just do the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's a bit amateur, isn't it, from Oddity right now? Just allowing power plays to clear them out like that. Like, I've no idea why we saw Mango's... sorry, who was playing the Mozzie? Was it Redolent?
It was God Legion.
Yeah, just peeking the top of the stairs, like right where that gridlock is. Like, yes, you know, you kind of expect him to be gathering information first, but you shouldn't be taking a peek without the information.
I think maybe there was an audio cue to come through as Gridlock did chuck down.
Yes,
I think that's maybe what initiated it, and maybe it was a bait. I don't, you know, obviously we didn't get to see from Gridlock's perspective at that point in time, but maybe there was a certain play in that sense. But regardless, they can go back up to office / meeting, which they did win previously, and maybe this is it for them.
Maybe this is it for them, but Consulate is another map that's pretty heavily defender-sided, Manic. It's one of those maps that, because it's so compact, I suppose, it's very hard for the attackers to gain any, I like to call it, meaningful map control.
Yep.
Like, this top floor can be completely locked down by the defenders, just spread across it.
Yep.
And you have to either, you know, force your way up a stairs or clear out some of those defenders from the windows. Ooh.
Jeez. Not exactly the way you really want to be starting for power plays. But one thing you did touch on, obviously, you know, it can be that defensive side on the top floor, but I feel like they've done a very good job, even in that first round where they did lose, of doing their due diligence and clearing out stairs and those sort of positions.
Yeah. Well, I suppose what we're seeing from power plays is great usage of the utility that they've been afforded. They are using it to their maximum ability.
So Ocean Man going to be opening up the bank account for this round as Raven does fall down, but I'm sure all ADSs were deployed. There's a bit of live droning in toward that A site, and Casper again just confirming there are no roams, there are no lurks, there are no flanks that are going to come through later in. And look at the control that Muesli's already taking. So much information being gained as they've
but
cleared.
He knows that door's on lockdown, however. They really have to clear out the Maestro. Casper just can't find the right angle for his frag grenade. That time it'll do it, but the camera's still up there.
Just a little bit unlucky on that placement of the nade. But it does take down the shield, so at least another angle they don't have to worry about just yet. They do obviously have Muesli out on balcony, who is slowly starting to gain a little bit more room. They have the necessary requirements to head into the side. It looks like it is just going to be Muesli heading straight on in, with Bundy holding the line to ensure that they can't push. And that's going to be Vast taking him down. He might get aggressive here, which he has done. But too little too late. Nice line from Ocean Man to take him down. But, ooh, okay. 1v1. No, 1v2, sorry. God Legion drops the bomb.
Yeah, he's denied it from below. However, he is off-site, and there's still plenty of time for these attackers to go and grab that diffuser and start planning once again. There is the information gathering, however, so he's going to try and play off that. But no more explosive from below, so he's going to have to shoot them through the floor if he wants to deny this one.
Oh my word, this is really nicely played from God Legion, and it just denied the bomb plan at the last second. Ocean Man now going to go for the wild plan across toward that B bomb site to put him off a little bit more. But does he read this? Does God Legion find the kill? It looks like he's going to through the ceiling. What a play to come through from God Legion in the 1v3 clutch, and that is how you play Pulse.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from below. God Legion shuts him down. You know, it wasn't all over. If there was a Claymore that he could have stepped in, it could have been an attacker win there, but he was very careful. Not going to be throwing that round away. But once again, you know, Manic, we look at it, yeah, power plays have won this round. But that was a very dominant round from power plays that Oddity were able to steal back with a 1v3.
And I guess in any other case, if that's not Pulse, good luck. Good luck coming from that first floor back in towards top, clearing out those positions, denying the bomb plant with no information. So I guess it's one in a way that can be a misstep coming through from power plays to not completely clear the roam, but at the same time, that's, you know, well capitalized on a very smart pick.
The normal way to play that, though, Manic, is just have someone out by the front door. Like, you don't even have to clear the roam.
Yeah.
If you're planting in meeting room, have someone out the front door below, spray open the barricade, and just make sure no one gets below to throw C4s. Like, right where Redolin is. If you're outside there, anyone standing, you know, just a bit back with a gun will be able to see anyone that's trying to toss the C4 up through the floor and just shut them down with a few taps. So I feel like that's what power plays could have done differently, and the round would have, you know, been in their favour 100%.
Do you think that they took that a little bit too hastily then, trying to get that bomb down?
I don't think so. It was one of those things of, all right, we're set up for execute. There's no point waiting around. Let's execute. Like, I just, you know, we can see the strat that they had planned, but if they made that adaptation of having someone below, you know, watching for any C4s, you know, they could have easily closed that one out, but... you know, good strat overall, just a slight tweak, and, you know, you've got it golden.
Raven pretty happy to take the early info. We'll back away, though. Resetting and fading back into the midst.
Yeah, so we see, you know, Oddity have tried Garage twice and lost it twice. This time they're going to attempt Lobby instead.
So Muesli going to be going for that top-down clear. There's two members for Oddity up here right now. And we'll be live droning herself as the information coming through. So now knowing that there is a Mozzie, probably going to think that at least there is going to be one member roaming, if not two. But this is the exact same.
This is the position that God Legion's playing, where he had, you know, so much, you know, I don't know what's the word, failure?
Yeah.
He got shut down every time by Muesli. So he's playing this a lot more passively, a lot further back for now.
Bundy on the kill toward Vinny. They still have that presence upstairs, but...
Oh, they're planting?
What? Hello? Fair enough. There we go. So... the somewhat deny comes through for the bomb plant, but Mangos has taken down God Legion. There's no one on site to deny. Vast goes down. Red trying to find something through the bottom of the floor, but... what? Monkey?
I think this was some, you know, great rush strategy here from power plays. Well, not even a rush. They just, you know, do their due diligence, and they're like, all right, well, let's execute. It's a 1v4, you know, very unlikely for this to come off for Raven, especially just being on the 1 HP. There we go. Mangoes to shut him on down. So, yeah, you know, I just want to say, so power plays, take a look at the bomb site. All right, it's clear. Let's jump on in. Someone tries to deny from below. No luck. However, he repositions. Plant goes down, and Oddity are scrambling to try and deny it, and they just get tore to shreds.
I mean, that was just such a fast clear on toward that bomb site. There was no... they didn't really take their... well, obviously they took their time in doing it, otherwise they would have been caught out at some point, but that was just really quick. There was really... you blinked and it was over. There's no hesitance that we saw from Oddity.
A minute 37 on the clock, and power plays are starting to plant.
Do you think that that's got to do with feeling the roam presence up top at all? And just kind of changing the play style?
I think it's more of power plays were playing this very simply, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they knew if they want to plant in piano, which is where they started off, they need to make sure that there can be no denial from above. They we saw the one repelling on the west side, just looking into console office. So no one's in above, so we're good to plant. They jump in, start planting. Oh, there's one below. Let's just reposition because he's got impact grenades instead of C4. And they just set up the crossfires and executed. That's all it really was.
So, Oddity, it's really in their hands how this one lies. Will it be 3-3 or will Power Plays have an incredible attacking start again?
All I'm saying is this is very scary for Oddity. They are, down on a very defensive or fairly defensive-sided map, I suppose. And, they're going to have to attack coming from behind and, no safety net at all. If they lose this series, this map, they've lost the series. No third map in it for them.
Yeah. So, already Casper with a lot of information on that top stair roam by the looks, and they are playing very similar again with the Pulse. Just relaying the information toward Vast, who might actually be able to capitalize off the back of that. And there you go. It was the information handed on through, so for the first time we don't actually see Muesli open up the round with the gridlock. Instead, will fall, but Mangos on the quick trade to red. And with how low Vast is as well, not looking the greatest on that top floor.
Yeah, well, it is the man advantage to Oddity, and Mangos is also super lit. So they're trying something very similar. In fact, Bundy's just going to enter into the site and find God Legion looking the wrong way. The thing is, though, they do not have the diffuser. It is all the way out front.
With a minute 37, this is where we saw him trying to go for that initial plant, but this time they're looking to pick that bomb back up, and they could have gone for that very fast. Again, we're going to see Raven this time on that pulse, starting to relay information as to where they are. Vinny's going to capitalize on it again, so great use from the pulse sensor. Casper, however, with a very nice trade to come through directly onto Vinny as they open up straight out in towards the main lobby. Bomb will be picked up, and now there's a good chance for the plant if Mangos doesn't fall.
Yeah, of course, they do have to be worried about the sandwich, the one above and the one below. Mangos is going to attempt the plant. Oh, is Raven getting distracted by this one? No, Vast will find the plant to shut him on down. So it is all up to Casper. Fuser dropped on site, of course. But there is still that C4 potential from below from Raven. I think, that's going to shut it down if he doesn't get too C4 heavy. He has to wait till he's stopped and be sure he's planting. He also has to be very wary of above because that's where Vast was. Power plays have picked up the diffuser and they're going to default to the B bomb site. So once again, this bomb site can only be denied from above. The call is coming out from for Vast. C4 comes up and nothing landing. Plant stopped and Casper's going to run back again. Manic, this is a bit of cat and mouse right now, isn't it?
It is, but that has to be it. Surely there's not really too many avenues for Casper to work with. Will try to stick the plan, has to stick the plan, and Raven has done an incredible job of denying from below. And a round that's been won in, you would have to say, similar fashion from the one that we saw previously?
Well, it was... I think the main thing we're seeing here, right, is that we're seeing power plays deploy a lot better strategy. However, they're also winning a lot more heads-up gunfights. Mm-hmm. And, we always say that, you should be able to win with Apple gun skill. It should be 100% based on your strategy and your positioning. But the way these two teams are going at it, a bit of a dogfight, that's important. And it seems like power plays are coming out on top of that for the most part.
So 2 rounds have been saved by the Pulse. Well, one in particular saved by the Pulse. That one maybe not so much as there was still 2 players left. Vast obviously on the 1 HP from that early engagement. So how will power plays attack this? Rather defend this in the... attack the defense. How are they gonna bring it on through? Mangos leading the frags, but only just with Vast on the backside of 8. So a lot better than what we saw in that first match.
You know, this week compared to last week, it really seems like Raven is struggling a bit more. And I don't know if it's a bit of a fair comparison to make. You know, they were up against Acme last week, weren't they? Was it Acme?
I believe it was Acme, yes.
Yeah. And I think that Acme play very aggressive and a lot more I don't know, aim heavy rather than strat heavy. And Raven was having so much success. And I think now that he's come up against a team that is focusing on strats along with having some fairly decent aim, he's getting pretty well shut down.
Now, this is something that we didn't really see come through from Oddity at all, which is going to be that echo play. Do we think that this could be a bit of a game changer for power plays on this first defense?
As I said, echo's not really a very common pick up here. Like, you know, they are doubling down on it with the Maestro. So, you know, very similar plant denial kind of utility. I suppose it just depends on how we see them play it. Ooh, Echo Drone discovered after the Thatcher grenade knocked it down from the skirt. So, you know, he's down one Echo Drone already.
Now, one thing we didn't see as often from Oddity on that defense side was that exit stairs kind of presence actually on the staircase. We saw him usually play from inside bath, but
yeah,
toilet. Oh, unfortunate.
No, I think he wanted it to bounce on the windowsill like that. It was not through the window, but on the windowsill, just to avoid any of the ADSs. But I don't think it was done quite right. God Legion will find Muesli. Oh, this could be pretty cheeky. Oh, gets the down. That's the Echo off the board, so no impact for him.
So already Echo and Jaeger going to be taken down. Oddity playing this one really nicely to start with. However, Mangos can still have that huge impact that we have seen from before. Obviously, Maestro still up and can deny the headshot angle was there for Casper, but they can't capitalize. Mangos with a close shotgun play. Just tries to hold onto the staircase for one more second. The Nitro Cell's going to come out. The timing might be there. It is as well. God Legion goes down. Brought back to a 3 versus 4, but the HP and man advantage definitely in the favor of Oddity.
Yeah, Mangos also saw that frag grenade fly right past his vision. So Oddity have slowed things down. They're really having a lot of trouble with these exit stairs here. Looks like it's going to be another one to try and take the 1v1 here from Oddity. They really need to clear him out.
Well, that is finally going to happen, and that's going to be the insta-trade coming through. It's all onto Ocean Man, who brings it back into the 1 versus 2. So this could be a little bit dangerous, but Vast. Nice shot.
Yeah, very cheeky angle here. The pixelist of pixel peaks.
Damn. That's a land angle, son. That is a nasty land angle. So, do we see a swap? No. Fair. Fair enough.
Yeah, they're going to try and force it out once again. And we saw there, right, we saw Oddity really struggling to take control of meaningful map presence, right? They were trying to just brute force their way up those exit stairs or yellow stairs. They, you know, spent a lot of utility and eventually they were able to do it, but it cost them a lot of time, a lot of manpower, and a lot of utility.
Data Runo. So, don't know, did we see the castle in that first round just now? I don't think we did we?
No, we did. I remember Casper taking that peek on the headshot angle, remember? And he went down to that 1 HP.
Was two, yeah. Just didn't see the barricades where they were placed, I don't think. Well, I didn't see them, so...
Yeah, well, you know, they obviously didn't have much impact in the round then, did they?
Nope, apparently not. And this time will we see a similar kind of presence on exit stairs? It looks like Muesli might be pretty keen to.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to probably put Mangos here again with the shotgun and the C4, and he's just going to, you know, hold it till he dies.
Just play the close angle. Play Juggernaut.
Well, what are the ways to clear someone out from there, Manic? I suppose you could have everyone just bum rush him at once, or 5 of yous. Like a shotgun, you know, into a mob of people isn't going to kill everyone, but he might get a 2-for-1 special.
Yep. Well, I guess it's what are you willing to? Are you willing to risk that? Are you willing to allow them to have control of exit? I guess that's the question.
You know, we can see all the grenades getting tossed on in the flashbangs to burn all these ADS systems. Okay, so Vast has got the information on his drone. He's definitely just holding it down, isn't he? Oh.
Yeah, he's not really looking to get too aggressive. Holding onto that tight angle of stair. The very first flight from that top floor. Oh, he actually is somewhat aggressive in this position. He fades away and does get caught out. Will he die? Surely Mangos is still alive. He was pinched in. How is he still alive, Monkey? What?
He's played it so smartly as well. He knew that the frag grenade would be following up, so he pushed forward to avoid that toss. Of course, he did run into the God Legion downstairs, but he wasn't able to. He was able to get away with his life intact. Of course, he is very lit, but that's exit stairs given up.
Well, at least it's exit stairs given up, but Mangos still alive, so still impact to come through. And they can now turtle maybe a little bit more. Casperino, denying it. Very nicely done as well. Might even be able to deny it once again if he decides to push on through, but they do have the access from exit hall. Nicely done from Vast to take down Muesli. In the meantime, Casper's being dropped, and Mangos is looking for this flank right now. Do they know? 100% they know. Both players now getting distracted from the same angle.
I think at this point they just need to hold the flank. No point chasing him. Vast, however, will do that. So it is Ocean Man and Bundy. The two anchors on site with the ACOGs going to try and play at range. These attackers, have they got the information as to their positioning?
Can Ocean Man hit a nice shot, as was previously? That's going to be the diffuser dropped as well. I believe that's dropped all the way down. Picking it straight back up. Bundy taking down God Legion. This is looking really good for the defensive side. The aggression from Ocean Man catches him out. Just not going to be able to control the spray. But it was so close. Will he be able to deny the bomb plan? It looks like not. A 1v2 and trying to spray wildly through the wall to deny the plan and also the secondary player. The reload is going to take its sweet time. But now can start to work with a 1v2.
Look how lit they are. They just need to be blown on. There's the first one. Can he get the second one? He can! Ocean Man, what a round. To bring back the 1-on-2 clutch, the 5-on-2, Rob. That's insane.
Holy moly. That is, I mean, so well played from Ocean Man as well to not waste time and get aggressive while the second teammate actually took a lot of the attention, a lot of the firepower away. That was intense.
Yeah. Big energy from Ocean Man there. Alright, so Oddity. Sorry, Power Plays going down to Garage.
Well, they're not going to take the Echo down. No, just going to be taking the Pulse. So, obviously the Kaid. Did you say Kaid or Kaid?
Well, you can say either, I suppose.
Potato.
Kaid is yeah, sorry.
Potato.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like,
yeah.
I suppose we'd have to get the the designer's input on exactly how it's pronounced, but I've heard it said both ways. He's from Morocco, so I mean, how would they say Kaid in Morocco? I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not even going to take a stab in the dark as to that one. I'll because I just hear it said so much and so differently on nearly every broadcast around the world. It's like,
yeah. Whatever, just say whatever. Everyone knows what you're on about. You could just call him Electro Clawman if you want.
Electro Clawman, I like that. I'm gonna, from now on, Electro Clawman trying to clutch out in a 1v2. That sounds so nice.
Sounds like a superhero.
I was literally, you beat me to it. It sounds like a superhero. It's meme worthy, I'll tell you that much. So to set on up, it is now Oddity again, looking for that attack, and the pulse that had so much effect in that first half in 2 unique rounds for Oddity is now being picked up on the side of power plays.
Yeah, getting used up against them, isn't it?
Certainly is.
But, you know, they've got the information now, which is step 1 for power plays, but now they have to, you know, act off it in the right way. So step 2, you know, it's not once you've got the information you've won, it's got the information you have to play off it correctly. Looks like the garage will be opened up easy as you like. No real contention from the Cade or the Kaid. Electro Claw.
Some droning as well to give themselves the room to move. It's going to be the secondary charge being used from Thermite, and little to no hesitation at all. So Casper just being stuck in behind.
Oh, I really like that placement.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what was going on then, and then I saw, as our wonderful observer Sky, thank you very much.
Yeah. Excellent view. Well, pretty turtley strat this time from power plays, isn't it? No roamers at all. I say that, and Bundy is stuck in the bathroom here.
Like a rat cornered, I'm sure Bundy will find a way to fight his way out of this one. Got the nitro cell to boot as well.
Are they even aware he's in there? That's the question I want to know.
I really don't think so. I don't really know whether Bundy's shown any presence whatsoever. So this could be a free kill to come in, and he'll be able to drop down straight away to bolster that bottom side defense. 2 members starting to clear on through. That's Vinny taking down Casper through the flooring. Just on the other side of the wall. 30 seconds left. Time starting to run a little bit thin here, Monkey, as we get down to the wire.
Yeah, well, there's God Legion with another one, but they have no idea Bundy's here. He's waiting to make his move. Looks like Vast was holding the angle onto the bathroom, but yeah, they really have to move quickly here, don't they? Ocean Man, nice shot, but Vinny to trade him on back. Here comes Bundy. He's in behind. He knows they're planning. Oh, he's going to be seen on the flank by Vast, and God Legion to find Mangoes is the last one. Potential there, but I think Bundy needed to move just a little bit sooner. Holy pre-fire, Batman.
Yeah, very, very nicely done on that last kill. But yeah, like the positioning was good, but there was just no impact to come through that entire round. Obviously, they know that the hatch is clear. I guess that's one point to make. But the problem is, you know, Bundy, by the time that they'd actually made their move, he'd had little to no impact other than the small little clearance of that hatch, which Oddity unfortunately just weren't going for. Had that have been the play, had they have been trying to put presence there and trying to press from above, it could have paid off. But we do head back to Cafeteria Garage, of course. Bandit this time being deployed instead of the Kaid.
Yeah, so are they going to try for the Bandit bounce, the Bandit trick? I'd say, like, you know, Bandit tricking on this bomb site, unless you have control of piano, and even then it can be pretty well impossible. There are some angles from rappelling outside where they can shoot through the floor right at the Bandit, so it's a pretty tight spot to try it from. But, you know, if Oddity don't do their due diligence, he might be able to get 1 or 2 thermite charges.
Well, with no real other breacher, it's all up to Thermite, and if Ocean Man can use his magic, work his magic rather, it might just pay off. But again, we will see, I think that's going to be Bundy staying up, again denying the hatch access. Touched on before, didn't really have that much impact in the previous round, and maybe this time, maybe if they can deny those Thermite charges, it might be the play.
Well, they of course do have a Thatcher as well, so that's Bandit's direct counter, but you know, if you can pick him up, put him down, Ocean Man, with the correct timing, he might be good for it. See, Red doesn't want to throw the Thatcher right away when there's only 1 Bandit charged down, right? Because that's, you know, 1 utility for 1 battery. He's going to wait till he starts trying the bandit trick or such. Clear up out above, and you don't even have to waste any more Thatcher grenades.
I just want to say, this would be a nightmare to clean up. I'm just looking at the paper everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, that janitor's not going to be happy. Anyway, moving on from the janitor, they are starting to clear out with those drones, and Mute, obviously, with the jammer to give him the room to breathe, but he might actually get stuck, because I believe that Oddity will probably expect a similar play.
Yeah, well, you know, the idea is if someone's trapped in the bathroom like that, they've got a shotgun in your face, and I believe he would have the hatch opened as well. So if he needs to quick get out of there, he can. But the idea is he's going to, you know, want to take 2 or 3 with him.
Well, he is right opposite. Maybe if they hold the line to the hatch and put the pressure on to Bundy, they might be able to make it work. He is starting to hear Buck with the opening, and of course the drone not being able to get any further than the Mute jammer. If they do come in and destroy that, then obviously the corner will be stuck for Bundy. And the question is, how long can he hold them off for, Monkey?
Well, he's got a shotgun, so that's the kind of weapon you want at close range. They did spot him out on a drone, however. Yeah, as we see, bandit trick not successful, seeing as Piano was in control here of Oddity. And Bundy's going to stick himself back in that other corner we saw him last time in. 1-for-1 trade so far. New Zealand God Legion, Vinny on to Casper, and there's that shotgun. Does so much damage.
And much more aggression that time as well. You could see he was looking for that fight, and that might have just completely turned the tides, as it's going to be Mangos to shut down to Vast, going to walk down the stairs right into the open arms of Ocean Man. And that was just a lot different from what we saw in the previous round.
Oh yeah, 100%. Beautiful stuff here from Power Plays. You know, they are looking like the much better team overall, I must say, but it is 5-5. So if we want to avoid overtime, one team's going to have to win the next 2 rounds. Otherwise, 1 apiece, and that's where we're going.
And just for a reminder for those watching, obviously you do have the graphic up on your screen, but it's 1 round into the 1 map rather into the favour of Power Plays, so they're literally right up against it in taking a 2-0 against Oddity, which the community vote and also our vote as well was heavily swung into the favour of Oddity.
Yep. Look at these kills, Ocean Man. 14. Mango's 12. Casper just the 2, but you know, you don't really have to be, you know, oh, you need to be fragging out more when you're winning that many rounds. We saw one for Oddity as well, was a Vast on 13 himself, so he's not far behind.
Now, so far it has been 1 apiece on that top floor. However, the problem is the 1 piece that Power Plays won was a 2 versus 5 Monkey. It wasn't like a, you know, a really decent kind of a hold.
Yeah. Well, they're bringing out the pulse this time with the shotgun. It's something that, you know, I've only really seen Bundy do himself.
And again,
of course, this here was the main contested area, the exit stairs, yellow stairs, whichever you want to call them. I think they're going to really try and do this a lot quicker this time. Oddity, he's of course stuck in the corner as per usual. Going to try and waste those ADSs and then get the frag grenades down into his lap.
Benny's starting to clear it. Once again, like you said, yellow exit stairs, whatever you wish to be naming. Mangos is going to be playing to once again apply the pressure. This time, some early clear to come on through from the Capital, but it's not really going to have too much of an impact. And
yep, once it's expired, he's straight back there.
Very early
he's getting
smokes.
aggressive.
Oh, wowzers, Monkey. Some very early smokes deployed to give him the room to push on down, but God Legion read that one perfectly. Heard the footsteps coming and held on tight. Now Casper getting droned on out. Actually decides to stay in position. So maybe they don't expect this here, Oddity. Eventually he will be completely droned out. He will back away. As Oddity have, I would say, firm control of that north side.
Yeah, it is definitely firmly in their grasp, but now they have to springboard off it, start executing. 5-on-4, so they do have the man advantage, but, you know, we've seen how much that can mean sometimes to power plays. Not much.
Nope. Now, the question for Ocean Man, does he step up in this exact same position? Habana now starting to find the angles. Toilet. Casper's just waiting for that initial peak to come on through. So there's going to be the deny on the Habana charges. Just manages to get it off in time as well. And that's all of Habana charges breached.
Yeah, 30 seconds, and we're going to have to see Oddity try and bully their way into the bomb site. There goes Redolent with the diffuser. Going to cross on in and start the plant behind the couch. C4 is going to come on over, but that's nowhere near. God Legion to find Muesli downstairs, and Ocean Man's been down, but here comes the push hit from Bundy. He's denied the plant. It is all up to Casper. 1v4. He's found one. Diffuser's starting to get planted once again, so Ocean Man will get picked on back up, and Diffuser will be confirmed.
Definitely decides to go with two instead of trying to deny, and the positions, the crossfires that are already being held by Oddity, are they too strong for them to work with? Of course, one player repelling on the outside window. It's still going to be holding Habana. Raven finds the kill as Habana, and Casper in a 1 versus 3. I don't know whether he's going to be able to make this work. He has to try and find that player on the outside window. He's going to have to stick it at this point. Waits for the player to peek. It could have been perfect timing. He just can't find the kill, and Vinny will shut it down. So I really haven't been too convinced from power plays on this second floor, Monkey.
Yeah. Either way, they're going to have to attempt it again unless they want to try a third choice bomb site. Lobby, press rooms. It looks like that's exactly what they want to do, Manic.
Mm-hmm.
They know, yes, they've won it once, but the once they won it was off of a 2 versus 5 clutch.
Yeah, they can't really, go back into it. I think that's... I personally think that it didn't look strong enough or even nearly convincing enough. So, that's okay. They've heeded the warning of their own self-interest, and so will be Capital. 6-pick Capital. Now, this is crucial. Last round of map number 2. Do we see overtime, or do we see Oddity take it to a third?
Well, a third map, if we get there, of course, is Coastline. So, definitely another map that both teams are intimately familiar with. So, I'm feeling a third map, but at the same time, I'm feeling that power players have got this.
Yes.
Like, they've just looked so convincing across the whole series, especially map 1. Map 2, of course, they've been struggling a bit, but they're, a lot of their rounds were on point, and then, of course, they had a few clutch plays here or there. So, I think their players are definitely feeling it today.
And that can be it. Some mornings you can just wake up feeling alright. You can feel like you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders, but it feels like, a feather. And definitely looks as though they have been so confident. So Doc's going to be picked up, and this is going to be a similar top floor hold and roam that we saw from Oddity that did not pay off.
Yeah, they definitely really struggled with it, didn't they? Now, bringing the Doc here, obviously they just want an ACOG. I feel like Echo would be a better pick overall. He has a very similar gun, of course. It's just the silenced version of the MP5, so he can take an ACOG. Then, of course, you can set those yokai drones up on site as just stationary invisible cams, so... but regardless, it can come down to preference, and Doc, of course, can come in pretty clutch if he needs to revive himself at any point and is able to do so.
So obviously with this top floor presence, it is going to force them to have the top down kind of look. And look at that, straight into the basement floor to go for a bit more of a different look on the flank. Usually holding onto the side in between as well.
see Vinny go down early as
Vinny being dropped, obviously, as the buck. They've been able to use that quite decently as well, but Bundy will fall to Vast, who's in a very advantageous position for that secondary fight on Muesli. Does back away. And they've cleared out the top roam completely. Now the problem's going to be a minute left on the clock. They do have hatch control. They're going to start getting a little bit of a wriggle on. 4v4 as the time ticks. And God Legion. The shoulders. It's fasted again. Starting to get the information. Opening back on through. Fast will be able to access that A bomb site as God Legion live droning for the rest of the team. The question is, can power plays hold this? A lot riding on the shoulders at this point. Raven starting to open up the floors as well. That's going to be a lot of control given in toward that A site. They might just be able to go for the quick plan here. Red is looking for that exact position. As the smokes come out, the execute's in. It's looking really nice from Oddity here. Ocean Man just sprays wildly. Muesli goes down at the hands of Vast. This is looking so good. It's Mangos that manages to find Vast on the outside. It's Ocean Man again. Raven can't get anything done. And Mangos now has control of the top floor. He will be able to see down from the outside. It's all on to God Legion in a 1v3. He will find the first. But ladies and gentlemen, overtime is on the cards. And power plays, they are not done yet. By the way, my poor monkey boy has just had a power outage. So I do apologise if I take over the stream for a little while. This is now going to be the Manic Show. As we do wait for that gorgeous human being with that gorgeous mo to come back in. But that's alright, because there is plenty to discuss, plenty to talk about. An overall back and forth matchup so far. Power plays with a very nice final round. The execute looked so good from Oddity, but the adaptation to come through, the push out on towards balcony from Mangos to find Vast. Ocean Man holding down the A side, and then Mangos again to take complete control of that top floor. What can Oddity do to change this one up? We head to Cafeteria and Garage now. And this is a site that I don't really think has seen all that much success on the defensive side. I think we've seen one round out of all of them go the way of the defense. And 16 kills for Ocean Man. Mangos on 13. 15 across the board from Vast. Just look at the assists, though. 10 assists on Vinny, I think it was. Ridiculous. So again, they are going to set up for a very similar look with Mute putting a lot of pressure in towards the toilet position. And of course, with the easy escape route. There's going to be quite heavy presence on the site, which something that Oddity weren't really taking forth with their defensive side. They had, of course, those two roamers up top, and both times they were cleared out. But of course, they're not on the defensive side, they're on the attacking side, which obviously going for that garage open with Thermite and Thatcher playing hand in hand. It's a little bit of the Batman and Robin. Of course, Bandit is there for that Bandit trick, but we've already seen an attempt twice now from the defensive side to deny it, and it really hasn't paid off. So at this point, you'd probably have to feel like it is going to be the free control given. We'll have to wait and see whether Ocean Man is quick enough on those hands, as Mangos this time is on Maestro. So the early Bandit to come on through. Thatcher making short work of the utility placed down as they do go top down. A lot of control that they can start to take. It's Vast that's really leading the charge in this front. Still again, the Mute remains. This time with a little bit more of a heavy presence from Oddity as they start to clear him on out. They know that they kind of have to if they want to be able to put the pressure from multiple angles, but Bundy just holds onto the line. Slow clear. And it looks like my Ocean, my man, my Monkey Fist is back. How you doing, mate?
How do I send it? Is my headset microphone getting picked up?
Yep, certainly is. That's all right.
Yep,
I'll take
sweet.
us through this final round, and then we'll sort it on through once you've fixed yourself up. So, Raven.
Yeah,
with the...
I'm very sorry for that.
Hey, sorry for
I can't control the weather, unfortunately.
Don't even worry about it, mate. It's completely fine. We're currently down to 50 seconds as of now in what is round number 13. It's a 5v3 in favour of the defensive side. Finally, Raven is going to be able to open up the wall, so they can go for the defuse, but rather for the plant. Ocean Man just on the back of truck is there purely to deny all access as God Legion now has to come through yellow stairs. Slowly clearing up. Look at the smoke, the timing, the placement is so damn good at this point from the defensive side. Power plays are really starting to put the pressure back onto Oddity. I don't know if they've got the answers here. It's going to be Mundy playing from the deep side. The flash is coming on through. It's not going to do a damn thing. I don't know whether they've got any time left. And they do actually manage to push on in, but Ocean Man finds 2 for his name. Zofia will just get the charge down in time, but a 1v3, surely the pressure's going to come through. There's no way that she's going to be able to win this after the bomb plant. And the free kill to come through for Casperino as we do close it on out. It is going to be power plays picking up the first round of overtime.
Nicely done from the power plays, boys. As I said, I think, they might have this one in the bag. I can kind of feel it. But yeah, unless Manic didn't tell you guys, my power's going out.
Don't worry. Everyone knows. It's all good. I got you.
The weather down here in Adelaide. I might just try set up my webcam as well, so I might be not listening for a sec. But yeah, I'm on the laptop, on the hotspot. It's going to be something I have to deal with, so give me a sec, guys.
That's all right. Are you caught up with the timing?
Yeah, I'm in time.
Perfect,
yeah,
perfect.
Just a tiny bit behind, but that's fine.
That's all right. We'll make do. Make the what is it? Make hay while the sun shines. I got you. It's okay. Hello, monkey. I can see you. No one else can see you, so that was really weird for Twitch chat right now, hearing me say hello.
It's really dark in here, so I just do something like this.
Tell me how you got it, Mr. Roboto. Alright, so, round number 14. Power plays 1 away from closing this out. Oddity, now head to the second floor, monkey.
Yeah, second floor. What was it? They didn't really have a great record on this bomb site, did they, Manic?
I'm just having a look. It was the pulse play that won them in the 1v3 on the second time they tried, but it was the first time that... Actually, no, they picked up both. Oddity picked up both rounds, I believe.
On the... Oh, yes, they did.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking of power players up here.
Yeah. So, this is the site that's seen a lot of success from Oddity. And I would dare say, I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but I think we're going to a 15th round.
Yeah, based off of on previous history, I'd have to agree with you there, Manic. But I really am feeling that power plays do have this one in the bag. Yep, sure thing. So 2.5 minutes on the clock. And of course, this top floor is so hard to take control of, or at least, a part of control of. There's plenty of free spots downstairs, however, and the attackers sometimes have to work off of that. Redolent knows there's a drone nearby. Yes, he's going to find it. sprays coming in as well. So Redolent is feeling the pressure starting to get to him, and it looks like Oddity have completely given up Visa as they did previously. They attacked it. Sorry, admin.
There's that pulse again. So damning on this map so far. It's been a real striking force for Oddity's defensive side. And I would dare say that pivotal point is probably going to continue now as control is slowly being taken of that A site. Doorway is open. Muesli fires a kill on the God Legion with the Claymine. And Ocean Man shuts down Vast. This is looking like we might see power plays close this out, Monkey. Oh no, it's all falling apart, my friend.
Oh, it definitely is. They're going to have to dig deep here, the remaining members of Oddity.
Mangos already got the line to yellow stairs. I don't think there's anyone on that top floor. There's no one here. And with Pulse down, there's no real chance to deny. They're already holding on to yellow. Oh no, the staircase is being held by Mangos. There's no sort of entry to come on through. They will be able to try to pre-fire through the bottom of the ceiling from Raven, but the bomb's going to be stuck. 5 seconds left. And this is it. A 2 versus 4. Oh no. See you later.
Well, I'm a bit behind you now, Manic, so... Is that GG, is it?
It's almost GG. It's Raven on 2 HP. I've got you for the end of this. He will be coming up from Spiral, but my goodness. The timer is already half ticked, and it looks like power plays are setting themselves up for another successful map. And Raven, what can he get done? Can he find himself a kill? No, he can't. GG's across the board as power plays take it 2-0 in the first best of 3 of the day. Wow, Monkey. Wow.
Wow, indeed. It's hella dark in here, so I don't know if you're going to miss.
That's alright. I'll try and... Oh.
But yeah. What can you say? It was a dominant performance from from power plays on the first map. Very close, but power play is able to close it out in the end, of course.
I mean, that's absolutely nutty. I mean, 21, 22 kills to come through at the end there for Ocean Man. That was a huge performance nonetheless. And, well, Monkey, did we see that coming?
You know, I want to kind of say that I did kind of. I did say that it was going to come down to who, which power plays show up. And, you know, that first map power plays was absolutely insane, and they were able to keep the majority of that momentum coming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a huge first map, and power play is just really showing full force there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break, but when we come back, we will have map 2. We will have game 2, which Cthulhu and Monkey Fist will be running you all through. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a hot second.
Love is sacred, love is kind, but love is only a state of mind. It's in your heart and in your soul, where nothing hurts like letting go of all you had, go of all you want, and surrender to a higher cause. And we will jump straight over the field. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. Clocks are ticking all the time, but I can show you where to find all the colors of your dreams. The world is opened up to me. It's how we feel, this is how we ride, as we find our place in the afterlife. And if we don't, this is how we kneel. And I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel.
You say you love me, but I don't think that it's true. It's all for you, all that I do. It's hard to escape all the problems in your brain, but it's okay. When things don't go your way, I said, girl, don't lose your faith, 'cause you won't always be alone. You're more than
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Six Masters, day number 3. My name is the Russian Cthulhu. I'm joined today by Monkey Fist. Monkey, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine without my power for now. Thanks, mate.
Well, yeah, all things considered, yeah. We just witnessed a pretty saucy game. Power plays just pretty much giving quite a naughty slapping to Oddity, especially on map number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any comments on that regard? Because I was absolutely watching the whole thing unveil.
It was completely unprecedented, like not what we expected at all. Like, to be fair, Oddity were playing with their coach, but
Yeah.
Power Players are a team we expect to will lose every day of the week to Oddity. Or okay, not every day of the week, but it's
Yeah.
pretty Oddity favored, and even the community vote reflected that.
Yeah, and at the moment we got the next matchup is Zealous versus Acme. Are two teams that just Acme just missed out on Pro League. Zealous was qualified from CL into PL, so those two teams have a big grudge to actually also since CL. First ban on Clubhouse to be coming out from Zealous side would actually be Maverick.
Yeah, not much of a surprise there. Maverick is one of those operators that we see banned quite a lot here on Clubhouse. And yeah, great point there. Acme and Zealous. Zealous actually beating Acme out 2-0 to qualify to Pro League over them. So, Acme going to come back swinging with a vengeance, I feel.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this would be the perfect ground for Acme to take that sweet revenge. All things considered. And so far the performance was formidable, and interestingly enough, also I just want to point out that Jaeger ban could potentially hurt Zealous, I feel.
Yeah, Jaeger is a ban that we see every now and then, but it definitely is one of those bans that we see, we don't see too often, but when we do, it's definitely for a very important reason.
Indeed. And I also have a little bit of that. I did manage to get a quick talk with Serum. Interestingly enough, today, Zealous will not be actually playing in a full core roster. They have 2 subs playing today, which is Sushi instead of JCZ and Striking. And as of last week, Serum is the newest IGL for which would allow him to play completely full-on support player whilst having 3 flex players and 1 entry fragger. Just go in and blast things off.
We'll have to see how it plays out, of course.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how will this pull off. Looking at the initial setup, CCTV and Cash Room will be the first one for defense, and the 6 picks will be on striking from Alibi to be seeing a Nomad 6 pick as well by Hayward.
Alright, so Cash Room, CCTV, first bomb site, of course, as you mentioned. Interesting to see that we're seeing the Rook come out here, Cthulhu.
Yeah, out of all the things, and considering the fact that Jam is considered to be, I believe, that very mentioned entry fragger.
Yeah.
It's quite peculiar to see him being on the Rook, but I'm guessing that would just solidify his potential position in holding the garage. As just having that MP5 with an ACOG is quite a formidable thing. Although as of recently, people might argue that bringing on Maestro would be a much preferred choice. What do you reckon?
Bringing who? Sorry,
a Maestro.
Maestro, yeah, Maestro, great choice. Like, even if you just set up his cameras and leave him, or even the Echo on the exact same side, Echo was not banned. But it does sometimes just come down to preference, and of course, the Rook has the impact grenades, so that might also have some kind of impact in that decision.
Most definitely. Well, whilst we added the east wall on the second floor will be popped open with Hills and Strider one-ball combo busting out, as well as Stig's already starting to make some ruckus in the construction. So Acme are heavily emphasizing on just popping open as many holes as possible in the defense of Zealous.
Yeah, make up as many lines of sight as you can. Make sure those defenders on the site start to feel like You know, they've got nowhere to hide, nowhere to run.
Oh, nice.
Aggression.
Yeah, nice peek by Nazgul will be securing first blood for this matchup. And nonetheless, that is also a pick as well. So that could mean that that there will be a full denial of the rotations as well as Serum now also picking up a kill to hit.
Oh, but Dino cannot confirm that one, or can he? He's gone low for it, but so has Jam, I believe, or is that Serum up the top there?
That is Jam up the top, but yeah, Jam did take up quite a decent amount of damage, but he would still have the advantage, and nicely done by him as well as JC picking getting the better of Stiggs. Actually, it does seem to appear that JC will play first Frost. I just realized, and Serum at the end, yeah, with a nice yeet, will be securing the final one onto Strider. Very confident play, I must say.
Yeah, well, it really felt like that whole round was in Acme's favor, but then the picks just suddenly started going in Zealous' favor. Like, Acme were getting picked all over the map, weren't they?
Yeah, definitely. It was. It felt like Acme were completely denied of any entrance or any ground, and Zealous managed to emphasize of that quite eloquently.
Well, Church Arsenal room is where we're going to see Zealous go next, of course.
Correct.
No real surprises at all.
Yeah, none at all just yet. But I mean, Church and Arsenal does boast a different playstyle, I feel, compared to say CCTV, because CCTV and Cash do allow you a whole lot of flexibility with it, whereas we've seen a fair few times within, especially ANZ region, where a fair few teams would just prompt to play a very stock standard, the ye-old way of Church and Arsenal, where it's mostly people just anchor down on the plant and just hold their angles, essentially.
Yeah. Well, 15 seconds to go to action phase. Or at least I hope I'm in time still.
Yeah, well, we're just about to get into the action phase, and the last moment of setup. Hopefully for Nazgul, he will be able to get out in time, as occasional pre-fire could cost him his head. But no, okay, he just prompts to just bail out. We're fine, boys.
Yep, he's alive. So the question is, are we going to have any roamers here?
To a certain degree, I wouldn't say that we will have any of them. Just due to how the whole thing set up. You have two of the breach denials in face of Bandit and Kai, and yeah, the rest of them maybe only striking on Mozzie could be the big roamer, but apart from that, I don't see really any of that.
Well, either way, we're seeing great progress made here by Acme. Down towards the bottom floor. Oh, that pest is going to tell Hills, you're going to have to take your time, mate. Although it was easily spotted there. It's not a super hidden position. Just can't find it, though.
Hayward, come on, man. Yeah, there we go. Finally does find it.
Yeah, spray open the barricade, then find it.
Well, meanwhile, Hills and Stiggs are actually making some progress in the kitchen, wreaking quite some havoc with the breach charges, as well as causing some destruction as well with them to allow the Excalibur spell to get completely undamaged. But straight away, JC will be opening up on Dino, which is not a good start right now for Acme at all.
Yeah, there's Hills to trade one back. Jam will go down. They're putting a lot of pressure down from above here, Acme, but none of these defenders are really wanting to peek into their crosshairs just yet. Oh, was that a C4 toss that got caught on the electrified wall?
Yeah, that sounds like it, as I think that was Striking who wanted to toss it out, but yeah, that got caught in, and that is quite unfortunate. The time is so far on the side of the defense, as Hayward just chucked up a whole lot of damage, as JC will be finally able to take him out, but the push is still viable. Two hard breaches and a electronics disabler is still alive in face of Thatcher, but all the EMP grenades have been expended, as Hills will be getting the first one onto JC, but gets traded away by striking.
Yeah, all up to Strider now as we also see Stigs go down. So this seems familiar. Cthulhu, is this exactly where we were last round? Oh, that's a great shot, but he can't follow up on that one. Striking to shut him on down, and two pretty convincing rounds over to Zealous.
Definitely convincing, as it feels like even it's Acme's game to take the revenge onto Zealous. It seems that Zealous are not going to be giving that up very quickly or in anytime soon, as 2-0 scoreline so far is seeming to be dictating completely opposite.
Didn't you say Zealous were going to be playing with the stand-in? Because this looks like they're...
Yeah, well, that's what I was told apparently prior to the match, but apparently that info was all flogged as well. Second map. There we go. I just got the confirmation that it will be for second map. So for the first one, we will be seeing a full core run, which could actually be very beneficial to Zealous.
Yeah, you know, it's very important to try and get that first map up on the board, of course. We saw how important it was for power plays just before, so, you know, the Zealous boys are probably going to be trying to do the exact same thing.
Correct, and if they manage to get a very convincing score throughout the whole map one, they could actually be able to even have some hand at the psychological play. Like how you and Manic mentioned in the previous matchup, maybe with Oddity there was an element of just tilt when it came to the second map, when they ended up still losing, albeit how close it was, and it did go into overtime. But maybe a similar thing could be said for the Acme versus Zealous, if Zealous managed to push this in a very convincing, say 7-1, 7-2 even scoreline. That could, I feel, affect Acme substantially.
Oh, look at that Echo drone spot as well, in the rafters.
Yeah, that could be quite saucy. So we do see the breach come out.
I was going to say, one thing we saw Oddity trying to force out was that extended hold over by his TV room, whereas Zealous have nothing of it. They're not really worried about the construction side of the map, are they?
It doesn't seem to be worrying at all, as the whole control of CCTV and cache actually was given away quite swiftly to AE, meaning we might be actually seeing a full-on just turtle strat from Zealous to see if they can pull anything off. That rafters, by the way, Echo, I believe, is gone now. Which,
yeah, it was spotted out, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did get spotted out, so no more direct info gathering will be handled here.
Well, there's Hayward to find the first one. Striking has gone down. So no Mozzie on the board anymore.
Correct, no more Mozzie, so no more flexibility with droning up ahead, and the EMP grenade, another one, will be used up finally to open up the logistics. Acme quite convincingly taking quite a hefty amount of the ground, and it seems that Stiggs might be the first one to take the fire onto Jam, who is holding an angle.
Ooh.
But can he find it? Oh, a nice shot, but JC will be also able to trade out that flurry of kills coming out, which will be leading us to 3-on. Make it 2 versus 2, as JC, the monster himself, just manages to bring it back quite well.
Yeah, Serum and JCZ trying to hold on here. Yeah, attackers have lost a lot of people for not too much ground gain. But the C4 comes close.
Yeah, that was quite close indeed, and I do believe it did tag up Hills quite to a good point.
Oh, they've got the info now, don't they, the defenders? But I believe the gym bomb site may be completely clear. They just have to be worried about the long angle. Oh, there's Hills running right into JCZ's crosshair. So now it is all up to Strider. It's done some damage down, but nothing confirmed just yet, and he's gone very low himself. 15 seconds on the clock, 13-10. Strider's found the first one thanks to the flashbang. He's going to start the plant and is Serum in a spot to help deny this. Oh, he's got an echo drone on it. Oh, but it's fallen through the hatch.
Oh no!
Confirmed. Indeed, it will be. So, just Strider to try and fight this one back. Very low HP, of course. And he's actually going to do it. Beautiful clutch there from the Thermite. Well done by Strider.
Oh my goodness! That round was for Zealous to finish off. That was completely in their favor. It was a 2v1, and a fantastic play from Strider. I have to give him quite some props. But yeah, that did feel a little bit like a thrown round by Zealous. I'm so close to saying Equinox as well.
Yeah, it's something hard to get used to. But I want to say though that Acme have been using their early utility great. They've been using their hard breaches properly, their thatchers properly. When it comes up to forcing people out of their positions, that's where they're having a lot of trouble.
I'll have to agree with you actually on that, because it definitely seemed like it was a good planned push, but the execution was definitely left to be much be desired of, and it felt like they got maybe a bit too hasty about that.
Well, I think the problem with Acme is that they're great at using that utility to open up stuff and to, find angles. But when it comes to hunting down roamers and taking gunfights, they prefer to take it heads up rather than try and use their utility to compound it.
Yeah, that could be also the reason. I'll definitely have to agree with you on that one as well. But for now, we are back to where the whole match started up. It's CCTV and Cash, but this time it is that JC might be on quite a large brain roam as well as striking, which is somewhat similar to what we saw from Zealous before, but we also saw plenty of presence in the garage, which is now there's none.
Well, we are seeing the Frost come on out here, Cthulhu. I think on this bomb site, she can be a great pick, especially to deny anything on that catwalk. Especially against teams that like to force out the Monty trying to push up. Of course, Acme is not doing that, but I think that's one of the better counters on the catwalk.
Definitely, and we do actually see this time Maestro being brought out. Jam is now switching over from Rook to a much bigger gun, with a much bigger caliber as well. Will be able to, hopefully for himself, be able to play it out a bit more carefully. But the grenades coming out, the crossfire is there. Poor Jam is just getting sandwiched at the moment, and things are not looking all swell at all. More grenades coming out, striking, managing to cover his teammate and getting the better of Hayward, and being able to get out of the firefight with his life very well alive.
How is Jam still alive? I really need to know that.
It's definitely we could call Jam Boris the bullet dodger, because that man just managed to dodge a whole lot of bullets and explosives quite quickly.
Boris the bullet dodger, hey?
Yeah, well, Jam the bullet dodger at this point.
Is that a Russian? In
No.
a way, it's a 4-on-4, and Jam is in a very tight position. They are trying their best to force him on out, but he does have the support from the Echo Drone and JCZ. Who's going to find Dino?
Correct, as Strider will be finding himself a double kill with the being able to rush up onto Jam. That's the full control, but JC doesn't want to let up. 2 versus 1 once again. Strider needs to clutch this up once again, and this time it's the same combination. One more shot, this time once again Strider pushing this into 1v1 situation. With this time it is 40 seconds to go. Strider gets another one! What?
Wow.
What?
That was huge from Strider, wasn't it, Cthulhu?
Oh my goodness, yes, it was absolutely gigantic. Mad Lad himself strikes back again, flexing all that pro league knowledge and power for himself. But my goodness, how is that even allowed?
Well, he's just a mad lad.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is a pretty solid reason.
I think we're seeing an issue from both these teams where they are taking quite a lot of heads-up gunfights. You know, I mentioned that earlier, but it really feels like Acme are putting themselves in great positions to start with and then losing out from there.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it as Acme just seeming to be able to also emphasize quite well, but all things considered, as they are there, it's just, yeah, scoreline being 2-2 is pretty much showcasing. Maybe Zealous are getting a little bit too hasty about how they playing it out, because they got that little bit of that confidence boost at the start of the game, and maybe they got, oh yeah, this is going to be an easy game, and then just kind of starting
Look
to
at the kill counts there, Cthulhu.
Yeah, well, we have the Mad
Two
Lads. Yeah, two Mad Lads battling against each other, exactly.
Strider and JCZ. So I suppose it comes down to who can shut whoever down.
Exactly, yeah.
See, the thing is that
Yeah.
JCZ does normally play that very aggressive role, whereas Strider, he's the thermite player. Like, he should not be fragging out like this, should he?
Yeah, it's definitely not his role to do the fragging, but the man can clutch this up, and he showed that plenty of times. Just like that as well. Also will be Solo just popping open the escape tunnel. He knows he's a Mad Lad, so he's gonna peek like a Mad Lad and see if he maybe even net himself something. But at the moment, it seems quite detached as well from the rest of his squad.
Yeah, well, he has, of course, just opened up dirt, and now he's going to try and be forcing himself into kitchen. Potentially opening up the hatch, unless Stiggs is going to do that on the Habana.
Yeah, just as you say that, Nazgul, though, will be able to get the better of Strider with a nice headshot. So that is minus the Mad Lad from the team of Acme.
Yeah.
So, which could potentially tilt the balance in favor of Zealous this time.
What an angle up through the floor as well.
Oh yeah. Just look at how much just the sheer amount of floor has been popped open as well, just around that hatch. Could most definitely deny that attempt to holding the angle, but striking continues his rampage. That is Dino minused out as well, so that is now the Capital off the board.
Yeah, well, here comes Hills making his way down the main stairs, of course. Plenty of drones to go and gather that information. I think JCZ's about to start chasing this one. No, he's playing safe. And Stiggs will find Nazgul, so that's one pulled back for Acme.
Indeed, and well, while still having a man advantage in their favor, Zealous will be making their way over. The bridge denial seems to be in effect here, but ooh, Serum being able to dodge a couple bullets. This seems like he will need to play a little bit more careful, but for now, time is not in the favor of Acme whatsoever.
Well, it looks like they're going to try and force their way through Dirt Tunnel as well. 20 seconds on the clock. The Acme are going to have to speed this one up, Cthulhu.
They will have to speed this one up indeed, as the time is running very low. 13 seconds to go, and ticking down, as now the flurry of kills will need to start happening. The diffuser will be going down. Echo going down by the hands of Hills, but he will be traded out by JC. Stiggs finally planting the diffuser. He will be able to defend it against JC, but will get down straight away. Both of the AE members are down, and Jammer is just being just extra careful, just in case. We'll be able to get the quick frags, and we'll be able to get the diffuser for his team. And Zealous will be getting the win.
Yep, round number 5 goes to Zealous.
Correct.
So final round of the half here, Cthulhu. You know, I think Acme getting 2 rounds up at the least is fairly good for Clubhouse, especially with how defender-sided it can be.
Yeah, it's a good start for Acme. I'll definitely have to agree with you on this one. With so far things looking quite well organized for Zealous, albeit from those two clutches that Strider pulled off.
Yeah.
But all in all, on the map they have been practicing quite.
I'm sorry, Cthulhu, you keep cutting out for me. So
I did say I was one of those maps. It was a very well practiced map by Zealous, and definitely seemed like it's more prepared compared to, say, Acme.
Well, Clubhouse is one of those maps that's been played, you know, across the competitive scene for quite a long time. Like it took 3 months off, or whatever, when it had its rework, or no, it was straight in, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know, it's been around since the dawn of competitive.
Correct. Oh, for now, we'll be making our way over to.
Yeah, 2 players in strip. What's the go with that?
Maybe an early aggression, maybe a run.
The run out, I'd say, when players are on the roof or rappelling, or by garage doors. But it looks like they're going to give it up. Nazgul just leaving strip club.
Yeah, well, for now he will be going for a very aggressive peek from the pool table. Won't got thrown down, so he will be bailing out ASAP. With the striking, still should be able to cover his back whilst being downstairs at the central stairs, but it won't be needed, as it seems Acme are still pretty far out the back.
Well, look at the control they've been given in garage. They've just walked right up Cthulhu. Where's the pressure? Where's the denial?
Seems like there's no pressure just yet, but Serum might be taking a little bit of punishment, as the control of the garage has been quite swiftly taken. Stiggs will be getting the better of Jam. That is the entry track. Zealous off the board, and Serum might be the next person to see if he can deny that that aggression.
Oh, C4's going to go off, but it's just shot in time. But Serum will push on up. He's going to find 2. Dino, meanwhile, has found Nazgul, putting us into a 3-on-3 before Strider can trade right back onto that aggressive player.
And indeed, a fantastic play, and Acme so far potentially could bring this back, as it is a 2 versus 3, but JC and Striking were the 2 people that were quite able to pull off some plays, but the Mad Lad on the Acme is also quite alive.
Yeah, they're going to push on in. Oh, that's going to be a run out from outside. JCZ's going to find the planter. No, he's not, but now he has. Sorry. He was to trade him back, putting us in a 1-on-1 Cthulhu. This match has been a bit of a frag fest, and nice shot there from Striking. Zealous 4-2 lead, leading into their attacking half.
A fantastic turn of events for Zealous, as the whole defense was just absolutely pitch perfect. For at closer to the end, the Striking managing to hit those shots, JC managing to deny. That coordination between those 2 players was quite fantastic, considering that both of them are those before mentioned flex players. So they showed the both flexing literally on Acme and figuratively. They can play different roles.
Well, as Manic and I were talking about earlier, on Clubhouse, attacking can be a bit of a tough go. So let's see if Acme are prepared for this one at all.
Yeah, I'm quite curious to witness this, and looking at the scoreline, JC is already on the double digits, and the rest of the team is slowly following case with Striking and Serum on 6 frags, whereas on the AE side, things are not looking that well. Strider is still on 9 kills, whereas the next highest amount of kills is 4, from what I believe was 3 members of Acme. Definitely shows that things are not going yet as according to plan for Acme, but maybe they will be able to find their redemption on the defense of Cash.
Interesting to know, it's actually not a defensive Cash, Cthulhu, it's Jim.
Oh yeah, it is. Pardon,
So,
yeah, but I did completely miss that.
that's the point I was about to make. Like, why are we seeing a gym defense first up? That's not something we normally.
Maybe that could be the case of just Acme trying to throw off the whole defense by this pick. So seeing as usually Cash and CCTV or Church and Arsenal are the first ones to be picked, this could throw out maybe the operator pick for Zealous.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, we hear that breaching charge go down. Sticks actually take some damage from it. Here the other one going down, and the Havana and Nazgul drop down to be completely safe, of course. That's 2 castle barricades negated, and nothing gained from the attackers for it.
Indeed, and interestingly enough, Hayward is still in full safety to bandit trick it out, as striking is just preparing at the proper moment. Oh no! Oh, that does a whole lot of damage to Serum. That is quite unfortunate, as that asphyxiating bolt didn't come through as hoped. Work out.
Yeah, so they're trying to get it through the top, I believe. There's a tiny gap there. Yeah, not really having much luck with it at all.
Not at all, as Hayward will be the one to be continuously denying that breach, and that's another one done. But JC, meanwhile, will be able to get the better of Stratus. That is the potential control of, well, the initial control of the gym is now forfeited into the hands of Zealous, but Stiggs is all prepped and ready with his SAS shotgun to blast things off.
Oh, nice shot.
Mummy.
Stiggs will find striking. Oh, that grenade though coming on in is going to find him, even though he's a fair way away. Already very low, so Jam to send Stiggs to his grave there.
A fantastic nade, but meanwhile, Hills finding the better of Serum as he jumps into Jim. But for now, there's also...
flick.
Yeah, that was a 180 flick. Very nice, and the time is running low very quickly.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. We're going to see Dino pushing up right up to where these Habana holes have just been made. Going to stand up. Has he seen him? Yes, he will. Dino to find Nazgul. So it is just 2 remaining. JCZ is one of them, however, and has traded back Dino before. Going to see Jam find heals. So it's the 1v1 now. Hayward versus Jam. That's a C4 from below. He might be sending this off too early. Does he have diffuser? Now he does. So Zealous is surely about to start planting it. Do they have the info, though?
I don't think they do, as Hayward will need to start pushing in. Hayward just decides to go for a little bit too much of a big brain play, as contrary to just trying to run in, but the diffuser is down, and now it is up to Jam to hold the angle. Oh, fantastic shot by Hayward. Will be securing the win on first defensive round for Acme, making the scoreline now a 3-4. My goodness.
Yeah, there wasn't it. Yeah, there's no need to take a shot. It's better than wait, I feel.
Yeah. Well, for now, the second side that we will be seeing, though, from Acme's defense will be Church and Arsenal, which we're now back onto a little bit more of a stock standard defense. But Hill's bringing in a clash. Surely that will be a 6.
Well, we are going to see the 6th pick off it for that one. Over to a mirror. Then the Capitao to Capitao 6th pick, big brain play.
The biggest brains plays ever seen. But yeah, I'm quite curious to see how will Mirror impact Acme's defense, because we didn't see any Mirror usage from Zealous's defense whatsoever, and we do know how much can enhance that gameplay, those black mirrors, and I'm quite curious to see how much of an impact that would make. But apart from that, really, the rest of the lineup seems to be somewhat similar, bar the other choice by Hayward to bring in a Vigil.
Well,
See,
he was making himself a little walk hole.
yeah, I do want to also point out how, well, to a certain degree, obvious Acme make their intentions. Like, they bring in a Vigil, they bring in, say, a Legion. You already know that at least two people will be potentially going for a roam. Whereas with Zealous, yeah, you have JC who's on kind of on Bandit, but they've been 50-50 kind of playing on Anchor. You have Striking who played on Mozzie, and he was occasionally coming in for aggressive plays and just straight away falling back. And I feel that's a bit of a advantage that Zealous have over Acme. They don't straight away indicate what their intentions will be for this round.
Well, let's see how we can use this utility. Interesting hold on the church wall, isn't it there, Cthulhu? One rotate hole right on through it.
Yeah, but maybe that will be the choice for them to, well, the opening to throw in the C4, but interestingly enough, for now it is only Nazgul who's playing from above in the kitchen.
Yeah, well, Strata also still doing some late round remodeling.
Yeah, well, Stiggs. Oh, fantastic denial by the Mans himself, as already half a round gone and not a whole lot of ground gain. Well, meaningful ground gained by Zealous. Yeah.
So Nazgul did see that mirror, of course, and the rotate, so he knows what that means. See the C4 sent out, but to no avail. But oh, that's going to be easy for Dino. He just holds the angle and sprays him on down. The fire is going to force him out just a bit, this asphyxiation bolt. But, you know, it's a bit too late here, I feel, for Zealous. They're already dead.
Yeah, well, they could have emphasized their push from whilst that asphyxiating bolt was there, but it seems like they will be using the smoke bolts, as Stiggs will be able to get the better of Serum. So that is a well-coordinated defense so far from Acme, as the offense, like you said, is maybe falling apart quickly and very soon.
Yeah, they're really struggling. We are going to see Heels find Jam before he's been downed from the grave by a frag grenade.
Correct, as for now it's all just tracking on JC. Within the 17 seconds they need to find the whole 5 kills, as Striking decides to push him, but just the potato won't allow him to get anything, and a flawless round from Acme as they get a very swift win on this one, equaling up the score back again to 4-1.
Yeah, 4-4, and Acme really showing how defense is really favored here on Clubhouse. Now, remind me, Cthulhu, what's map 2 once we get there?
Map 2 will be Bank for this one, and if we will be seeing a 1-to-1 map score at the end of map 2, we will be seeing a coastline as well.
I really feel like all we've been seeing is Coastline, Bank, and Clubhouse recently. Like, just these 3 maps.
And occasional spice of Consulate as well.
Yeah, well, that's what we saw last map, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a little bit of extra sprinkle to keep it just a little bit interesting. But yeah, I do agree with you. These 3 maps seem to be quite the popular ones.
Yeah, like no cafe, no what other maps are there? I don't know because I don't see them.
Well, we saw, I believe, 1 cafe during Six Masters last week, but
Yeah,
that was
that's
just
one.
about it. But yeah, I definitely would have to agree with you. I would love to see two teams just jam out on cafe. The map rework itself has been a fantastic one, and yeah, I'm quite curious. Maybe some teams are just hiding traps, you know.
You know what I haven't seen in forever, Cthulhu?
Yes.
Oregon.
Okay, well played. Well played. I'll give you the brownie points in this one. And it's yeah, Oregon to a certain degree will be missed, but to be honest, I'm somewhat happy that Cafe replaced it.
Yeah, me too. I really want to...
Meanwhile,
As
though, Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Let's focus on this. It's going to keep talking, but all right. Both those taking on out. It's going to cause Hills to run away. He has denied the Habanas, but not the Thermite.
Indeed, as he was this close to actually being caught in a blast as well, but Hills actually got a ballistic shield set up for him, so if he does make a quick crash rotation, he might actually still have a little bit of a ground to hold in CCTV before he will have to forfeit. Apart from that, Strider might actually find himself something very soon.
Yeah, he's gathering a lot of information with his heartbeat scanner, isn't he? But it is going to be 2 frags against this team. We've seen Jam and JCZ both find a kill each. So all the information in the world, but nothing to do with it.
Indeed, as it felt like Dino even, to a certain degree, missed a couple of deaths of teammates, but for now the garage actually still being completely untouched. Nobody out of Zealous did contest it, as Jam just continues his rampage 2-5, and neither of the Acme players are actually on site. So would still potentially be able to cause quite some damage. There's the C4 coming out to no avail, unfortunately, for Strider.
Yeah, it's going to be another angle open up to side. Looks like Strider's going to get back, but he's going to get back into Nazgul's crosshair. 1v5 for Hatewood.
Yeah, things are not looking all too well, and even with time-wise, the attack still has plenty of it to go for, as the denial will be coming out. So Hatewood can still waste some time, but can he do it for another 50 seconds, as things are not looking all too well, as he already revealed his position, so it's all a matter of how many pre-fires can he take. And just like that, it's a trade, actually, of a flawless round. We just saw before on Church it was a flawless round from Acme. This time it is a Zealous one.
It was a nice shot from Nazgul right on the head. Boom.
Boom went the melon indeed. As yeah, round 10 is coming in effect, and CCTV once again.
That's strange, isn't it? They just lost it flawlessly. We have had Jim open back up for them where they wanted to start, but no, they were going to go to CCTV.
I feel that with Jim, it was rather just they used it as an element of surprise. With CCTV, maybe they couple of strats actually set up, and maybe the fact that how they held it before didn't work out. As you did see, there were a few of the roster changes, and now it's actually quite similar to what we saw from Zealous actually on defense.
Well, Garage Rio's going down. I don't know. I think maybe Acme are saying to themselves, well, we could have done a lot better there, guys. Let's give it another shot.
It certainly feels like this will be the case in this regard, as it was definitely not one of the brightest performances from AE's side, but yeah, maybe that was just a few things went wrong and they just couldn't emphasize on that.
Wonder when my power's coming back.
Hopefully, it will come back as quickly as possible for you, Monkey.
Well, either way, this is the last best of 3 I'm on today, so there's that.
There's that as well, indeed. So let's pray that the battery will hold out for the whole of it. Oh, Strider, though, meanwhile, just missed the opportunity for the C4. We'll be able to still relay some information, as Hills and Stiggs, actually, the duo will be attempting to do some breach denial. As that is fully successful, then as well as that, Dino does pick up a kill onto the Thatcher, so that is no more of the direct electronics counter.
Yeah, and we saw that Kaid go up just last second to deny the Thermite and Habana charge together, so great stuff from the duo there.
We actually saw a fair few amounts of those breach denials by Kayeds, and in correlation with the Bandit, it is a very powerful G to work against.
Strider really wants to jump out for this kill here. That's what Nazgul is waiting for.
Nazgul is like directly trying to just bait out, like, give me that kill. Strider does get drone, so he does have his position revealed, but it seems that now the Hibana is gone. Oh, the run out! Oh, mommy. That is unfortunate for Serum, as he will be going down as well. That is the second breach, hard breacher off the board, as Jam will be the next person to deciding to go face check everything, as well as Nazgul, as the Mozzie just got caught with his pants down a little bit, but Dino will be able to finish off the job, and that is the defuse down as well. Things are not looking all well at all for the attack. Zealous, as things are very quickly falling apart. Striking is the last man standing to need to clutch this up, but Hayward at the end will be getting the swift win. We are back to a 5-5 scoreline.
Now, sorry, Cthulhu, seeing as I'm, on my laptop, I don't have all the information, but was this map Acme's pick, or is it Zealous's?
Allow me to double check really quickly. I believe this is Zealous's club. Map.
Zealous's club.
Yeah.
Well,
the
they
club
are
of Zealous.
struggling on their own pick, of course. So on paper, looking at these two teams, which one would you say is a better team, do you reckon?
All in all, I would give my vote to Zealous, but only by a very small margin, I'd say. Because we did see a few very good executions from Zealous, but it feels like they're not consistent enough.
Yeah, like I would say that they are very, very close, I feel, in terms of skill. Talking about skill, look at JCZ, 15 kills for him after 10 rounds.
Yeah, the man is an absolute monster of frags, and it just shows the guy can frag out, and I mean, I'd be quite surprised to see if he won't be able to get himself any offers for any bigger team.
So we got Stiggs hiding on site, right? As the Kavira, trying to avoid any drone spotting him, and they've got a Jackal, so I think he's been picked to try and counter this Jackal that we're seeing being ran.
Could be, but that Jackal wasn't that much of an issue as far as I remember. As I don't think we saw a whole lot of that Jackal usage used at all, but it is a valid point of concern for Acme.
Yeah. They're also going to be roaming with the Vigil, so we might try and see a bit of a bait and switch set up here between Stiggs and Hayward.
Work. Yeah, that could very much work. Dino. Well, Mozzie, yeah, we did talk about this before. Mozzie is that very odd operator, as he does allow to have roaming for himself, as well as he's an excellent anchor.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, for now, Zealous are just being extra cautious. They will be going up ahead for live droning for Jam, as the man get his frags on the ASAP. Oh! A very unfortunate loss for Jam, as the pre-fire from Hayward is just a little bit stronger this time. We'll be allowing to get the early hand in this one.
Spraying through the wall, and he sprays right on back and gets the headshot. So we're going to see the scan come out from Mozzie. So is this Kavira going to be able to kind of double up on this Mozzie as bait kind of thing, straight up to find Nazgul?
This is not looking all well for Zealous, and Acme meanwhile managing to do some good work. Oh, Hayward will be ready for Striking's push though, and just like that, it is a 5 versus 2. It seems that both teams are just nearly ready to keep trading those nearly flawless rounds between each other.
Well, 5v2 JCZ and Strider to try and pull this one back. Sorry, I say Strider, Striking.
Both of them start with STR.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. He's going to find one, however, but it is all up to JCZ. 5 HP to his name, and he's going to be shut on down. Oops, well, it looks like a bit of a team kill in the middle there from Dino. Either way, Acme find match point here. Oof. So swift.
Swift indeed, as, yeah, well, just like before, we actually did have a community poll. Let me quickly pull it up. The community poll was actually saying 51% in favor of Acme, whereas 49 was in favor of Zealous. So community-wise, Acme are the favors here, and they managing to prove this quite well as getting some quality revenge against Zealous with being able to come back quite well on Zealous's map pick as well. Stuff spooky, especially if you're a Zealous fan. But nonetheless, we do see a Frost pick as well for Acme, knowing how Zealous can get aggressive for the push. Things could go quite bad for the attacking team.
Position device. Reloading.
Welcome med deployed.
I might have mistimed, gone out of time a bit again, Cthulhu. We just started action phase for me.
Yep.
Yep, sweet, alright. But I might have to head off after this one because my battery on my laptop's almost flat, so I think Manic might be subbing in for me after this one unless my power comes back.
I've been chat for Monkey's battery and power, but nonetheless, seeming like Acme will be prompting for a very similar defense like they shown on Gym Bedroom, which was quite successful. How you feel about them bringing in a Frost into the fray as well?
Well, it's
Thank
something
Monkey.
that we saw Zealous try on their own defensive half. And, you know, it wasn't super effective, was it? Like, I don't know, they did win that round, but it wasn't because of what the Frost was doing. As for the Frost on this bomb site, there's a lot of windows that you have to jump on in, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of Frost mats underneath those.
Yeah, well, there is one Frost mat right under that window where Dino is aiming. The yield bait and switch could work quite well, but apart from that, really, only now the breaches are starting to come out above the half a round mark, and the west wall has been also popped up quite well.
Well, minute and a half left here, Cthulhu, and the attackers really haven't made too much headway here.
Not at all, as it seems that Zealous are quite lost as to how to approach this, as Hayward already gets himself a nice cheeky double kill onto Jam and Nazgul, so that is the two, a flex player and the entry fragger off the board, and Serum just copying a little bit of that punishment will be able to get out for just a couple more seconds to live longer.
Yeah, this might be all over Red Rover Cthulhu, as it is a 4-on-2. The kills rain on in. 4-on-1, all up to JCZ. He's done a great amount of work pulling his team through this one, but yeah, this is not looking like an ideal situation for him.
Yeah, none at all, as there we go. Dino will be able to finish him off, and ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic round map from Acme, managing to bring this back, as they will be going into map number 2 with their map pick, and winning over the Zealous' map pick as well. So that is part 1 of the revenge ticked off.
Alright, so yeah, Acme, great stuff. What was it, a 4-2 half against them, and they managed to bring it up, bring it back. That just shows the power that we have, that defenders have on a map like Clubhouse. Very heavily defender sided.
Indeed, and for the second map, this will be an even harder struggle for Zealous, as they will be bringing in the subs this with 2 core players unfortunately having to leave due to personal circumstances, and this might be a very quick and swift win for Acme. That is, if Zealous won't have any aces up their sleeves. But for now, we'll be going to a quick break for now, as we'll be preparing map number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far. We'll see you in a little bit.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in. We do apologise for the quick swap out of myself and Monkey, but we're ready to go. We're straight into Bank, which is going to be Zealous's pick, I believe?
No, that is Acme's bank.
Okay.
Acme's pick. So, with Acme now being a 1 point up, they're going on to their map choice, which is a little bit of a spooky moment for Zealous.
Yep, definitely going to be fighting an uphill battle at the very least. So, into the banning phase straight away. Is there anything that's going to pop out to you?
Well, for now, the roam clear wombo combo being Jackal and Dokkaebi are off the board by both teams, which means that we might be seeing plenty of roaming from both of them in that regard. Now, I'm quite curious to see how will the defense ban will go, because if they will be able to add plenty of info gathering, now that will hurt.
Oh, well, there you go. There's one big info gatherer right off. That's Valkyrie now being unable to be brought into that defensive side on Bank, which we know is quite a very large map. I believe we were saying it's the largest map in the Rainbow Six competitive pool at the moment.
That and Villa.
There you go, two of them. So, one of.
One of, yeah. What is the biggest oddity is on Bank, Smoke is the one banned.
Mm-hmm.
Now that is going to hurt a lot
Yeah.
to the defense, which is actually being played by Acme. So pretty sure that's a shot to the foot by themselves, because they were the ones who banned Smoke.
So they're denying that basement, the
plant
basement
denial.
play, yeah. So they're going to have to work on the back of that. But it does allow Mirror to come in, so they will be picking Mirror up instead of Castle as the 6th pick. Now, obviously, coming straight off the back, it's Acme that are the map up, like Cthulhu was talking about before. And one other huge change, Cthulhu, that's going to possibly turn this whole map on its head.
Yeah, well, yeah, just the general fact that Smoke won't be there will be putting more emphasis on Echo, and well, on any other plant denials, i.e. any operators that wield the C4s or Echo once again.
And on the outside of operators and even outside of the game, we've got two different players swapping in.
Yes, yeah, that one as well. Pardon,
I tried to set you up for the home run hit, and we fuffled that.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a kerfuffle, but yeah, we do have a 2-player swap out, 2 subs coming in for the side of Zealous, which also would replace the 2 biggest players of Zealous at that point, being Striking and JCZ.
I haven't had the best chance to have a look at their setup because I was just quickly fixing the gorgeous stream for all you wonderful viewers at home. Are we seeing much of a roam here, Cthulhu?
We see a little bit of that, but not a full-on setup from Acme. It seems that they are expanding a little bit onto the ground floor, but apart from that, they're all going to be somewhat close by to any point to rotate, as we do see a Strider and Hayward set up on the service stairs.
So that pulse is going to be quite a nuisance for the poor attacking team, and especially with playing on those service stairs will deny a lot of that control, especially when they finally decide to go for that hatch. For now,
But just as you mentioned that, actually, Nazgul will be getting the better of Styx, and that is at a very good time, because the moment you shut off the Legion at a very early time, that's no more of the goo mines.
so Hills at the moment was looking to play somewhat of contact on those main stairs, but backs away for now. Oh, slow and steady wins the race, as Strider's getting a lot of information on these players. And surely they will be able to at least set up for this.
Yeah, hopefully they would be able to with the 2-man advantage. Acme is seeming to be in need to stop falling back, but it seems that Hayward and Hills have a complete opposite plan for this.
There we we go. Again, Strider just receiving and distributing the information as needed. Of course, the mirror play directly in towards CC. Waiting for, of course, that play to come through. They go for the backward plant, but Haywood reads it incredibly well with the aggression to deny it. Will be dropped, however, from Hotshot, who does find the angle. And again, Pulse now knows where those last two, well, where two of the members are.
Correct. Now the C4 will be coming out. Strider will be the one to be throwing in the C4. There it is, and we'll be able to catch Jam off guard. That is a 3 versus 2, and time is now starting to run low. If Hills and Strider will play it very carefully, which they seeming to be able to. This could be the win, the big play as the what happened?
Oh no.
It was a 5 versus 2, matter of fact, and they managed to bring it back all the way to 2-0 for the first round. And my goodness, Acme, just wow.
Yep, first Hills, then Strider, both of them stepping up massively. You know, that first deny from Hills to come through with the early frag, there was no need for that C4 meeting. Strider could hold on to it for a moment longer, and, you know, so much information was being gained on that Pulse, just waiting on the inside of Vault. Now we do head to Towers and Archives, but very nice. So I would say it's a really nice start for Acme already in this second map.
Indeed, a fantastic turn of events for Acme to start things off. We'll definitely be keeping them on their momentum after map number 1, and they will be going to Teller's office, which is once again they're following the similar trend to what they've done on Clubhouse, which is being completely unpredictable on the defense pick, rather. Pardon. But as it stands for now, they will still be expanding their defense onto potentially second floor, which could net them a couple of very good roaming kills if that would work out for them, and if Zealous won't be too careful about that.
The Hills will be backing down after taking a little bit of control up top with the remainder members. Strider, who's happy to play, looks to be on that second floor with Haywood. And that's going to be Doc going out for the early peek. Oh, no one there. So Dino, his position is given away for now, as he backs away to a safer position.
Correct, and it is also interesting to see to find that Dino is playing with a Doc rather than for the sake of ACOG, but we did see plenty of times when Doc players were utilizing the... Oh, that's a nice smiley face. They were utilizing their stim pistols to quite a large extent, so it's definitely a powerful utility as just Jam decides to just behead Hayward with that nice swift spray.
That is going to be Vigil off the board. Fortunately enough, not really the most impactful utility as a team, rather as the individual, so that's okay for now. Sushi slowly starting to clear that top roam down. Doesn't look like they're really too hesitant in taking those fights either from the side of Acme. That's going to be Stiggs falling down. Dino does find a very quick trade. So in amongst the midst of battle, they do lose Capitao. A 3 versus 4 now as we do hit that minute 20 mark.
Correct, as for now, a whole lot of destruction is being made by Sushi. The stand-in for Zealous for this round is definitely seeming to be having still a pretty good knowledge about his whole role, as like we mentioned before, Zealous are running in a pretty interesting setup with running a 3-man flex, an entry, and a full man support, which Hotshot, being part of one of the flex people, will be able to get a nice flex potential for the AE players, but Dino gets traded out by Jam straight away, as now it is all up to Hills to try to deny the plan. With 45 seconds left to go, things might work out in his favor if the diffuser will be down right there right now, as 2v1 situation. Potentially another one. Goes in for the shots, but just can't connect with Sushi. Now it's all up to him on full health against Jam and Sushi, who is quite low on health with 23 seconds left to go.
Does he have the line to the plan? He will be able to find the first point of contact. Jam stuck the bomb, so Hills can't really do anything about that right now, but we'll be trying to isolate the 1v1s. It looks like they might be playing back-to-back for the support, so Hills is going to have to get past two separate players. Does he find the timing? The pre-fire just not going to work out, but it's the double setup to come in from Zealous, and that will secure them and net them that second round, which will be their first on the board for Bank.
Indeed, a good start. A good start for Zealous to be able to net themselves their first round in the second round of the map, albeit that it is their opponent's map pick. And maybe we'll be even following the trend of both teams trading the maps between each other, and then a finals showdown in map 3. Maybe we'll be seeing that, but that's maybe a little bit too early to predict.
Might just be a little bit too early to be calling that out. 6 pick? Hello?
Yeah, 6 spicy ones coming out. Nazgul deciding to go full on frag power, aka Ash, and Hills is bringing in a shield operator for the defense upstairs, which I'm not exactly a bit of a fan, but maybe I'm missing a couple of big brain plays.
I think we saw this from Acme last week with Hills, and it didn't pay off. Or maybe I was watching one of the Pro League games. I can't really remember. I feel like I've been watching a game in the past week where we've seen the clash being brought upstairs, and it didn't really work to the full potential. So maybe this is where it can start to turn, and they can realistically use that shield play. But as you said, so there's two highly, two massive fragging powers on the side. Of course, Zealous being Zofia and Ash. Interesting. Some dirty damage to be done, my friend.
Interesting indeed, as Clash could prove to be quite a thorn in the side of the attack. But looking at this setup, Hayward, that is nasty, mate. That is absolutely disgusting. How thin that pixel line is has put the definition of the pixel peak to a whole new level.
It's coming out. Strider will look to make contact closely to the window, but backs away, thinks better of it for a second. That might have just saved his life, as Sledge is already holding on to it. And just being that point of bother, that's Strider opening up onto Sushi, who doesn't really have anyone to support with the refrag, so Sledge is now well and truly out of the server.
Correct. Meanwhile, Strider is playing a very aggressive angle at that opened up window in CEO office, where he does expect some long angle to come out, but it doesn't seem like there might be one just yet. They are aware that there is Jam, I believe, who is holding that angle, just from a slightly different perspective.
Strider now firmly at the back of CEO. Starting to make their way back in, but Clash can hold for a small moment longer. Lobby now being taken control of as Long Desk is now broken into. Oh, nicely done from Dino from underneath with that pulse play. The C4 destroying Jam and his opportunities. Oh, ticks. Only just missing, but it does bait out Sim. And that's really poor because now the bomb out in the open with 4 defenders remaining. It's not looking good, and that looks to be the round done and dusted. Nicely done from Acme.
Well, it's definitely, as Nazgul is just struggling a little bit to find any shots. And yeah, like you said, it is done and dusted. A fantastic execution from AE at the end of the round, just managing to bring this all the way for themselves as the round and the plant is dead.
So we do head back to lockers and CCTV, where it took a clutch from Strider to realistically pull that one out. And that smoke ban has, and I would dare say will be quite a hindrance when we do head down there, as it's generally you'd say it's a default pick, as you do have the angle straight into CCTV from lockers, but that's alright because, you know, the Mozzie play seemed to work. This time they're not going to be rocking the mirror, however, which will maybe change the style of play.
Yeah, well, Mirror did manage to shape the playstyle quite substantially, but it's also the fact how aggressive AE managed to play, because now surely Zealous will be quite knowledgeable that yes, they are very aggressive. We need to be very cautious about that, and they will be needing to watch those angles when they're going to be running in, especially that table run in where we saw, I believe that was Diggs, I believe, who was playing on Ella. I'm not 200. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, they need to be very cautious about those runouts, as those were a gigantic pain in the backside.
Well, let's wait and see how they actually decide to play this. Obviously, Pulse was the information gatherer in the previous, getting the early intel that there were 3 across in server waiting to collapse on that A bomb site. This time I would dare say they will be stepping with caution, Zealous, as they won't want to be giving away a 4 versus 2 again.
Correct, and we do also see the setup that was quite popular within the previous Pro League season, where you pretty much fortify and give a fair chunk of utility to the server stairs and proceed to hold them for as long as possible. And having Strider as well as somebody with a shotgun, say, would be quite beneficial, but it seems that it will be just Strider playing there. Sushi will be able to do some quick work of Dino very swiftly.
Oh yeah, no, that's not the start that Acme were looking for. That ain't it, fam. And now with 5 players still on the board, realistically only a quarter of HP taken away from any player, the pressure will be reapplied like sunscreen for Acme. They need to be careful at this point, but Thermite's going to make small and light work of that hatch. Strider's actually quite aggressive as he's now being caught out in server, but no one's been able to capitalize. They haven't been able to push it just yet. He backs away, and now tripling down on that site. They're going to have to hold this in a similar fashion to what we saw before.
Correct, and that was actually a very well executed offense, by the way, because they didn't decide to first dump all of the utility to try to clear out the server stairs. They just went in for the breach, and then pretty much ensured that Strider, if he decided to hold his angle, he just will be forced to push out.
So there's that Thermite coming through. Not Thermite, so well, actually Thermite to come through, but that's the Thatcher to ensure nothing's there. Does Stiggs find the timing on the C4? Is he going to be able to deny it in time? Yes, he will. And now maybe a similar fashion as there's still 3 players. Haywood takes down Hot Shot, and the information coming through from Pulse is absolutely crucial right now. If Jam can push down and deny that information play and also deny Stiggs the free peek, he might just be able to make this work. But for now, they've got to play with a little bit of caution. It's going to be Maestro that's just sitting back and being an absolute nuisance. They don't have Thatcher anymore, and Haywood will shut them down with Stiggs on the side. And once again, they make it work with a 2-man disadvantage.
Correct. Like you said, it was quite a big disadvantage, and it definitely felt like a repetition of the story as well with their previous CCTV defense, where they were at a 3-man disadvantage and managed to push it all the way to the end to win for themselves. So with now a 3-1 scoreline, things definitely shaping up quite heavily in favor of AE.
So if he is going to be 6 picked for who?
For
Anyway,
Echo.
back into Towers and Archive. So Twitch is going to be brought as well. Interesting.
Yes. So Twitch, bringing over Twitch is probably the response to from Zealous onto Acme's quite frequent pick of Maestro, as potentially they were also expecting an upstairs, the CEO office, to be picked, but this time it's once again at Zealous, and once again it could potentially bite Zealous quite severely up their buttocks.
Just waiting for how
I
you
tried to find
that.
a bit more of a PG word, but
I was waiting for how you were going to end that one. That's all right. So looks as though Strider might be playing on Rome for a moment. But this is something we've seen from Acme in the past 2 rounds. Is that kind of that not really working as much as what they would possibly have wanted it to. Hayward just going to be giving away his position. So whether they stay on the Rome or not, that's their decision.
yeah, well, for now the stock will be also just completely glued out, so there will be full-on notification as to where will be the positioning of the attackers if they do prompt to go for the push. And oh, this could be interesting. They managed to play it out, but for now, so much rotation, so much roaming power could be coming out from Acme very, very soon.
Oh, that was nearly perfectly timed. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. Sushi was just waiting for the, or rather the C4 was waiting for Sushi to step over the top of the goon line, but not to be this time. So now CEO being breached for an attacking side as they start to take a lot of control of that top floor. I would dare say start to make their way across, sweeping the entire set.
Correct, and just as you say that, Sushi will be getting the first kill of the round onto Stiggs once again, but Dino responding onto the entry fragger of Zealous will be getting the better of him just like that in a just with about a half a round left to go. It is a 4-on-4.
Minute 15 left on that clock. As Thermite Serum starts to clear down the staircase. All way taken control of by Thatcher with the support of Sushi. So now they can start to look at a bit more of a centered attack. Sophia already dropped. That's now going to be the one of the Echo drones down. And oh, Nazgul just going to be missing that shot. Again, Whiskers in there. Doc can't find the shots with the P90. He has to back away for a moment, but it's about to get hot and heavy over to Ward Archives.
Indeed it will. Hayward is going in for the flank. He might be able to deny that complete push if he manages to time push it eloquently, but does seem to have the good spot. He is hiding in the elevators as Dino takes another himself. That is on Serum. Sushi is going down to the hands of Hills as Hotch does manage to finally spot Hayward. He does need to find 3 more kills in a matter of 14 seconds if he does want to let his team the win, but it seems that Dino won't be having any of that mess. Right now, with round number 6 coming into effect, 4-1 is the scoreline of the first half, and things are not looking all swell whatsoever. Executive Lounge and CEO office will be the next choice for the last defense for Acme, and seems that we might be seeing a somewhat similar setup to what we saw on the previous Executive Lounge defense. Minus the fact that Hills is now will be the one to 6-pick off Clash onto Mirror.
Well, hello, I'm back.
Oh yeah, hello there. Yeah.
All good. So what have I missed? Cthulhu, fill me in. I apologize.
Well, 4-1 is the scoreline, Monkey.
Yep.
Zealous had initially a decent start at round 2 where they managed to take the better of AE quite confidently. 9 kills is the highest kill count so far for Dino, whereas on the side of Zealous, things didn't go anywhere higher than 4 kills. So things are not looking all swell at all for Zealous, and with 2 subs now in that are replacing JC and striking, their fragging potential has gone down quite substantial.
Yeah, especially with JC off the board. We saw what a monster he was on that first map, didn't we? So
Oh yeah,
without him, it's going to be rather difficult.
indeed. And the only time when Zealous did manage to get the epic win was actually on Teller's office, which we just saw have themselves getting demolished by AE as Nazgul tries to go in for the pick, but the UMP just decides to outblast the R4C, and just like that, Dino, the mad lad himself, will be able to net himself the first kill quite quickly.
Yes, obviously they're going to want to keep that pulse down below. He's obviously the denial through the floor with the C4 and his heartbeat scanner, which I think might be, you know, step 1 for Zealous here. That's who they want to deny, who they want to get rid of. But, you know, we're pretty much expecting Acme to sort this one out with 2 subs for Zealous, aren't we, Cthulhu?
It definitely feels way more in favor of Acme rather than Zealous, even considering the fact that I did say that Zealous were technically considered on paper a better team than
Ooh.
Acme. This definitely
Ooh.
doesn't seem like it, as Dino is just completely just flexing on the opposition.
See, you say that, but I honestly think that Acme might be slightly better.
Yeah, well, in this case scenario, yeah, I would definitely
Oh.
agree with you.
Nice
With how
shot there by
things are looking.
Serum. But things are not going great here for Zealous. It is just Serum and Hotshot. Oh, that's one outside, but he's going to get back in. Hotshot, in fact, is going to find Hayward with his Claymore there. Where was that? Was that at the bottom of the tunnel, was it?
Yeah, that will be at the bottom of the tunnel. But nonetheless, still a 3 versus 2, and we saw plenty of times when Acme were at a huge man disadvantage, they were able to still bring it back. So this is still Acme's round for the taking, and with still a minute left to go, Zealous can have a little bit of a luxury of having a somewhat slow-paced push. But with Stiggs now creeping up, this could end quite badly.
Yeah, 45 seconds on the clock. Going to see some pressure from Banana, but, you know, Zealous here have to be really worried about their flanks. Looks like Stiggs might be able to time this just right while we've got Strider baiting. He's got an impact in hand. If that hits the Thermite, he's going down, but no, Strider will go down to Hotshot. But here comes Stiggs on the flank. He has dropped Serum. That's diffuse up. So now Hotshot has to do it all. 20 seconds to go as well. He knows they're both on the flank, far away. Or does he?
Well, one way or another, Stiggs will be the one to claim that double kill at the end, and very well done defense by Acme, having only dropped a single round throughout that, and we are going on to the side switch, so only 2 points away from the series points for Acme, and 2 points away from that sweet revenge.
Well, to be fair, it is you know, a defense, and then of course we always talk a lot about how defense is heavily sided on a lot of these maps, especially Bank. Bank is very heavily defender sided.
Correct. Now, with the
I
Zealous,
believe that was an auto pick for Nazgul, and he has to switch off of that one. He cannot stick the Warden.
yeah, I don't think he will be allowed. Indeed, as yeah, he will be bringing over a Legion, whereas Hayward is bringing in the Gridlock, an operator which we saw a little bit of a 50-50 success rate to a certain point. Am I
Look at those
right to say
kills,
that?
Dino.
Yeah. Look at that
11.
Dinos, yeah, 11. That is nice.
Yeah, definitely very nice. But as for the, you know, Gridlock, I'm really not a fan just yet. Like, I haven't seen her utility used to great effect at all. You know, it feels like a poor man's Nomad almost. Like, you know, Nomad shuts down flanks, well, Gridlock's meant to as well, but I think Nomad's a lot more effective. And, you know, the track stingers can be countered so easily by the defenders.
True, but wouldn't it be rather forcing defenders to kind of reveal their position when whilst they're trying to get rid of those track stingers?
Yeah, that's true, but you know, you can do the same with the Claymore, you can do the same with the air jab. Like, you walk into
True.
an air jab and you're getting launched. I'm sure people know about that. I like
I'm pretty sure
Nazgul's-
a whole lot of people experience that as well. Firsthand.
I like where Nazgul was for that peak, right? Like a lot of people will run along that little, I suppose, balcony part. There we go. Oh, and he's looked away at just the wrong time, and he's not going to be able to land that.
Well, he still manages to damage up Strider down to 50 health, so that will be forcing AE to be a bit more cautious and a bit more careful about how they're going to approach this. As for Nazgul, though, he does manage to bail out very quickly and very swiftly.
Yeah, well, Nazgul is surely feeling the pressure. He's very worried about a peek from above, of course.
And just like that, there is that peak as well, like just as you said it. A good read by Hills.
Look at Stiggs. He's going to be entering all the way from the garage. The rest of Acme are trying to force their way into Skylight Stairs, of course. Pretty stock standard spot to take it from. They have to be worried about this soft wall, the right side wall. Looks like Strider's snaking his way forward as he Hills is taking this wide peek. They're very aware of the player and janitor there. In fact, it looks like he's taken quite a lot of damage.
Indeed, as meanwhile, Hotshot will be claiming the head and the body of Hayward, not before Dino will be able to trade out Sushi. So it is the 3, well, make it 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3 as Hotshot continues to blast things off and trading Dino out. But as the trades are continuing to come in, Strider will be getting the better of it, and Hills claiming Jam as Acme taking yet another one for themselves.
Yeah, great round there from Acme, and you know, Cthulhu, I hate to say it, but I think this might be all over Red Rover.
It certainly seems like it, and interestingly enough, throughout this whole map, not a single... Wait, actually, pardon. No, there was a plan down. I messed up a little bit in the log that I had, but yeah, there was one plan throughout this whole map, which was done by Zealous, and yeah, just things so far are going so well for Acme. It's actually amazing.
Yeah, well, of course. You know, I was talking to who was I speaking with? I think it was Strider. Sorry, Striking about their lineup and who exactly. I was speaking with Nazgul. Sorry, I was speaking with Nazgul, and he was saying that you know, Hotshot they plan on bringing him into play quite a lot. So you know, I think he's just one for the future, really.
Could be. Considering the fact that we are nearing the end of Pro League, the infamous ANZ Shuffle is also coming up very soon, so potentially we might be seeing quite some changes, including the Zealous roster, maybe even. But with that, with the theorizing out of the way, this may be potentially the last round for both of those teams, as Acme are seeming not too keen on backing out anytime soon.
Yeah, well, action phase of potentially the last round. Looks like we're going to see the top floor attempt once again for Zealous. You know, let's put some faith on them, shall we, Cthulhu?
I definitely would love to, Monkey, as Zealous did prove a fair few times that they can pull it out, even out of the most impossible situations. Oh, there it is. There's
Nice.
the one tap onto Dino. So that is a potentially very good start for Nazgul and for the team of Zealous, but as it stands for now, they still need to emphasize and get rid of the other 4.
Yeah, nice shot coming out from Dino with his patented winky face.
Gotta love that.
Yeah, such a Dino thing, isn't it? But it is the man advantage over the Zealous, so there is a good chance that they might be able to stay in this one. Pretty sure I saw a stat, it was like 76% win rate when you get the first pick in a round.
Ooh.
However, things do not always end up like that, Cthulhu.
Indeed. Oh, for now, Stiggs decides to go for a very ballsy push, but will get shut down swiftly by Sushi. So just like that, Hills will be also gone out by Jams, and the offense of Acme is very very slowly but surely falling apart. It is up to Strider and Hayward. Strider was an absolute clutch meister back at Clubhouse, so maybe we'll be seeing a couple of very nutty shots very soon. As there we go, that's the first
Nice
one
shot.
on Nazgul. Could be
No,
following up.
2v5. I believe they've already had one today, Cthulhu, in this match series. We're gonna
Yes.
see another one.
Very soon, the attack will need to start going for the push, so she claims another one for himself onto Hayward. That is all up to Strider, who will be taken out by Jam with a swift C4. Zealous will be staying for, at the very least, one more round, as that was a very well held defense, I gotta say.
Yeah, that was very great by Zealous, of course. That was springboarded by the Nazgul early one tap onto Dino. And well, we saw last map, Dino was the one going absolutely ham, wasn't he? Or sorry, this map he's been putting up lots of numbers, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, yeah. He was able to pull out some great plays all in all. It's just as we are going to tell us archives. Well, we'll be seeing Nazgul's 6 pick of Kayed onto maybe. Oh yeah, this will be a bandit. I was just about to say Echo, but no, this will be a bandit. So a bit more of a aggression potential we'll be seeing from Zealous.
Interesting to see that Zealous are completely avoiding going downstairs, Cthulhu.
It is actually a very good point. Yes. Well, ever since Smoke did get banned out for this map, he is a cornerstone for pretty much every defense, and he is definitely going to be a shot to the foot if Zealous will prompt to go for the downstairs defense. But looking at the scoreline also, do you want to point out Dino, like you said.
Absolutely
Fantastic.
slaying, isn't he?
Oh yeah. Slaying
Double his
over
nearest
flames.
teammate.
Yes. Yeah.
So you look at it like that, it's almost like a 6v5. If you think. It's like, oh, I don't have any more Rios, says Nazgul. What am I doing?
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Surely the
action
rest
phase.
of surely the rest of Zealous will have enough reinforcements to be able to finish it up, but
Oh, Sushi's up here. Serum's using his in the staff room.
could this be their attempt to kind of go for late prep to avoid having boost drones maybe?
I think it's just one of those bomb sites that takes a long time to set up. Like, look at all those rotate holes Serum's put on, especially with that mirror shotgun. It's not the greatest.
True. That is a fair point as well.
But surely Acme try and start from this top floor. Yes, let's make our way in. Stigs.
Oh,
Has he seen him? Oh,
I don't think he did actually. He did hear the goo mine get put out?
looks like there might be one below him as well, coming from the service stairs.
Not too sure just yet. I think there's he's a bit more cautious about the presence in the kitchen actually, rather than. Oh no, wait, there is one on surface stairs. Yeah,
Yep.
you are right. Could be the big brain play if they manage to pull it off.
I think they've seen him as well on that drone. I'm not exactly sure where he's ended up. Nazgul. There we go. He's going to be found by Dino finally through the hatch. Is that through 2 hatches or just the one?
Just one, I think.
Yeah. Oh, 120 on the clock. An advantage in Acme's favor, of course.
Indeed. Stiggs, meanwhile, will be attempting to make some work from above, as he does have plenty of holes to work with, as Dino will be the next one to get another kill for himself. Jam will be off the board, and that is the German duo off the cards.
Yeah, there's another one to fall. 2v5 Cthulhu. This is not looking great at all for Zealous. I think we might be looking at GG here. 1v5, all up to a hot shot now. 1v4, in fact, sorry. He did find Dino, taking 1/3 of his HP, as he is feeling a bit claustrophobic here on site. And there's Hills to finish things off. Acme with a 2-0, 7-5, 7-2 Cthulhu. Good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. As a fantastic turn of events for Acme, the revenge has been served quite swiftly, and yeah, Dino got to be the MVP with his smiley face.
Yeah, without a doubt. 15 kills he reached in the end, a 2.0 KD with 7 deaths. Acme are going to be looking back to their qualification match for Pro League. It was the final day of Challenger League. They're going to be thinking, why couldn't we do that then, guys? We could be the ones in Challenger League if we had beaten them then. But, they've got what little revenge they can. They've beaten them here in the Six Masters. And, I think they're chugging pretty strong here, this Acme squad.
Indeed, as definitely. Well, the community seemed to have predicted quite well. They did manage to choose the winners quite positively, as there was, I believe, a 51% choice in favor of Acme. So, yeah,
1%. 1% was it?
Actually, 51.
51. So 1% in their favor.
Yeah, 1% in their favor. Yes, correct. And but yeah, nonetheless, for Zealous, this will be yet another vault to go over to see how they can study this, how they can improve. For Acme, this will be a very well-earned victory, as they managed to prove quite a lot.
Yeah, of course. I've got nothing else to add to that game. It was 2 stand-ins in for Zealous. It would be pretty surprising if they managed to take any rounds, especially, the map was Acme's pick.
Yeah, correct. But for now, this will be the end of the matchup number 2. We have one more, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far away, as we will be going on a short break, setting up the matchup number 3. We'll catch you in a little bit. Stay tuned.
Love is sacred, love is kind, but love is only a state of mind. It's in your heart and in your soul, where nothing hurts like letting go of all you had, go of all you want, and surrender to a higher cause. And we will jump straight over the field. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. Clocks are ticking all the time, but I can show you where to find all the colors of your dreams. The world is opened up to me. It's how we feel, this is how we ride, as we find our place in the afterlife. And if we don't, this is how we kneel. And I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel. I know it's right, oh baby, this is how I like to feel.
You say you love me, but I don't think that it's true. It's all for you, all that I do. It's hard to escape all the problems in your brain, but it's okay. When things don't go your way, I said, girl, don't lose your faith, 'cause you won't always be alone. You're more than your mistakes, and me you'll always have. said, girl, don't lose your faith, 'cause you won't always be alone. You're more than your mistakes. You'll always have a home in your heart, in your mind. Well, I saw in your eyes that I need to let go. I said, girl, don't lose your faith. Don't lose your faith, 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 faith.
Running in circles, never leave me alone. Say I don't answer the messages or pick up my phone. Say we all need some time just to settle down. Won't you come around, 'cause I never can leave it alone. Tell me your stories, but don't leave out the lies, 'cause I know I got some problems and I'm open to mine. So we all need some time just to...
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back for map number 3 of day 3 of 6 Masters. We got a banging matchup. We got one that's kind of like a little bit of a revenge game with Sinister and Zealous that were played a little bit earlier this week in Pro League. I'm Manic, joined with me Cthulhu. Cthulhu, how are you, my dude?
Going pretty good, yeah. I'm quite keen to see the final matchup of today, see what we have, what both of the teams have stacked up. And yeah, like you said, this will be a grudge match. And the match itself, like just between those two teams, has quite some history as well coming in.
Now, let me get your thoughts just straight off the bat, because we are already jumping into the game. Who you got for this one?
I'd say Zealous.
Zealous?
I'll go with Zealous, but for first map, I reckon we will be seeing something across the lines of like 7-5, 7-4.
You reckon it's going to be a closer one towards
Yeah.
Sinister? Okay. So Sinister do have a chance to close this out and possibly push it to a third.
Could be, yeah. But they will need to get this map on board straight away, because second map being coastline, things would not look all well.
Now, this is just a strange fact for you. 3 games today have all started out on Clubhouse. So, I mean, it's, it's just something to take away. Not really. It's absolutely nothing. So, heading into this one, we got the two bands coming out with Maverick and Thermite. So, some hard breaches now off. That makes this game very interesting. I can see that look on your... No one else can see that look on your face, but I can.
Yeah, that is the face of me being interestingly confused, and oh my goodness,
Wow.
the bamboozling just continues. Smoke is off the board now.
Jeez, these are some interesting bands coming through. I mean, fair enough. Who's this last band going to be? If we've followed this theory, what do you reckon?
Valkyrie.
Valk? You reckon we'll leave in the Mirror, leave in the Echo?
Yes,
Who
I
we
do
got?
think that we will be having... Actually, no, Echo...
Oh!
wait. Neither will be. It will be
What?
tired.
Oh, man. That's
Okay,
probably
so-
the most interesting set of bands I've seen in the past 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, this is by far one of the most controversial ones, I'd have to say, as 3 out of 4 bands were completely unpredicted.
Yep.
And the way how things are shaping up, this will be a very much of a spicy matchup, and I'm not even too sure in which favor this will be at this point.
Yeah, no, this is sure to be an absolute banger. So there we go. We're going to see Bandit, Valk, Echo, Jaeger, and Legion being picked up. Ooh, an IQ. Ooh, this could be very fun. They're going to bring in the Monty as well. What are your thoughts on this lineup?
Well, the IQ choice is definitely going to work very well for Sinister, considering the fact that it is played by Copper, who was quite an efficient one
Yep.
on IQ. On the side of Orgless, it feels like the Jackal pick spooked them off, because the moment that 6 pick came in, Imorin swapped out from Bandit to a Maestro, meaning no more roaming, at least for him, and he will be playing a much more anchor-heavy position. And the rest of the roster seeming to be coming around that position as well. So maybe Ethan, maybe Diesel, but that's about it. The rest of the roster seeming to be prompting to initially go for very much of a safe play.
This is going to be quite painful for the defending side, considering IQ is going to be brought in, because does she... that unique little primary that she's got will absolutely destroy half of the utility that's going to be brought into this round for now anyway. So let's see what they've got to take through this one. Obviously the attacking side with the Monty, what are we expecting so far from that?
Well, with Monty, it means they might be going for a duo push, say Blue Tunnel and the main stairs, and Monty will be the one spearheading the main stairs, as that is the biggest biggest choke point for the offense to get through. So if they manage to get past that, that could be where they would be able to play it out. But it seems that the breach was actually denied on the kitchen. I'm not too sure just yet. We'll find that out very soon. But if it was, then things could be working out quite well to start off for all of us.
Ooh, okay, just a nice little angle. We'll be able to find Modo. Some sprays going through toward B bomb site. And as you said, there's Blue Stairs Blue Hall starting to be capitalized on from Monty. But they are just going to hold tight for 2 minutes and wait for the rest of Sinister to get in the position.
I'm quite confused as to why is Copper only now making his way over. He should be the one on the front line as well to be assisting with the push, as Fisher is trying to bait in that peak maybe for Copper to go for that push, but it seems that poor Monty player is just getting bullied left, right, and center.
And if that's... I'm not sure whether that was Legion that was sitting across toward Blue, but if it is, that's going to be a pain in the backside for that Monty trying to push on through. But Luna, so far, taking a lot of control. Copper just giving some information as to where the positioning of the utility might be. Flashes to come on through, but it is just going to bait it out. Vicious backs away. Monty now making short use of the ADSs. So down comes Monty. Fisher guy not wasting any time, but Ethan actually manages to find the kill, now peeking wildly into Memorial. Doesn't find the kill just yet, but nice overall start for the defensive side. 30 seconds on the clock. Things are about to get hot and heavy in here.
Indeed, we're just about to see a flurry of kills to come out with 20 seconds left to go. Not a whole lot of a good ground gained by Sinister. Things might get cut off pretty quickly. 12 seconds and counting. Luna will be the one spearheading. Vicious getting the better of Ethan and Neo. A whole lot of kills for Sinister, but just like that, Echo, Depe is still around. The plant should be going down, as the plant will be going down. Depe will be able to deny it, and Orgless, just like that from the dirt tunnel, will be able to finish it off. Nicely done by the Pro League team.
Yeah, definitely nice to deny that plant right at the last second with the Echo, taking their time. So with that, first round into the hands of Orgless. And Sinister is still going to bring that Monty. Nope, there we go. Gridlock will be picked up instead. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Gridlock so far has seen quite a variable success, seeing as on Clubhouse she didn't see a whole lot of action, and just like that, Official will be the one who will be bringing in Monty once again. And Neophyter's read on that would also work out pretty well. But yeah, Gridlock, personally, I still feel that Pro League teams are not fully gotten the full grasp of how to properly utilize her, but I do see some potential in her.
Alrighty, so on the back of that Echo deny, it will give the first round, of course, for the comfort. Now, this being Sinister's pick, probably not the start that they would have wanted exactly, but that's okay. You live and you learn.
Yeah, well, Sinister did prove to be quite a able team to be able to train and adapt. So maybe this will be the upcoming rounds. Maybe will be a bit more confident for them, considering the fact that they are versing what is considered to be the top team in their group for Six Masters.
Right, some drywall work being done. The plasterer has been purchased. Diesel with the shotgun, but not really wasting any time here. Sinister starting to get a lot of control toward Garage. However, Fisher Guy just backs away for a second. They will be able to drone on through. It's Derpe who's holding. And this is just going to be a royal pain in the backside. As long as he can hold on to this position and delay that push to come through. Could be a little bit tilting.
It could be indeed, with Ethan already taking a little bit of a punishment. And Deppy holding the angle, he will need to be extra cautious. The whole setup that August have, it does seem to be quite able to deny that. The Sinister will be meanwhile dousing the plant with a couple of explosives and flashbangs.
Ooh, that's Neophyter taking initial contact onto Luna, which they can't punish him for. Not even HP have been punished, but at this point, just baiting it out, just slowing this push down. What can Derpe do in this position? Neophyter re-peaks, and that's going to be the... Well, that's a bit of disrespect. Fisher Guy, I think he had the opportunity to find the kill, and Derpe, well, he reads it like an absolute champ. And now, a 2 versus 5 with only Hibana and IQ up. The Sinister, it looks like a second round on the board for August.
Certainly seems like it is not a whole lot of options for Vicious and Copper, as Vicious gets already pre-fired by the Maestro, played by Derpe. And not a whole lot of meaningful ground, like Monkey Fist would love to say, has been gained by the attacking team. That is a nice disposal.
Do they have one more denial left? I don't think so. So that is definitely... Oh. Okay. They did?
Yeah, I think that did it. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't hear anything, so that would assume that Hemo had one more left, and the job of Sinister just went from hard to near on impossible.
Indeed, as the C4 is now being prepped to throw it as well. Derpe holding a fantastic pixel angle from that shield, should be able to deny it quite well, as Vicious gets the better of Neo, but Emo at the end managing to close it out as Bandit. They're doing some quality work on this squad of Sinister.
Yeah, Emo Rin really putting in the work there, making their money's worth. So now we do head to gym and bedroom. So far, so good. Successfully taken the basement and cash CTV. They're still really picking this Monty. They're not really backing away. So doubling down on their strategy. This time Sledge will come in. Capitao as well. Thatcher will accompany Hibana.
It's, to a certain degree, quite interesting, the fact that they, like you said, are sticking to Monty pick quite frequently, but maybe it's one of those strats they're just trying to force on every side until they will eventually give up on it.
Yep. There's every chance for that, so may as well just... I guess it's the point where you look at it and you go, is it worth continuing with this? This is something we've practiced. Do we double down on it, or do we, refer back? And I feel if this is something you've been working on, or this is something you're used to, doubling down on it is probably the best way to go. So it's been a good defense so far for August, which, I mean, that's what we expected. We didn't expect anything less.
Yeah, well, with August, they did have a couple of really shaky performances before. But it's seeming that they are getting back to their former glory, you could say to a certain extent, quite quickly.
Yeah.
Albeit that the loss of Joey did force them to move around some roles within the team, but seems to have still keeping quite a good dynamic within it.
I feel it's always about how you can adapt and move, right? Especially in a game like Rainbow Six that is quite complicated. So the name of the game is being able to do that, which it seems that they've done to perfection. And now Thatcher's just going to use the breaching charge to open up in towards CCTV. But talking about doubling down on Montang, they are doubling down in toward Cash right now. They're not allowing them to have any free access, but well, that might be a slight little problem for August.
Correct, but that Echo Drone should be able to force the Monty out of his comfort zone, as he did take quite a chunky amount of punishment, and even a C4, whilst being fully extended, could deal substantial enough damage to down him.
Nice little angle now taken into Cash. And of course, it's going to put quite a bit of pressure back onto that defending side, but they're holding strong, and well, was looking to get a little bit aggressive for a second. That might be the end of Neofighter, which it is. Nicely done from Copper and Ethan as well. Oh, that is not the kind of mistake you want to be making in Cash. So very nicely executed from the defending, or rather attacking side of Sinister, as they lose complete control of the western side.
Yeah, for now, the next hurdle of being the construction side will be up on the shoulders of Emo, as Derpy just continues to blast off his Alda onto one of the attackers. So for now, if they manage to catch off a couple of the attackers off guard, it's going to definitely work quite well, as Emorin does manage to find finally the shot onto Monty. So that is the shield player off the board, and an amazing breach denial as well by Emorin at the end.
Now coming down to the wire. 40 seconds left. And Emorin can just sit there. He's been a huge player so far. Of course, the castle barricades do work both ways. Will make it harder for them to hold into Jim, but they can, of course, just rip that down and give them easier access. Echo, what can he get done? Just waiting for the players to push on into the corners. 20 seconds left. Time is ticking, and the defenders might actually be able to double down on these sites.
Well, for now, Emorin, holding a very eloquent angle, will be able to keep holding on his own, as that asphyxiating bolt was completely missed, as just that is a wipe
That is
by Orgless.
That's so dirty, man.
Yeah, that was no remorse
No,
whatsoever.
none at all. And that positioning from Emorin was only possible because of that breach deny before, like you touched on. Huge to make that work. Otherwise, Emorin might even have to completely reposition. And then all of a sudden, Jim's not being held, and you don't pick up your third round of the 3 versus 5. Nicely done. Positioning so damn good. And Sinister, well, what do they have to bring into this one? Doesn't look like they're really going to change anything from their previous assault. Rather, we are going back down to Church and Arsenal, which was oh so successful for that defending side first time around. There we go. That's the change that maybe we need to see here, Cthulhu.
Was definitely Lion, even after his rework, has been quite a formidable opponent to verse against. And looking at the scoreboard really quickly, Diesel and Emo leading the charge for August, whereas on the side of Sinister, it's not looking all swell.
Not at all. Really struggling to get the kills on the board there. And I mean, look, it's got to be said, a 3 versus 5 toward the end there. You know, it's all about forced errors, right? And they might have made a certain error in making a call toward the gym site, but it's all capitalized on from August. So now they're going to have to definitely find a round in amongst here on Sinister. But the way that August are playing have pretty much been the don't argue, you know, the big don't argue in rugby, just the hand out, the push and the run. It's looking pretty good.
We'll definitely have to agree with you on that, as while we watching the start of the action phase unveil, Sinister will be taking once again the same default control of the bar and kitchen, whereas Fisher guy might be that big wild card if he manages to use his utility quite right, which being his E1D, if he launches it whilst the Hibana charges will be going off, he will be able to catch maybe a couple of people on rotation.
So once again, Luna not really wasting any time and starting to take control of those staircases. That should be the hatch well and truly open, so Neo Fighter going to find himself in a bit of a pickle in a second, but deploys a second ADS for the support. Why not? If it's there, you may as well. He's getting droned out by Copper, who will lose the drone in which he once had. That's perfectly fine. I'm sure he'll be happy to do so to gain that sort of information.
I'm curious to see how will Neo Fighter actually play it out, because he still has one more of the ADS devices, and Neo's taken up quite a chunky amount of damage. There's a nice push by Copper, forcing Neo out of his comfort zone. But just like that, Imorin actually manages to down Vicious, but not fully confirm the kill. Nice crossfire once again by Copper. He's securing another one. This definitely looks like a round that could be taken by Sinister. Finally, as the E1D is definitely hurting the defense of Orgulus.
That's right. 45 seconds left. I mean, what realistically can they get done here on Orgulus? They did have Hibana down, but she has been picked back up, so that's going to be a slight little problem. Imorin just watching on the pixel angle, of course. Straight into Memorial. They've lost control of blue, so they now need to play for the back side. Can double down from this position. Ethan does have the support. Here comes the maybe initial contact, but not just yet. They're still biding their time. 20 seconds left. Cthulhu, this is where it all happens.
Indeed it is, as the goo mines are starting to come in. There's the spray down by Emo, but the Copper will be able to trade him out straight away. There's another peek by Derpy and Ethan as well. 2 versus 2, the time is running low. The Echo Drone is once again still there. He will be able to deny it, and there he goes. The plant is once again getting attempted to get denied. The Echo Drone just gets stuck. Ethan can't connect the shots. The plant is going down as Ethan finally manages to find the head onto Copper. All up to Vicious on also little amount of health. Even a slight breath will be taking him down.
Yeah, surely not going to be able to get anything done. Ethan coming in from behind, and that is a very nice round. Again, what a 3 versus 5. I think that was a 3 versus 5 once again, and Sinister not being able to capitalize on it. These are really hurting them. They're in massively advantageous positions, but they just can't execute at the right time, at the right point. And look, Orgulus are doing an incredible job of holding. There's no denying that.
Indeed, yeah. And I do also want to point out is the fact how Orgulus playing is they always have the plan B. Like, we saw Neo playing on Rome. We saw, I believe that was Diesel playing on the Bandit. The moment they lost this Rome, they still had 2 to 3 people who are also anchoring and ready to fire off as a separate squad. And that is what separates between them and between Orgulus and a whole lot of current ANZ teams, is that Orgulus keep on playing and planning for both Plan A and Plan B, whereas a whole lot of teams just playing, yeah, we lost a whole lot of our players, well, now we'll need to freestyle and improvise.
So, they do... This time they actually don't take the Jaeger in, which was swapped out as 6-pick 4 Maestro, and this time Copper's going to be running the Monty instead of Fisher guy, so maybe getting pushed aside and told, nope, it's my turn now.
Well, Copper is the captain and I believe the IGL of the team. To chat, please do correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
You know that
a whole lot of people know the story way better than me. It would make sense for Copper to play on Monty, as he would be the one to be able to coordinate all the attacks while still being in a relative safety of the Montane shield.
Alrighty. Action phase now fully underway. And for Sinister, they've really quite struggled to connect these rounds, and it's now starting to cost them big time. Of course, they do have so much intel gathering on the side of the big boys.
I gotta point out that Imoren went out of his absolute way to go and deny that Hibana breach as well, which could have opened up the angle onto the window at that catwalk. Because with that now completely denied, this will force Sinister to push through that door, which Derpe can hold very well, including the fact that he has the Echo Drone there as well to disrupt.
And oh, so close. Was not even half a second in it, and maybe some damage. Maybe not the kill to come through, but definitely some damage. There's those bolts that we talk about so much coming through from Capital.
I think Capital was actually able to still get that arrow through, funnily enough, through that small hole in the wall. And if that was the case, that would be quite an amazing spectacle to witness. But now Derp might need to be playing a bit of a more careful game, as 3 players are actually converging on that position.
This could be huge right now. He does actually back away to the elbow. All of Catwalk just being taken down. A little bit the pre-fires coming through from Derpe. Lucky to be alive on the receiving end of that, I must say. As now slowly but surely taking their way up, and that is going to be even further annoyance, and they still haven't been able to find the Yokai drone. Oh, and he's still holding him off! The problem is they're so separated right now that even if they try to come through, they need to be able to find this angle, and, well, I believe he's still up, and he's doing well so far, but that's going to be the takedown. Dropped, and no. Still holding. No. What? I thought he was down.
Just continuing to just break dance on the floor, just dodging all the bullets and just going for the biggest brains of the plays, as Imoren just will be able to get the better of Arnie, but Copper finally does manage to get the better of Derp. So all up to Emo and Diesel, once again the explosive duo of August.
I was just about to say, you better believe they're going to be able to do it, but now Imoren, who's had a huge impact so far, looking to deny that bomb plan, and might be able to as well, of course. Oh, no, that's a little bit unfortunate. And coming back through from Cash, a 1v3 when Monty's still up and can pretty much just sit in front. This is going to be incredibly hard. Nope, Fisher guy, my word, that was a little bit too close for comfort. But first round of the board for Sinister. And somebody
up to
taken
4
5.
rounds, that's...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only taken 5, yeah.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, this could still be a good start for Sinister if they manage to pull themselves back in. As Clubhouse, like we saw throughout the whole other matchups today, is a very defender-sided map. So, for now, they need to yoink themselves at least 1 more point.
Yeah.
For, like, just a little bit of that confidence boost.
Yeah, they need to be able to send it once it comes to that second half.
Yeah,
I'm a firm believer in that. They need to they need that room to move, because, you know, when you get into the second half, if you've only got 2 rounds on the board, well, I suppose it's not bad. If you've got 1 round on the board, it's, yeah, you've got realistically no kind of safety net. However, 2 will definitely give you the room to even just try 2 different things, you know, so... Let's wait and see what they've got for us. It is going to be the last round of the defending side. And Jaeger will be replaced back on the squad.
Indeed, as I do also want to point out the fact that how flexible the whole Orgulous squad is. If you noticed, before it was Derpe playing as Echo before. He was on the first round, he was playing as Maestro. This time it's Diesel on Maestro, Neo on Legion, and Ethan on the Jaeger. Before it was Neo on Jaeger as well on the downstairs hall. They have an amazing ability. Like, I believe 3 out of those 5 players are full-on flex players, and they are ready to play whatever, whichever, whenever. So I just, every time it amuses me, honestly, and seeing as they also are able to kind of adapt to how Sinister push, they now bring in an Elysian against the Monty. It's definitely a pretty sight to witness.
Again, they are going to be looking to come through from that garage door with Copper leading the charge. So what kind of effect will that have? So small little line again. This is what we... So that's what we saw in the previous
where-
round.
Oh boy, Arnie.
Oh, hot and heavy, get out! This time not so successful. Ooh!
Yeah, not at all. That is spicy by Imorin. The maestro of the breach denial is there and ready to deny even further as he has 3 more batteries.
Yep.
This time Diesel is all prepped and ready with Neofighter as well. Not before though, as before Arnie will be able to take him out from... Was that the same hole in the wall?
I hope not. I hope not, because that would have been filthy. I don't Oh! Get deleted, Diesel! I thought that was going to be the play. They were looking like, once they took that Monty down, I was like, they're going to have a real hard time here. But no. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was Fisher pressing delete this button. Instantly deletes poor Diesel. And it's once again up to 2 players of Wargless. This time it's Derpy and Emo against a 4-man stack of Sinister. Fully healthy, by the way.
Look, out of two players on Orgless right now, these guys seem to be feeling pretty damn confident with it all. Just not going to be able to hit it. Emo Rin hits a nice shot onto Vicious.
Oh my.
Nasty.
That's nasty. But on the topic of nastiness, it is now a 2 versus 3 with the Derpy now reallocating all of his Echo drones to give out as much information as possible. Imorin once again continuing to just wreak havoc to Team Sinister as Luna is now going down. So it's all out to Arnie and Fisho. And, I mean, it still could work out, but both of them are around garage level and things are not going to look pretty.
No, Emo Rin's been absolutely monstrous. And there we go again. There's the triple kill. 1 more to add for the quad. Just staying alive long enough to be a nuisance. And of course, they can deny that bomb plant with the Echo. Fisher guy can't even get through the hole. And that is how the 6th and final round for the first half is going to end. 5-1. Another 2 versus 4. What?
I'm just... Well, this is Orgless that we're talking about.
Yeah.
This is Orgless, and man, I mean, they continue to amaze me personally on a continuous basis. Those guys are trained that it is impossible to stop. They had that grace period of when they were making a switch from Joey to Neofighter.
Mm-hmm.
Now it feels like a full-on upgrade, honestly. Although, not to take away from Joey's previous accomplishments, that man was absolutely nuts. Smoke SMG 11.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is it's a slight change around, rather more to a certain even degree a throwback to the old Orgless days back when they were athletic.
Okay. Well, there's Emo Rin, and that was pretty much... I'm so hype around him right now because he's had some monstrous plays so far. I just want to touch on in that first half. 3rd round, 3v5. 4th round, 3v5. 6th round, 2v4. 3 times Orgless converted with a 2-man disadvantage. Huh?
Yeah, that's Imorin. That's Orgless. It's just they're that nuts. That's all I can say, really, Medic. Because every time, well, okay, not every time, pardon. A fair few times you see Orgless play, there's a pretty solid chance that they're going to win one way or another. With Sinister, if Sinister can outplay Orgless on the map picks, that is a whole different theory and a whole different feel. And even the community poll was saying quite a similar thing.
Yep.
It was 75 for Orgless, leaving 25% for Sinister. So it's still, well, you could say better than nothing, but for my gauge, that is still somewhat big for the underdog team, rather.
Massive.
Well, no, not massive, but yeah, it's out there. It's indecent. Could have been more though, probably for Sinister, but
Could
nonetheless, could have, should have, did, but either way, return back to the site to the game at hand though. I'm quite curious to see how will Emo perform because the most iconic duo within that squad, Emorin and Buck with a suppressed C8. That was putting people on tilt ever since the inception of Pro League in ANZ. But now I'm pretty sure, yeah, the C8 is unsuppressed, but Emo is a fantastic player on Buck. And yeah, it's just it's a statement. Like he was also a while ago considered one of the best, if not the best player in ANZ, and I can tell you that straight away. He, even by the current gauge, he's still one of the best players.
Doesn't surprise me at all. That is a really nice little duo combo there between Capitao and Habana to ensure that they get that free breach. So, nicely done to pick that one up, as now they're starting to make a little bit more progression. Derpe getting a lot of information in towards Blue and Church. And August might look to adapt to that as well. Diesel with a nice angle straight through on... Oh, that is so damn close. Of course, also that Habana breach does work two ways, so you do need to obviously be careful at that point.
Correct. As Neofighter will be now making a backdoor breach very soon. He will be, unfortunately, face tanking a goo mine straight to his face, but will be pulling it out of his ankle. And Copper will be actually forced out of his position, but we'll get down to the process. Derp already drops down as Neofighter gets blue on blue team shot. As now the push will be starting to happen. Oh! Visual with a big plays. Will be getting the better double kill for himself. It is a 2v2. The time is running low. The time needs to happen. Fisher guy will be able to deny that, and just like that, Sinister get the win on their first defense on Church.
Always the problem with time management, isn't it? And nicely done from Arnie as well, just to bait that player into Memorial who had the bomb down, mind you. So that was always going to be an uphill battle for August once that kind of 5-second mark hit. And some nice placement on the flank that came through to shut that player down that was headed toward Church. Now, giving themselves a little bit more room to move, we head to CCTV with a Doc, a Maestro, a Mute, a Bandit, a Jaeger. Interesting.
Interesting indeed. As CCTV and cash room is now in effect. Arnie bringing in a dog, so that is straight away a giveaway that this will be the person holding the garage. Whereas the rest of Team Sinister potentially might be just going in for the just anchor plays potentially around construction / bedroom, but maybe it is a brick brain play somewhere hidden out there.
Well, let's see what Sinister have in CCTV, shall we?
Oh yes, we shall. I'm quite curious though to see how the whole defense of the upstairs will pan out compared to how August did it, because this definitely seems like a much more simplistic version of it.
Yep.
Having just a fair few just breach denials for the time being, essentially.
They can bide their time, that's for sure. But once the information is then translated, I'm sure it will be easy enough to counter. Wait and see. Now, Arnie, who was the previous Capitao, I believe, who was holding from that angle, would be watching for that at the very least, and it's quite aggressive in toward the position of Garage. No one near him though, not just yet.
Correct. Now, the whole squad of Sinister will be just keep holding steady and for themselves as the breach will be coming out. The Luna won't be able to deny it, and unfortunately for Sinister, this will be meaning that the breach is now there, and Luna will need to start improvising very soon and bail out as quickly as possible. They'll manage to dodge the bullets though, so This will be meaning that she will be able to live for another half a round to see some action for herself.
Now, how important is this that Arnie holds on towards Garage? Because it, again, nullifies that position that can be then used. And they will have to funnel in through a different position, but they already, of course, have that open like you were touching on before. Imorin coming back down from the porch if he does have that support. That's Capitao with an interesting angle. Oh, that could be massive. That might actually flush him out of position. We'll wait and see. It does not burn early enough, or close enough, I should say. And Arnie can still hold that pressure nice and tight. Is now starting to drone on out to get the early info. He does find that Doc is still in that closer engagement. And they might be able to pinch him in here. 50 seconds, and again, that time will start to run thin.
Oh, the grenade does fly out, but it will be forcing Arnie just to move a little bit. Imorin, unfortunately, does go down to the hands of the Team Sinister player, so it is a 4 versus 5 as Arnie keeps on just chugging all that damage, but will be able to out-heal himself. Like you said, timing is running very low, and it seems that August are a little bit lost on how they want to approach. Arnie picks up a kill onto Derpy, but not before Diesel will be able to finally trade him out. So that's control of the garage, but at a such gigantic expense, which at this point means that the push needs to be extremely swift. C4 coming out, talking about swiftness, will be able to get the better of him. And Neo goes in for the push. 3 seconds left to go. Another C4 comes out, but the plant needs to be stuck right now. Luna will be getting the better of Neofighter, and just like that, the poor August remaining player will be overwhelmed by all the pressure.
Yeah, you gotta, I don't know, I feel like we gotta give a lot of respect to Arnie there for holding on the garage for so long. You know, just ensuring that there was no real play to come on through, and the C4 to come through. The flooring was quite large at the very least. So we do head across toward gym and bedroom now. Polar opposite sides. West instead of east, but still second floor. There we go. There's the adaptation from August. We pick up the Monty on Ethan.
Monty on Ethan is definitely a peculiar one, as usually you would see Ethan in a bit of a more of a fragging role rather than having him playing on the shield operator. But for this particular side, this could be a good idea, considering the fact that Fisher is so far being an absolute mad lad with the dual digits for himself. But I also got the whole second half is raising questions for me. Could this be the fact that August are not entirely prepped for Clubhouse, and they kind of tried to get as many rounds as possible for themselves on the defense so that they would have some room for error on offense? Or is it just the sick plays of Sinister that are just leading to them winning those over?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting concept, right? Because, I mean, right now we're never going to know, I guess, at the basis of it all. We won't know, but, you know, with speculating, I do feel like there is a very high chance that maybe their attacking side just isn't, as you were saying, as prepared as what we would have liked to expect. So time again will tell. It is such a beautiful thing, but devastating as well as it has been for August in the past 2 rounds. Time just running way too thin. The breach charges of Derpe are going to well and truly nullify Castle's barricades, meaning makes it a little bit easier for them at this point.
Yeah, now we do have a unfortunate need for a rehost, as there was a couple technical issues. I believe the rehost did get approved, but as it stands, yeah, Sinister will need to leave for the rehost. 3-5 so far being the scoreline. Yeah, and so far it seems that Sinister have a very good defense prepped up.
Mm-hmm.
But compared to August, it's not as coordinated. It's not even that. It's it just feels that Sinister very much basing off their very impulsive plays rather than compared to August, where they seem to have a very structured, a um, very communicated plan. And if in case Plan A falls down, they still have a Plan B, i.e., two people to clutch up that are anchoring on the side.
Yeah. No, it's. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing obviously the rest of this because I think it was 2, 3, 5. So the gap's starting to be closed by Sinister at this point, and that could be I don't know. I'm feeling like Sinister is starting to get their running boots on. They're starting to get comfortable. They're starting to gain that momentum, and a big factor of online games is always going to be the your momentum and that kind of confidence that you take into the matchup. And look, it might not have looked that great in the first half on their attacking side, but now that they've moved across, it has looked rock solid. But I think one of the main factors for August so far has definitely been their time management.
Yeah, time management. I'll definitely have to agree with you on that. It was definitely not their brightest suit yet on offense. As to a certain point, it actually reminds me of the old, I believe, season 7 or season 6 APAC LAN, the very first one, where there was a Japanese team that was basing off their whole push off the last 30 seconds. So they would spend nearly the whole round preparing, setting up all the utility, everything. They won't go for a single pick up until 30 seconds.
Yep.
And they would just go in guns blazing and just take the round by chaos. To a certain degree, the way how August have been playing on offense feels somewhat similar. But this is not working. At this point, there's so many operators, there's so much utility that could stop you from doing that last moment push.
Yeah.
That it's not viable anymore, unfortunately. And to a certain degree, I feel that August do acknowledge that, but it's rather just due to the fact that they maybe have some expectations. Say, yes, within the first minute of the round, we'll take Garage.
Yeah.
And if they don't have that happen, but already the wall is already open, there's like, well, guys, we're waiting for you to take on Garage so we could go in for the push.
Yeah.
And it just continues that back, like peer-to-peer, essentially stalling.
Yeah.
Is what's causing them having those push issues.
Well, definitely in that second round for August, that was obviously quite an obvious fact with Arnie being such a nuisance in Garage. That particularly is the point because they already had Habana's breach charges work successfully, like you were saying, on that subroof, gave them the room to move in there. But, when Arnie's holding down Garage like that against 3 of you, and, your buck misses the grenade, well, hits the grenade, but Arnie's too smart and reads it and moves at the same time as hitting the shots, things start to get a little bit more complicated. So, I feel in that round, in particular, that second round, hats have to go off to Arnie, but it's been a really nice start for Sinister on the defensive side. Obviously, being able to use the most of that time, and whether it is August taking their time or Sinister biting and pushing them even further back, not really allowing them the access. That's also another part to the story, which I'm sure you can attest can be tilting to a point for August.
Yeah, well, for August, you have a very, very valid point. The way how things been going, August would definitely be going into the matchup thinking, yeah, we're very confident, we want to get this win.
Yeah. And
all of a sudden, Team Sinister just decides to pull off those 2 first rounds in the second half, and it's just, guys, what's happening? Although on the same topic, you could say that with this rehost being technically to a certain extent like a technical pause.
Yep.
They could be right now saying, guys, let's not tilt. Let's get back into the play. Zealous is their coach, so he will be there to also cool them down.
Yep.
And if they are cooled down, this could be the moment where they go for a breakthrough again.
Just the cool beverages to relax them a little bit. They just needed a chill pill. You know what? What
They
is it?
just need a crack a cold one.
Yeah, the Kit Kat take a break. You know,
Ah,
it's the but
Gotta
it
snap
can
out of
be.
it.
Yeah, but it can be, right? It really can. It really can reset your mentality and also reset not just your mentality, but also maybe the thoughts on strategy. Because
Yeah.
strategy is obviously a massive part of how you decide to play this. And, okay, so now August, they have this time, right? It's been about 5 minutes. They've probably got about maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes left to talk this out. And they go, right, so this and this, these things didn't work. How did we go wrong and where do we adapt, right? And I would say, I mean, I'm not, I can't really speak for August, but I would say that, the experience that they have should translate into adapting in this short time period.
Definitely, I will 100% agree with you on this. And August are known for their ability to occasionally adapt to a certain degree. Sometimes they try to force the same lineup. Sometimes they adapt their lineup and their approach to how they play offense or defense.
Yep.
And this will be their prime time. Even if Silex is not there to talk to them, which I highly doubt, really. Even if he's not there, Ethan is a fantastic leader. He's the I believe the captain and the IGL of the team. Derpe has been showing some fantastic prowess while Joey was part of the team. And Silex was part of the core roster. Derpe was one of the 3 flex players of August, and he was performing. He was doing some absolutely nuts stuff.
Yep.
Now that Derpe did ended up getting moved to, well, he's still partially flex, but he's rather more leaning towards supportive roles.
Yep.
We see him more on Echo. He's that like final puzzle piece. Like the whole August roster has been working together so well. It is actually mind blowing.
Yeah.
How well it is.
So we've been touching on August and the fact that, they had the 5-1 half and then Sinister have picked up the 2 rounds. And I think that we've kind of been leaning towards this being more of August's mistakes than Sinister's, outplayable. Well, that's just a terrible way of putting it. Their ability to outplay August, which I think obviously needs to be highlighted at this point. But now as we move into what will be, I believe, the 9th round, as we do come back into
That is
this,
correct, yeah.
How do we think that Sinister's doing enough to bring this back?
Well, they definitely will need to somewhat readjust their approach if they do want to keep on going with this matchup, if they do want to take this map. The way how, I believe that was Arnie was holding in the garage before.
Yep.
Arnie done a fantastic job. Like, massive props to the man. He was able to hold it for as long as he humanly could. And he managed to waste an obnoxiously large amount of time. So it was actually fantastic. And I would imagine that would be one of the tilts for Oculus.
Yeah.
But for the rest of the Sinister squad, they have been doing fantastic. Like, previous score, Fisher was already on double digits. The man can pull off some frags. Luna on Team Sinister, also a fantastic player. She has some of the some days when she managed to pop off. She is a force to be absolutely reckoned with.
Yeah.
And even for a team of the size that is August or even Fnatic, dude, those the plays that I saw from her were absolutely mind blowing. And the whole team of Sinister, they have potential. Like, that's even what what the Org's owner Priest was saying, that they have an amazing potential. And if they would go for a bit more training, if they would have a little bit of that extra to push them further,
Yep.
they will be another grade A team within ANZ on par with, say, Orglis, to a certain degree, Fnatic, and Mindfreak. So I very much can see that potential. And if they manage to come back from this scoreline, from being 5-1 after first half, this will be an amazing showcase for them because this is what they need. They need that confidence boost.
And obviously, this is their map pick, so it's not like they're not going to be comfortable on the defensive side. And obviously, the more they start to just chip away at August. Look, August might come back and bounce it and just completely demolish it. But the fact that they've started off in such a strong fashion and they can continue to do this now, there's definitely something to build on the back of. Cthulhu, one of the questions I had for you was in reference, we were having a quick chat before, of course, we came live, as casters do. I don't know whether you know that. We generally talk in the break, and we talk a lot. But you were saying that there is a win factor with the maps for Sinister.
Yes. So the whole story is essentially there were a fair few times when Sinister, back then they were known as Avant Gaming, they took Orglas to Villa, and generally within ANZ region, Villa is called the map where good teams fall. And Sinister pulled off some quite, majestic would be even the understatement to a certain point.
Yep.
Some amazing plays and managed to actually win a map over Orglas. And from time to time, we did see Orglas have a very shaky performance on maps like Villa. So very kind of open-areaed, large areas, large angles to hold. They seem to have occasionally struggled with that. So the more narrow the hallways can be, the more choke points they can emphasize on defense. That's where Orglas could thrive on. So essentially, for Sinister, they could take this win if they would have pulled the first map into Villa. But pretty sure that got banned out first thing.
Yeah.
Actually, now that I'm curious, I'm actually quite curious to see. Villa was actually the last thing that got banned by Orglas.
Oh, so they didn't even... Interesting. Okay, so they had a chance to pick it and they thought Clubhouse. Now, that is obviously a topic that I really like to talk about when we speak about competitive play, is when you're versing a team that you can lean into, are you better off doing... leaning into your strengths or their weaknesses. But anyway, we'll come back to that because we are going to go to a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. We are just having some little technical issues, of course, as always happens with anything that you do online. It's never going to be perfect. But stick around. We'll be right back after this with the remainder of map number 1.
I know where we can go. I know where we can go. And it's all you and me. We'll kiss the sky goodnight. Just go away with me, darling. We'll get real lost. We'll get real lost again. Just go away with me, darling. We'll get real lost. We'll get real lost again. Just run away with me, darling. Come get lost with me. Come get lost with me. Come get lost with me. Just go away with me, darling. We'll get real lost. We'll get real lost again. Just go away with me, darling. We'll get real lost. We'll get real lost again. Just run away with me, darling. Love is sacred, love is kind, but love is only a state of mind. It's in your heart and in your soul, where nothing hurts like lead. feel.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. We are straight on into the matchup. Of course, round number 9, Cthulhu.
Yes, very much of a round number 9. So far, Team Sinister had a very quality streak going for themselves. 2 rounds in a row of their defense have been successful at denying August to gain any more points, whereas August are 2 points away from getting that sweet W.
The dub. The
dub.
The first dub of their matchup tonight, of course, that they are hunting for. It looks like we are going to see a 6 pick for Castle. And all is well, I hope. I don't like that face in chat.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. Action live. So, we were at Garage. We were down the bottom first. We are now up the top after CCTV was correctly picked and successfully taken. What are we feeling for Jim?
I mean, Jim could potentially have the similar success if Sinister will be able to deny one of the upcoming areas, being either the cache or CCTV or Garage, as well as they did whilst defending their previous side.
Mm-hmm.
And in regards to the positioning, how they have for Bandit over here, where Imorin before on the first half was able to very eloquently pull off the defense, this one can get thwarted very quickly if Zephyr will be alive. Because you use one Zephyr charge on that castle barricade, the second one on that ballistic shield. That's it. Bandit doesn't have any cover to deny the breach. Get the breach going, off you go.
There you go, that's some hot fire knowledge coming in for you. If anyone's watching right now, take some notes. I mean, I'm definitely not taking notes right now because I already knew that 100%.
Oh, definitely.
No one, don't question it, please. Anyway, straight on into round number 9, guys. We do see the Monty making first point of contact. It's actually Derpe that finds the kill on the Copper, so a very nice start for August as they do drop that Jaeger, but dare say all ADSs have been deployed. Ethan's just putting out the feelers into cache.
Yeah, and just as that one as well, Vicious is on the prowl and ready to go for the Blancarino just from below, and it will be up to Diesel to actually try to deny any of that mess.
This is going to be quite dangerous for Alibi right now, because the second that they decide to open that up, can Vicious come up to support? No, Vicious is actually going to go all the way back around the long rotate toward what looks to be the side. I feel like she might be caught in here for a second, Alibi. I don't know whether Arnie's going to be able to do anything to fight her way out of this one. There we go. It starts to open up, and Arnie does make it out in time. However, the angle might have been held for a second. Not a second longer, though. And with that, another kill going the way of August.
Indeed, with Neofighter managing to get the revenge on Arnie, will be allowing August to push through, but right now it's all on Vicious really, as Luna and Bishop just need to keep holding their angles to allow Vicious to go for that very eloquent push, because he's tempted. You can see the man is tempted, and if he will be able to play his cards right, he will be able to get it. And just as I say that, Fisho guy is the next one who gets it.
And now got to be careful, of course, from that top side with Imorin starting to open up, putting and applying continued pressure. But how is that from Fisher guy managing to find another kill? And well, fair enough. Vicious is just going to go ahead and steal the downed player with that C4. Imorin obviously not really wanting to give away the position, trying to shoot on through. So there's the nade to come through. Nicely timed, but no one there to receive it. A nice push to come through from Neo's rather.
Yeah, Imorin will be getting the better of Luna, and there's all up to this to try to cost us up one nice flick, but Fighter won't be having any of that noise. As Zealous will be taking this round for themselves. They are on match point now, ladies and gentlemen, with Team Sinister 3 points away from pushing it into overtime.
So here's the question. Was it all
I like
planned
spaghetti,
by
yes.
was it all planned by August? Was this all a ruse to throw off Sinister? Did August run around and implement the mouse bug?
No, I definitely would not say that that was a ruse by any means. Sinister did manage to show a couple of very good plays, as well as just some good prowess. But at this point, it's just the fact how August approached that push, which was just essentially you just douse the single push with as much of a manpower as you can get, and eventually it'll break. So that's exactly what they pulled off.
Not much else to go with it. It is going to be some renovations being made down into Ward Church, which was highly successful the last time that Sinister played their defense there. And August, not so much, although we might have expected it to be a little bit more explosive. There wasn't really too much to show for it. Anything weird in the picks are all pretty relative. Looks like there's nothing too out of the ordinary.
Would definitely agree with you on that, Manic. As looking at the whole setup, is definitely sounds like we might be seeing potentially a three-man roam featuring Copper, Arnie, and Vicious for the next Fire mixtape, but that's still yet to be found out if that would be the actual case, because Copper is the potentially first person to try to respond on the aggression.
So, will Pulse be looking for the deny on that charge into the hatch? Wait and see. For now, just making some nice little melee holes.
Oh.
And there we go. Was that? Yep, that was the deny. Well, maybe not the deny, but it was a deny. With Neophyter going down early. They have to reset and maybe look at a different take.
Yeah, with Neophyter now off the board, it is definitely going to be a little bit of a harder moment to pull off. Considering the fact that Neophyter's utility was would have been quite useful in the final pushes, as his concussion grenade is just occasionally just enough to disorient some players.
And that will be Emo Rin trying to find some different angles. And information now being gained will just be caught out slightly. And now they might be able to work off the back of that. Ethan looking to clear out the close side of Church. I think that Habana was close by to go for that duo open again. The support of Ethan. So there you go. First hole being made. Fisher can probably hold on to this one at this point. It depends on how Habana will approach it. But again, a minute down, there's been no real progression made bar the murder holes, as there's no player dropped on the side of Sinister.
Indeed, but Imorin so far is making some good progress in through the oil pit, as I don't think his position has been yet revealed, as Ethan is now starting to make some progress. There we go, there is that crossfire by Imorin, but Fisher Guy will be able to straight away spawn back onto Derpe. Just like that, it is a 3 versus 4, make it 3 versus 3, as Ethan will be getting finally Fisher Guy. But with 26 seconds left, time is running very low and things are not looking all well whatsoever for August, as Diesel will now need to make the final hurdle, as Arnie, oh, nice shot onto Ethan, will be able to deny it, but the planet will need to be stuck as the push will be coming out. Vicious gets the better of Imorin, it is all up to Diesel, but he will be faded out straight away. Church will be going into the hands of Team Sinister.
Yeah, the second Capitao drops there on the moto position. That's pretty much all done and dusted. The long line being held, and there's no one to ensure that they can't push down into Church without the punishment to come through. It looked really good for August for a second there. They had everything that they really needed. They had Blue Room control, they had Church, and also the smoke that was up from Capitao. However, they had not previously cleared it, and it's always going to be the problem.
Indeed. Going into the gym and bedroom. That site was a bit of a issue for Team Sinister's defense, albeit that Fisher guy was doing quite some good work off August's squad. But I'm quite curious to see how different will the approach be, because this time Sinister are now going to bring a castle for the way how they were planning to play it out, rather bring it in favor of a Valkyrie for this one. So they will be emphasizing a little bit more on the info gathering with Valkyrie, Echo, and to a certain point Legion. So could be quite interesting to see how well will they play their cards, because those three operators can be a gigantic pain. Luna, come on, you can do it. You can place that barricades sometime soon.
Well. Now, the question is, do Sinister have it in them to send it to OT? We do head back to Gym, where we saw the previous fail, the only fail so far for this entire first half for Sinister. So will they fix their previous mistakes, Cthulhu? That's the question.
That would be a very much of a hard question, as Sinister do have the talent in them to fix those issues. It would also be a big question as to if August can also see if they can find some flaws in Sinister's defense and play off that, as this could very much be the combination of the two, that Sinister is playing very well and emphasizing on the issues that August have, and August playing not sufficiently enough.
Okay, does that deny it in time? Looks like it'll deny a small portion of it, and from underneath it was Rin that was starting to clear out the positioning. Unfortunately, it was maybe half a second earlier, and this looks like a very similar fashion from previously. It looks like Neo has been able to take out a flanker in Fishergite, and where is the body? That is the real question, and where did the shots come from? Interesting. We'll wait and see for that one, Cthulhu.
Yeah, I honestly also missed that shot from Neofighter, but nonetheless, it's still a good start, albeit that already more than half a round is already gone. And Fisher guy, the man who was actually doing quite some hefty amount of fragging, is gone off the board as well. There's still Arnie, who has been doing quite a solid amount of work on the Orgulus squad, and seeing as Vicious already gets the better of Imorin, things might be looking a little bit grim.
Yeah, Ethan's looking to clear out. Fair bit of pressure now being placed. The fighter's waiting. It's Derpe that shuts down Luna. This is all going to come down to 30 seconds, and whether Sinister can push it a further round. This is the exact point in time that it started to fall apart, and it's happening again. Neofighter managing to take down Arnie. It's going to be the wild C4 being thrown up on top of the ceiling, and they can't capitalize on it yet. But Vicious does have a line. He might be able to deny the plant, but he will have to lose his life if he wants to go for it. It looks like he's read it perfectly, but doesn't make a difference. Neofighter picking up a third in the round, and Copper, mate, yeah, he knows. He knows. He knows. Yeah, it is an inevitable end, unfortunately, and they can just pretty much sit there and wait it out. It is going to be the kill to come in from Ethan in the end. And ladies and gentlemen, map number 1 going in the favor of August.
A fantastic performance at the end by August, as that was just a phenomenal showcase, and even from Sinister, that team that showed some good prowess. They had good ideas about how to approach the defense, how to approach the offense, and even looking at like after the rehost, Vicious and Fisho, well, mainly Vicious, grabbing 6 kills for himself. That team deserves some respect
Yep.
for the way how they played, especially against the Organs.
Now, I think your pick was pretty much right. You said what, 7-5, 7-4 was?
Yeah, 7-4, 7-5. Yeah, that was.
Well, I give you kudos. I give you kudos. That is on stream. That was live, so 100%. That's fair enough. Now, we now move over to Coastline. Cthulhu, do you think there's a chance Sinister can pull out the impossible?
I'd say it's a very slim one, honestly, because Coastline is one of Augus's more frequent maps
Yep.
that you see played. And seeing as how right now August managed to reshape themselves to gel in Neofighter instead of Joey, things are looking pretty smooth for them. I
Yep.
gotta say, like that push with Ethan and Neo on the last round was pretty much pitch perfect execution.
Yep.
With Neo grabbing the quad kill for himself, man can frag. He can. He has an amazing experience in teamwork. He used to play for Fnatic, previously for Atletico. He can do some quality stuff, and he can show some quality time to his team as well, with the score lines that he can output. So I'd say that this will be Augus's map.
Yep.
But the way how Sinister were playing leads me to think that we might be seeing actually another close one.
Now, I don't know whether this is correct. I very quickly skimmed across the veto because we were rushing on into it. August,
Yep.
do they start defense or attacking?
August are starting on defense.
Okay, so interesting. Sinister are going to have to fight this one out. And Augus's map pick, and they go defense side first. We do know that Sinister have, the high potential on their team. Obviously, Fisher guy was having some big rounds back there, but and has done for multiple weeks now. I really feel like August have got this on lock and key heading into the second map. I want to get your prediction on this. What are you feeling? Are you feeling a close one, or are you feeling not even in the ballpark?
I'm tempted to say somewhere around 7-3
Okay.
for this one, but I also don't want to give up on Sinister yet as well.
Yep.
Because they, like I said, they have proven they have good knowledge. They have good fragging power. It's just, occasionally feels like a miscommunication maybe, or mistiming. Like that final round felt like a miscommunication, really, because those 1v1 fights or 1v2s essentially against the Orgulous combo should not have really happened. The moment the first blood was drawn, bunch up so that you can go for refrags. I've been chanting about that for God knows for how long.
Yep.
And I'll be chanting about that for probably another long time.
Yep.
Sometimes the teams have all the communication, they have all the powers, but they're forgetting about the refrag potential. And on some of those rounds, that's what where Sinister fell through.
Yep.
They had some amazing rounds where they just kept on trading and trading on and on and on up until it was like 2 versus 2 or 1 versus 1, and they managed to pull those rounds off.
Yep.
But it wasn't as consistent as you probably would have wanted to see.
Well, consistency is always going to be a problem, isn't it, Cthulhu? As we do head in to map number 2, of course, being Coastline, my friend. What are your thoughts?
Yes.
Are we feeling comfortable? We feeling good now that we're into the what could potentially be the last map of day number 3?
It could be not. Maybe Sinister will low-key just prepping some quality strats. We'll find that out quite soon. But first of all, Lion is gone. So that is, I feel, will be a staple ban for this one, because next one could be Jackal. No, that will be Bucks. So that is against Emo.
Yep. Yep. And I guess when Imorin had such a huge impact, it would only be smart to to try and ban out a player, an operator that definitely suits the play style. So, defensive pick now from Sinister is going to be
Echo, probably.
Smoke.
Nope. What?
Okay.
Hold up.
Yeah. Yeah. Rightio.
Hold up. How is poor Smoke just getting completely no attention
Right?
this whole day?
Right? He's just been getting railed the entire... before in, what was it, map number 2 of our second matchup, he got banned out as well. So, Smoke and Mute.
Okay. Okay, this is interesting. So, no SAS presence whatsoever. SMG-11 Pepe hands, essentially what Compass said, yeah. That is the biggest Pepe hands you could ever have, because that is directly denying Fisher of his big brain plays on the SMG-11 as well.
Yes, he is absolutely filthy with that.
But what I am amused and interested to see is that August canonically banned Jackal on Coastline, because they do not want to have, by any margin, any of the roam clear. Not at least on this scale.
Yeah.
And instead of Jackal, they banned Lion, seeing him as a bigger threat to their strat.
What are your feelings about Jackal versus Lion?
I mean, Jackal, on a higher level of play, I say can be an even bigger pain in the backside than Lion.
Just very quickly,
Yes.
I buffered for a second, so I'm at 30 seconds now.
What about now? Yep. Oh, crap.
Do apologise for the buffer, ladies and gentlemen. It's good
Yeah.
fun. It's hitting prime time now. I'm buffering like absolute crazy. Okay, this is not fun.
Switch to 720 maybe?
Give me a second.
Yeah, can we on? Cool.
Alrighty, we're back into it. So, sorry for the moment of silence there. No one would have been able to hear that. We just needed to get in sync with our telepathical sense. I'm just kidding. We just needed to get in sync. So, back into it. We do obviously see Action Phase partaking. What do we see? We are over in theatre, I believe. Yes, we are.
Correct. And contrary to the usual setup that August would, at least to my memory, would have, they're actually having a Maestro playing a very aggressive angle in the VIP that could be cut off very quickly if that won't be the case. But it seems that the hallway is also on lockdown with the Jaeger devices, with Maestro cameras. Did they spot the Maestro though? I'm curious. Because if he did, now this...
Oh!
Oh, goodbye, Luna.
Jeez Louise, that is... Yeah, that's a rough one to start with, but a huge start for August nonetheless, because now... Oh, Neophyter had the positioning, obviously being able to see the rappel. This could be extremely dangerous if he does peek up for even half a second. They've got two members watching the one angle, but Derpe does back away for a second as Neophyter might hold on to it for a moment longer.
Look at all of this angles so far. Capital knows. Oh, Depe deals a little bit of that damage to Arnie, forcing Neo off the angle. But Depe with the angle just can't hit the shots. Will get himself taken out quite substantially. The crossfire will be though successful at the end, as Neofighter will be. Oh, Depe actually picking up a double kill for himself now, leaving only 2 players against that full 5 stack of Orgulus.
So, now into 45 seconds, and they do have a small amount of room to move, and I mean minimal. Echo already placing himself into Ward Hallway as this is nearly impossible for them to get this done. Surely they cannot pull back a 2 versus 5 Habana and IQ. This is looking very similar to what we saw in that first matchup in the first map.
Certainly looks like it, as things are not looking all swell at all, as it just every doorway is a hurdle for Sinister, as Fisher Guy will be potentially the one spearheading, and the amount of angles that Augurs are holding, I don't think this will be it, Chief.
Nope. I don't even know how they were going to get through it. At least they got in. They put 1 foot inside, so it's definitely. But Augurs, that is just ridiculous. That is the definition of a flawless round, Cthulhu.
That is also the definition of doing the other team absolutely dirty. Because, I mean, but, like, look at this. So, Jeppe got taken up in the firefight.
Mm-hmm.
Decides to repick, gets himself all healed up, and gets another one. How tilted would you be to find out that the Maestro is still in full health? Or just, for that matter, Ethan got taken up, full health. Doc got taken up. Guess what? Full health. And so that continuous healing from Doc, which actually, by the way, you don't really see a whole lot in ranked. By the way, so
I'm
probably.
I just need to say, I'm getting smashed with this quality. You're going to have to give me 2 seconds. We're going to have to drop... Oh, goodness me. It's on 7. Oh, no. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is not good whatsoever. This is really hitting hard. I don't know what's going on. I feel like everything just dropped. We're going to take a small second to sync this. This is going to be fun. We're back into the action, and this hopefully that's the last of it. But I have a terrible feeling here, Cthulhu, that it's not going to be the end of it.
Well, let's hope and pray for that, as we are just about to go into action phase of round number 2, with Augurs so far leading the charge after a slight series of hiccups that they had on Clubhouse, where Sinister played absolutely amazingly and managing to decline Augurs of any entry.
Ooh.
I'm quite curious to see how will Sinister respond on this one, because better yet, I'm curious to see how will they perform on defense, because offense could probably be very shaky.
Yeah.
But defense is going to be where it's at.
The big D.
I don't think a whole lot of people are going to think it the right way.
Just realised that. I was thinking, like along the lines of defense, like kind of like the basketball. Well. Tilt. Cthulhu, help me out here. We're going to be taking hallway control with Copper here. Vicious on the outside. You're killing me, man. You're killing me.
Yeah, well, for now, all beams aside and all the D's aside, Vicious will be making his way over to the theater. Sinister are prompting to go for a very much of a full-on attempt to take upstairs first, and for a good reason.
Certainly so. They're going to have to... Well, at the very least, they need to start pushing them back. And they are doing so successfully, actually, with Arnie taking down Dirtbait. But look at that quick trade coming in from Ethan. Arnie now not going to have any more influence in the round, but Neophyter going down, that's a big loss. However, Imorin still just being that nuisance, still trying to keep them at bay. The head, not exactly there just yet, but still... All it's going to take is one little headshot as now the closing the gap as Ethan takes down Luna. A minute left on the clock, and there has been a lot of action.
There has been plenty of action here, as Diesel gets another C4 from, was it from below? Actually, I think. Onto another Sinister member, as Ethan gets quite low on health, and now it is a 2 versus 2 with an Imorin and a half-dead Ethan.
Oh!
Actually, more than half dead. Unfortunately, missing all the shots for himself will be leaving Ethan to try to respond to the aggression, whereas Imorin is still left upstairs, slightly trapped, but the diffuser is upstairs. So for one of them, one of their objective is keep holding the line. Decline as much time as possible, because at a certain point, they will have no way to get back to it. And 12 seconds, they need to retrieve that diffuser on the double. And it seems like they might be able to pull it off. Copper just keeps on running into goo mines, and Ethan just hidden! He's hidden in the bathroom, and nothing will be done to deny that. My goodness.
Those goo mines toward the end, so critical in buying them just enough time. I still don't even think, had they not have been there, there would have been enough time. So Imorin playing that perfectly, dropping 2 members, holding them at bay, keeping the diffuser in hand, and continuing to drop those goo mines. Wowzers, that was mighty close.
Indeed it was. As Blue Bar and Sunrise, essentially the trademark of Orgulus, will be coming out, which I'm quite curious to witness. As of recently, this site did get adopted by a fair few other teams, but Valkyrie 2 or Valkyrie 6 pick will be probably the biggest brain play you could see from Orgulus.
Well, now we can set our scopes down in the Blue and Sunrise. As I would dare say it's pretty much going to be much the same here with a Roam.
Yeah, I would have to say yes. The Roam definitely going to be quite heavy for Orgulus, albeit that I would say they would play out that Roam slightly differently. They would press for a little bit of aggression, but the moment they would realize that they're losing either ground or there's some extra aggression happening on their Roamers, they would all attempt to return back to the site as quickly as possible. Whereas before, on the previous round, we saw Emo stood there till essentially he got fragged out. And I don't think that will be the case. Ethan might be up to something.
Could be very, very cheeky. We'll have to wait and see. Imorin just running left, right, and center, dropping goo mines everywhere. Everywhere.
That's how you play Legion, honestly.
Yeah,
You just drop all the goo mines everywhere.
Well, definitely, saw it in the previous round. That can be a... Oh! Was it? No, that wasn't the Val cam, was it?
That was just the default cam.
I don't know why I definitely misviewed that. That's okay. That they look to be giving up most of that top roam, so... Buddy system here between Ethan and Imorin.
Yeah. Honestly, I would love to also see some voice effects to be introduced to Siege, like, because seeing that soup can of Legion be thrown out across the room was like, I could hear this in my head, just him screaming yeet the whole thing. But memes aside though, control of the upstairs, including billiards and pool, has been taken quite seriously. But Diesel already with the super shorty, able to grab a frag for himself. That shotgun is absolutely nasty on the damage, by the way. For those who don't know, that thing has nearly the kill range of the SAS shotgun, so use that thing.
Look at this, Cthulhu just dropping knowledge bombs left, right, and center at this point. So, Fisho going to be clearing out the opening of the bar, and it is going to be...
I'm sorry, that was just too funny for me to just watch Fisher just continuously shoot but not be able to take it out. Meanwhile, though, Neofighter has slipped up on a banana peel, allowing Diesel and Ethan to grab a kill for them, for each one of them, leaving Fisher Guy and Vicious with the minimal amount of health, but nonetheless still being able to frag out. Oh my goodies.
That was, that was a little bit too close. Okay, that was, I feel like if you literally looked away for half a second there, you just missed all of that action, because I was watching that push come through and then all of a sudden there was 2 kills and trades and bamboozling all across the board. Never you mind, my friend. That's 3 rounds straight on the defensive side, and I don't really know whether Sinister are going to have it in them to pull out more than 2 rounds.
Well, that will be the best. Well, no. The best case scenario would be for them to draw it out. But
Yep.
With the way how things are going, I'd personally say that 2 rounds would be now getting now the best case scenario rather, because August train doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon, really, and yeah, it's a scary thing to verse them right now.
Yep. No, I feel that. So, as you can see, a nice little spread on the side of August with the kills. 5 being led by Ethan, who's having a monstrous impact so far. Currently no deaths. I think that's kind of... I think that sums it up. It sums it up, my dude.
Pretty much. Yeah, that is a fantastic so far performance from Ethan, and straight away. Well, whereas before, in the previous round, it was Diesel who was running with Mozzie. This time, Ethan said, let me try. Let me have a go at the man. And, well, we're just about to find out if the goal will be successful. In that regard. But yeah, all in all, like, this feels rather... Oh, Deppy, come on. Like, I know you're feeling confident, but you can't do them a disrespect like that.
Yeah, I feel like this is what happened last weekend. Who was it? Fury versus... I can't remember. It was at the very last match. It was Fury taking on someone on Sunday. And we came to Coastline for the 3rd map after it was close on the 2nd map. And Fury just completely disrespected them and smashed them out of the park with the 7-0 finish.
That was Fury Rhythm.
There you go.
Matchup.
Yeah.
The one that ended up in 2-1 scoreline at the
Yes.
end. But yeah, I mean, well, whereas August can afford, call it that, finesse.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that it's a bit not disrespectful. No, it's rather careless.
Yeah. Again,
Which could be an issue.
Yeah, look, careless brings chaos, right? And when you've got chaos, it's unpredictable. And sometimes unpredictableness is a good thing, and sometimes, well, it definitely isn't. So, look, so far, it's looking like it's working for them, and I would dare say it's probably going to continue to, just with how dominant they've been so far. But still, a lot left to the imagination, my friend.
True. That is a very good statement. But for now, Depe keeps on holding the very similar angle, but this time a little bit more cautious now that he's being pressured from the rooftop, as well as that pixel angle that, ooh, boy, the attacking team could have. They know they need to take that full control and out that duel, because the crossfires are currently going absolutely ham and crazy. Meaning for Wogglers, Oglers are still in their comfort zone.
Oh, jeez, that is some dangerous moves being made by Dirtbait. Doesn't find his way out of the flames in time. And, decides to completely back away here. Of course, still, this is probably one of the first times we've seen the man disadvantage coming through for August. Time will tell whether Sinister can actually capitalize on this. Ethan's able to fire one back as quick as you like. And again, this is doing some very dirty deeds on the side of August. And Emo Rin, had that have been a second earlier, they might have been able to find that timing. Now they're going to push in and go for that plan, but it looks like maybe Neophyter has the positioning to try and take him down. The flashes come in, they're trying to push them back, but the bomb has been stuck. Now a post-plan position, Neophyter finds one, Emo Rin goes down. Copper can now back away with Diesel on the hunt. Will he stick this bomb? He doesn't have the positioning to. Actually, he might if they hold the line to 3v2, and it's definitely in favour of August.
Well, it definitely is, but the denial is still there. 1v3 situation. Vicious needs to clutch this up. He needs to deny that plan. Does manage to get Echo off the 1v2 situation. Halflet and Timer is already gone, but the ammo is not there, as Ethan will be able to get the better of Vicious. 4th round in a row, ladies and gentlemen. we're still rolling, and Ethan is still continuing his flawless streak, by the way.
Oh, bit of chaos. I can't believe Ethan's still alive. Man, if he goes this whole game without dying, I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless.
Indeed. Okay, if Ethan proceeds to get a flawless run throughout the first half, I will go and donate on his stream.
I was actually thinking, I'm like, what can I say? I'm like, you can't gift anything to him apart from realistically the...
Next time the man's streaming, there will be some money.
Holla holla.
I'm not gonna mention how much because I'm still student, aka broke boy, but there will be money.
The respect being shown. Alright. Think of being sixth picked into Sledge. So now
I feel that was a little bit of a fake bait.
Yeah? You reckon they were trying to bait and it didn't really pay off?
Yeah, to a certain extent, yeah. But I mean, there's really not a whole lot of like changes that you can make. Like with Finka, since her ability is global, you can't really proper counter it apart from having an Echo or a Legion, which, well, they already have pretty good Legion.
Yeah.
And Sledge, well, to counter Sledge, you just have to click his head.
That's a fair point. It is a fair point. Like, what else are you going to say? You know, like, click
Like
heads.
you can't destroy his sledgehammer by explosives or anything. So, yeah. I'm not too sure where was my endpoint supposed to be at, but we made
Nah.
it to the end of the sentence.
It's a Fugazi, right? It's a Fugazi. Don't worry about it. It's Neo Fighter holding in from lobby at this point. Ethan still with a quite significant roam. He has all sorts of confidence right now.
Yeah, well, the man can afford it. So far, a flawless run of 4 rounds. Well, actually, if you count in from the previous map, I believe that was a 6 or 7 flawless streak round for. Not a flawless streak. Sorry, a 6 to 7 round win.
Oh, what?
Ethan, my boy.
What was that? Bro! That was fast
sorry,
as
what?
lightning! What? That was mental! Oh, what? Oh, dude.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Ethan.
Rip headphone users, but damn, son, that's some nasty plays.
That is a wow. Oh!
Oh!
There it is. There's Diesel. So found and caught with his pants down on the phone. Right by Fisher Guy. A very nice play as 4v4 with just under half a round. It's still could be workable for both teams.
Well, with Ethan still alive, you know it's workable for Auglis. At this point, that's the win condition for me for Auglis. If Ethan's alive, we Gucci. We're fine out here. But look at this damage being done to IQ as well. So, now going to have to tread with much caution. That would have been a nice nade had it have been maybe 5 seconds earlier. But the timing does not favour the bold this time. As, again, Ethan just remaining that thorn in the backside quite literally. But is this the point in which he falls down? Surely he can't win this fight onto Vicious. Surely there is no way in hell. He actually gets alerted to the position. So I believe right now.
Indeed, as Neofighter will be going around to in hopes of trying to find a crossfire for himself, but at the moment, Ethan, Neo managing to get himself a kill as well as Ethan. 2 versus, well, make it 1 versus 3,
word.
as Sinister just keep on dropping down as Urin picks up another one himself. 10 seconds left to go, or up to Luna, but Neofighter has something to say about that, and that is a bullet to the head. Well, bullet to the body, really.
Dude, 5 rounds in a row, and he's still sitting with 0 deaths and hits a nasty-ass flick like that to begin with. I'm done.
Yep.
Like, that's the point you unplug your monitor and walk away. Like damn, that's a statement and a half being made from August. Well, preferably from Ethan.
Imagine it's going to be a 7-0, and Ethan going flawless for the whole game. That will be a tilt.
Yeah, that would. I mean, like, what do you even say to that? You know, like, I mean, this time he's not going to be picking up Legion, but he got Valk instead.
I mean, he's a jack of all trades. Man has some amazing game sense and amazing aim.
Yep.
Like, what else would you need at this point?
Nothing, man. At this point, there's nothing. Back to Blue Bar and Sunrise we go. And I believe last time it came a little bit closer than most other rounds, but apart from that, it's still been relatively one-way traffic for August, which that's pretty much all you can say, I feel.
Yeah, well, even then, it felt like a little bit of a stumble by August at that point, as at the end, Neofighter managed to just decide, yeah, I'm just gonna peek. And peek he did, and got himself a double kill at the end of that defense round. But on the last defense round, this is the round where Sinister need. It's not they want, maybe, no, they need that one round to at least keep themselves afloat, to have that just a smidge of a room for error.
Is there any room for error right now, man?
Barely any, but like, they need to win this round to ensure that they would have some room for error on their defense.
Yeah. Okay.
Because otherwise, the only way for them to succeed is them looking into getting 6 rounds in a row on defense, and against Orgless in this state, it will be quite hard to pull off, really.
Yeah. Orgless at any state, and then you look at this and you're like, wowzers, this has just been an absolute onslaught so far, and I feel like it's just going to continue. I mean, at this point, you literally just put the point of view on Ethan and just watch the masterclass unfold on how to roam. Very intriguing way, hey?
Extremely intriguing, yep. As, yeah, the man is just having the game of his life, really, at this point, as Sinister proving to have just good idea about how to push, but just can't seem to hit that, like, that golden point, that golden note. Maybe this could be their round. They did get quite close to winning, but Diesel once again on the Mozzie will be able to just deny and delete poor Fisher. No more IQ. He had enough of her wallbanging through the floor from the previous round.
And like, look at the angle that Diesel's got right now. Oh, he walked into the nade on Luna. He could have pushed her and it would have been okay, but in fact outplays himself here. But it's okay, because Ethan's still alive. The storyline is still going strong, and this is still looking like an Orgless round with how low all these players are. Emo Rin takes down Vicious, and with already 2 players low in Zofia and in Habana, it is falling down like flies. Look at this peak from Emo Rin. What? Okay. Fair enough, just throw a bit of disrespect like that, that's okay. Maybe Copper can find the angle? Nope, never mind. Never mind, Cthulhu. Luna, yeah, 1v4. Best of luck.
It's just like that, it is a swift, flawless run, and Ethan is flawless, so yeah, I guess I do owe the man some cash money.
The money.
In that regard. The money is required.
Yeah, this is like generally with most maps, I end up, you know, taking notes to make sure that, you know, I keep track of everything that's been going on, and at this point I've got 6 rounds, and next to it I've got written Ethan every single round. Like, at this point, Ethan.
6 rounds won by Ethan.
Yeah, like it's not like, generally, you know, you got to put the team just so you remember who won it. I'm just like, yeah, Ethan is the team at this point. It's Ethan every time. And he's going to be picking up IQ. Can he keep the flawless death ratio so far? But his KDR would be like 9 right now.
Yeah, it probably would be. And that is absolutely, actually amazing.
That's baller.
Because Yeah, that's very bolo. And talking about that as well, you were saying that you were making write downs of the rounds. I have the tracking tool as well. Mm-hmm. And it's literally just penthouse, kitchen, blue bar, penthouse, kitchen, blue bar, and then on the win side is just Orgless.
It's
It's
clean.
just no chill.
It's the full house. It's the clean first half that we. I mean, I wouldn't say we expected, but we expected to see such a dominant performance. There's some wild glasses, man.
Yeah, I mean, I call those glasses Orgless because those got. Nah, that is probably cringy. I'm sorry. But nonetheless, though, to get back at the at it, Imarin, I'm not too sure what was that firefight though, but yeah, Imarin managing to run away with still full health. Fisher guy claiming a small, nonetheless, victory, or potentially and then maybe a peek out. For now, though, it's seeming that Derpy might be trying to prepare a couple of fail-safes, essentially, as to if there will be any unfortunate push. Well, not unfortunate. Unfortunate for Orgless. Yep.
Well, I've got the feeling, I got the love here for Sinister because I feel like they're going to be able to make something work. Fisher, oh my word, Diesel pixels away from finding the trading kills. So, quite unfortunate. A nice line being held from Neofighter as well, rappelling upside down. Can he find anything on the inside? Doesn't look like it, so that's going to be a massive yeet of a drone being thrown on through, and they can work off the back of this one. But Ethan's still alive, so that's all that matters.
Ethan's all alive. That's all that matters. He does spot the, I believe, the Vicious, who is playing with Pulse Scanner, and it will be rather a play of who can outfrag. And so far, there it is. Diesel gets the better of Fisher. It is a 4-4 with already a minute left to go, which, to a certain degree, makes me feel like we might be seeing a repetition of a couple of rounds from Clubhouse, where Olga's got drained of the time, not the frags. Oh, money.
Don't know what that was. I mean, close enough. Look at this from Arnie. Do they realise that he's pushed up all the way? This could be absolutely huge. The pre-fire coming through. Surely that's alerted them as the position. Had he have pushed up a little bit further, he might have been able to make that work. Like you said, it's 40 seconds. And things are really starting to run a little bit thin here. Arnie can't get anything done. As of course, it is Ethan. Of course. And this looks like a round for Orgless, but the time, it's all about the time, Cthulhu.
It is all about the time indeed, as Luna is getting pushed out of her position, but she does manage to find some more cover while still being able to peek. But it will be Derpy who will be peeking her. 14 seconds left to go. All up to Vicious and Copper to try to deny. The two of them have the ability to do that, as Copper with the Echo Drone won't be able to deny that another one is coming out. The plan needs to happen, as that Echo Drone should be able to land very soon. There it is, as Sinister finally grabbed themselves the point. My goodness.
Damn.
That was a bit too close to their preference, I bet.
I mean, that bomb was, what, like a second off being placed? That's...
Yep.
But again, Cthulhu, what is it that Orgless lose to?
Time.
It's the time.
They keep on stalling out the moment they find a wild card. This time it was Arnie that went in for the flank, tried to get some ruckus going, and wasted quite a hefty amount of time. I believe that was just about 10 or 15 seconds, which were quite crucial at that point.
Look, I think, Cthulhu, the most important part about this is whether Ethan died that round.
No, he didn't.
Alright, we're good then. We're good. Sinister, though, nicely done to... Oh, no!
Oh, no, he did die!
No, Ethan, my boy!
11-1. The flawless streak is over, boys. Back it up. Yep, Sinister can won this one.
Wait, Neofighter's only died once as well? What? Wow, okay. I mean, we were sitting out here hyping up Ethan, but One death on Neofighter as well. Very interesting. So, at least they were able to pick up the one round. However, they don't have the Echo this time, so there won't be a deny from the Yokai.
Yeah,
Not this time.
that Yokai drone was essentially the play, and both Orgless and have proven that Echo is a fantastic operator to play with, and a very painful operator to play against if you keep him alive. What? No. Surely not.
That's going to be cheeky if he hits that.
Surely not. The man can hit from there, like from that range into this much of a pixel hole. Come on. Although actually, now I think about it, it is Emorin that we're talking about.
And that's the kill.
Yeah, that's the kill.
Okay.
That's a yikes.
Yep. Yep. Big mistakes being made all around the board. So, 6-1. They're already up the man advantage. However, Sledge might be low on HP. They are slowly starting to drone on through as Neo making his way back in. They now know that there is a Mozzie up on the board. They can work accordingly.
Correct. Ethan, making his way over, will be able to get rid of a couple of... Well, I believe that... Was that the Valcam? Yeah, that will be a Valcam, surely. More utility disposal by the IQ players. Should be able to net himself very soon quite some disruption, but as it stands right now, Arnie is the man who is holding an angle up on the second floor, so quite curious to see how will this pan out.
Well, can surely? Nope. That's mighty unfortunate for Ethan in that scenario. However, we are down to that minute 25 mark, and truth be told, doesn't look like they've made too much of a emphasis on that second floor. So when they do eventually make their mark, they will have to slowly deal with these roams that are going on. Arnie now starting to get aggressive on towards stairs. Might find some good timing here, as there is one droning in toward kitchen. Now that could be a huge mistake if Arnie does find that timing, but I dare say he doesn't have the guts to push that. That would be a very ballsy peak.
Indeed, as with 50 seconds left to go, only one frag has been dealt, as Luna will be getting the better of Diesel, but Devi will be able to trade out Copper. Another concussion coming out, as Arnie will be attempting to get a go for the peak. Nicely down by Neofighter though, as it is now a 2 versus 4 with 30 seconds left to go. This time no Echo, so it's all up to the sheer gunfight potential from Luna and Vicious to try to deny.
20 seconds remaining. The bomb is going to be stuck. This time it's going to be Luna to shut down one, but they're still going to have to deal with the post-plant situation with one rappelling on the outside window. Vicious now being aware of it. They have to try and find the timing here. Not going to be able to hit that C4, unfortunately, but some shots being taken down in toward the stairs. This is slowly starting to run a little bit thin here. Vicious is going to have to go on the flank and try and find a better position, but Derp will find the kill. And that should pretty much be it for Vicious. There should be nothing that he can do. He does find Derpe, but that time is already ticked. And again, that has to be it. Cthulhu, I think. Maybe, maybe not. Starting to push on up, doing some damage, but there we go. That's it. Ciao, ciao, my friend. It's been a good game. But Orgless, they take the series 2-0.
A fantastic performance by Orgless as 7-1 scoreline. I mean, I kind of was tempted to predict that, but yeah, I mean, that is even stronger than Clubhouse.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it would have been an ambitious prediction had you have made that, but it's not going to be. And look, I think all over, I think it's been 2-0s all across the board today. Some close matches, but I think the first one was probably the most surprising for me. But let's just talk about Orgless and Sinister for a second. Are you happy with Sinister's result at the end of the day?
I honestly probably expected more from Sinister. Considered how they were getting along, they had some good potential, they had some good games before. I was kind of expecting a little bit more prep for Coastline, knowing that, like, surely, yes, you probably can maybe not. They weren't able to outsmart Orgulus into picking Villa. And you practicing coastline against Orgulus because on that map they are a well-oiled machine that is not planning to stop anytime soon. So I hope to see in the future more progress from Sinister, and I do have faith that they can pull this off because they have an amazing coach crew, they have an amazing org backing them up, and they're a team and a force to be reckoned with, although they have some mistakes occasionally. So iron them out, get back into it, and don't let the tilt take you over, because otherwise this will be it.
Yeah, definitely. You have to bounce back. There's no doubt about it. Resilience has to be there. And having a look at this, we do have, of course, Group A being completed for week number 2, meaning tomorrow, Sunday, Group B is where all the action's happening. I'm not entirely sure of what matchups are on tomorrow. I would love to.
I'll actually be able to tell you.
Well, Cthulhu will tell you, and in the meantime, I'll give you some hot fire knowledge. 2 O's all across the board today. Some interesting matches, all things considered, but I think the end has kind of concluded it all. I believe that first match with power plays was probably the most ambitious match of them all, where power plays was able to close it out 2-0.
Yeah, it was definitely an upset and a half for at least most of the people, because that was, I believe, the first time when the community vote was saying that Oddity would get the win, but power plays ended up just plowing through their opposition. As whereas for tomorrow, we will be seeing once again Fnatic in a double best of 3.
Yep.
First match is against Rhythm, second one is against Fury, and then after that we will be following up with Mindfreak versus Sleeper Gaming.
Okay.
Which could be quite good as well.
Yeah, so 3 matchups again brought to you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, this is all we have, all the action for the 6 Masters tonight. But again, stay tuned for tomorrow as we've got more action coming up. But that's it from us on the back end here. Have a good one and take care.